Good morning. I would like to call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors April 11, 2023 meeting to order. We'll begin with roll call, please.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Gertie?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Okay, next we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Williams, would you like to lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on our agenda is public expression. We invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest at this time that are not on the agenda. Members of the public in chambers shall line up at the podium with 6 feet of distance between them. And when you come, please announce your name so we know who you are for the record. And members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of their screen, or by pressing *9 if they are calling into the Zoom meeting via telephone.
My name is Brandy Maxwell. In recognition of Child Abuse Awareness Month, the app 24/7 Help has launched. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I'm Marlena Dooley, Environmental Health. I just came to let you guys know about a workshop we're going to be having next week. We're co-hosting it with the Ukiah Valley Area Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. It's a mouthful. It's going to be next week, April 17th, from 5 to 6:30. It is the second workshop we've hosted regarding the updating of our well permitting procedures, specifically for ag and commercial wells. We've been reaching out with the help of the ag community and the Farm Bureau to work with the basin staff to come up with a procedure that will allow us to continue to permit agricultural and irrigation wells. So that's next week, the 17th, 5 to 6:30, and it's at Barra of Mendocino.
I will see you there.
Hi, I'm Kathy Boyle. I'm the Director of Nursing at Mendocino County Public Health.
And my name's Katie Reel. I'm a supervising nurse with the home visiting program with Mendocino County Public Health.
And I'm Whitney Eads. I'm a home visiting nurse for Mendocino County Public Health.
So just kind of to tack on to the Child Abuse Awareness Month, we're here just to kind of give you're working on numbers. So we wanted to put humans to those numbers that you're going to be working on today. So in 2022, there were 1,696 cases of child abuse reported in Mendocino County, and the rates of child abuse per capita in Mendocino County was among the highest in California. They're more than double the state average. So the economic impacts for these reports is astounding. And a study by Safe and Sound done in 2022 looked at child abuse throughout the state of California, and it estimated here in Mendocino County that the burden of child abuse alone in Mendocino County was $136 million over the lifetime. This accounts for costs over the lifetime of these children and families in child welfare interventions, health care, the criminal justice system, education, and loss in lifetime productivity. The $136 million could cover sending 14,800 kids to preschool. It could pay for 926 kids to go to a 4-year college, and it could cover nearly half of the Mendocino County budget. So we're going to tell you a little bit about the home visiting program.
So what do we do knowing the rates and impacts of child abuse in Mendocino County? Well, the good news is that we can prevent child abuse and neglect before it starts. Home visiting services strive to promote safe, stable, and nurturing parent-child relationships so that all children and families have the opportunity to reach their full potential. The strategies employed by the home visiting programs seek to achieve this goal by strengthening family connections to economic supports, promoting quality care and education early in life, enhancing positive parenting skills to promote healthy child development, and intervening early to prevent child harm and risk. These strategies help to create families, neighborhoods, and communities where every child thrives. Thank you.
Supervisor Hasek has a question before we
Yeah.
go on to the next speaker.
I had a question about the home visiting program. And I know that there are other entities such as First Five doing home visiting for families and positive parenting. So how does the county's program integrate with those?
The county's program works closely with other home visiting programs, including the ones promoted by First Five. That also includes the Family Spirit program.
So we work closely with we're collaborating with all community agencies as well, so that we're overlapping, but we aren't doing the same thing.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yes, hello, good morning, board. Good morning, county staff. Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I come with positive tidings today. I want to thank Chair McGordy for submitting a letter in support of AB 1111, the bill that is moving through the assembly right now that would benefit our community of small farmers by providing them direct access to sales directly to consumers at events. This bill is being heard in committee today, so the speed at which that support letter went through is sincerely appreciated. Further, there was a conference yesterday up in Humboldt with the California Office of the Small Business Advocate, which is focused on supporting the 4.2 million small businesses in California. There were stakeholders from the cannabis community. Supervisor Hasek was there, and the director of the department, and there was a lot of understanding by the end of the meeting of the challenges that our community is facing, and a commitment to continue the conversation and figure out more ways that that agency can support the small cannabis businesses in Mendocino and the North Coast in general. And as many of you may have received, there was significant support that came in from non-cannabis businesses to thank the board for passing the cannabis tax reform, which is really essential to help bring our operators forward into the regulated system. And I just wanted to read a comment, a portion of a comment from one of the letters submitted by Amy Wynn of Wynn Coastal Planning. And her comment says, as a non-cannabis business owner, I can empathize with the stress placed on our small cannabis farms and have the utmost respect for the cohort of business owners who are struggling to balance the precarious situation of a bottoming out cannabis market with the complicated and slow permitting system. It is to everyone's advantage to keep this special breed of small farmers in our regulatory system. These are the best of the best. They want to be fully legal. The tenacity and tolerance that this group of farmers has is remarkable. It brings me great sadness when I hear that a peer business has to close up operations due to a broken process. I have hope and optimism that we can continue to support our fellow small business owners. When our neighbors are strong, our entire community is stronger and better for it. Thank you for continuing to support our local cannabis farms.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I just wanted to announce that I'm running for First District Supervisor for 2024. If you want to contact me, my email is votecarrie2024@gmail.com, and my name is spelled Carrie. Thank you.
Any comments from within the audience? How about online? Do we have any public expression?
I'll write it. Mr. Chair, I think you might want to just clarify that this is public expression for items that are not on the agenda for the people that are online.
Okay, once again, as we've said before, this is public expression to comment on items not on the agenda today.
Randy would be the first. There's a lot more.
Randy Mendoza.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Randy Mendoza, and I'm calling from our family home on Little Lake Street in the town of Mendocino. In November of 2022, the Mendocino Historical Review Board sent a memo to your board suggesting consideration of a Mills Act program for historic properties in the town of Mendocino. I have since been in touch with Supervisor Williams and Planning Director Krug via email. But briefly, I wanted to explain how the Mills Act would be important to our family. My brother Mitch and I, along with our wives, are the fourth generation of our family to own this house since it was built in 1911. And it's an old house. It's very expensive to maintain. Over the years, before our father passed away, he would paint one side every year. It's kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. You're constantly trying to maintain it. The house is in great shape, but since we've been the owners, it's really taken a lot. We've paid a lot to try to maintain this house so that our family members can use it and continue to use it. Mendocino is an expensive place to live. Most of the people that my brother and I grew up in this house, most of the people that were living in the neighborhoods when we grew up are no longer here. You know, but for a variety of reasons, I guess. But we're retired public employees, so a Mills Act agreement with the county may be the only way we can keep this house in our family. So I'm hoping that the board and the staff can come back and bring the Mills Act program to the board for consideration. It is, there's a program through the California State Parks that outlines it, and I believe they are available to assist entities to implement this program. What it does is it keeps historic homes, it gives us the ability to maintain these historic homes. And I do believe we do comply with that because we are in a historic preservation district, and also we are right next to a state park. So thank you very much for allowing me to address you today.
Next on line is Don Hess.
Good morning, Chair McGurty, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors and county staff. My name is Don Hess, member of GMAC. Listen, I do understand the county is busy with various projects and funding requests, some of which are perhaps high priority. So I've been thinking of a possible way to minimize the need for a heavy lift by the county for this EV charging infrastructure grant program. I would like to explore how to significantly lighten the load for the county while at the same time provide the resources needed for the highest quality application, given the competitive nature of the process. An application, no doubt, will require precise technical detail, accurate cost estimates, and a well-written narrative explaining the need for EV infrastructure at our target sites. Furthermore, a quality application will need to convincingly explain how our needs and site locations comply and dovetail government goals of prioritizing rural, low-income, and underserved communities while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and filling gaps in access. To this end, I suggest we pursue a hybrid format for this grant application process involving volunteer community members and experts who have a strong interest in clean energy matters and certain skills that can enrich the content of our application. Some limited county resources would still be required, perhaps to coordinate the effort, but much, if not all, the research and writing would be done by qualified volunteers. I myself would be open to doing some research and writing much the narrative for Gualala. We would form a team and use an appropriate collaborative software platform. In the end, there has to be some way to embrace this project and start to move this application forward. This is just too good of an opportunity to pass up 80% funding, and we clearly have a demonstrable need to expand our charging infrastructure. Also, note that the county will not necessarily be on the hook for the 20% matching funds at all sites. So I think if we get creative, like I am suggesting here, and keep the county's task to a minimum but necessary level, we can get this done. And we will then be in a position to submit to the Department of Transportation what they would consider to be a highly qualified application that has a real chance of approval. This would be a win for all of Mendocino County, not just the proposed installation sites, and a win for the state of California in its critical drive to meet its climate targets. But this will require strong leadership that I'm hopeful you will provide. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
I imagine there are other comments in regard to EV charging stations. I've seen quite a bit in our email in the last few days. Perhaps the chair and CEO could guide the board on where we should funnel this input. I think the board did pass a climate resolution, which is just words if we don't follow it up with action. Given there are state and federal funds, significant federal funds available, I think it's true we don't want to miss the opportunity. And given that we're going into budgeting, there's an opportunity to electrify our fleet and save substantial general fund moving forward. Rather than have a lot of public comment on this, perhaps we could guide the public as to where the issue will be taken up.
You know, I agree with you, Supervisor Williams. The more I read about electric vehicles, the better it looks. In terms of cost of operation, is about a third to a quarter of what petrochemical fueled vehicles are. And you know, we need to have a will to make a change. And I think the cost of equipment is getting to the point where it's quite competitive. Either going with hybrids or full electrics, depending on what the purpose is. So I think we can make an agreement that CEO Antle and I will take a look at this and come back to the board.
In time for the current federal funding opportunities?
Yes. Okay, next we have Deb.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Supervisor Haschak, sorry.
Yes, in regards to Mr. Hess's comments, we did have a meeting last week in regards to this specific grant proposal. And so I think that if Mr. Hess has new ideas after that meeting, that he should contact the grant team and those working on this project, because I think it's very valuable.
Yes, and you know, we do within our community, we know that we have considerable expertise in some of our subject matter, particularly in water is a good example of how we have people who are very knowledgeable and very much in contact with you know, potential granting opportunities. So I encourage that. We have to figure out how to leverage our limited budget and kind of limited staff. So when we can get assistance, sometimes it's very helpful. Okay, next on the list we have Deb Fader.
Good morning, Supervisors and CEO Antle. I'm Deb Fader, Director of the Library and Museum. A stated priority of the board for the upcoming year is county infrastructure and facilities. In 2 weeks, we'll be asking you for direction on the expansion of the Fort Bragg branch of the library. So far, the Friends of the Library have spent $185,000 for a lot adjacent to the building, $32,000 to remove the dilapidated buildings that were on it, and continue to pay a landscaper for maintenance year-round. They have also committed an additional $500,000 to the library's share of the new building. Staff are applying for a Building Forward Infrastructure Grant from the California State Library to pay for up to 75% of the building cost that has been estimated at $2.9 million. If those sources don't cover the entire cost, the good people of our county passed Measure O last fall, and a portion of those funds are designated for capital improvement. We are being handed a huge gift that would not only expand, but update the current building's HVAC and roof, and will afford solar panels and battery backup to a well-used community hub on the coast. However, we are being told that facilities doesn't have enough staff to manage the project. Please provide funding to allow facilities to hire the additional staff necessary to bring the work of so many caring constituents to fruition. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Kaya Kachigian. What's that? She's not on? Okay. Next is Joel Siobhan. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so. Okay, next we have phone number 1403.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, well, great. Thanks very much. Once again, good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Marcy Snyder. I live in Fort Bragg, and I am a member of the Grassroots Institute, and I am here representing our institute. And I'm yet another person calling about the U.S. Department of Transportation, their division, the Federal Highway Administration, their charging and fueling infrastructure program grants. And as you know, you can get $1 million or more to install electric vehicle charging stations around the county. This would expand our public electric vehicle infrastructure greatly in Mendocino County. It provides convenient, affordable, reliable, equitable, accessible, and safe charging for the public. The application deadline is May 30th. If you're going to get this grant, apply for it. I'm sure we can get it. The work has to start right away. I encourage you to direct staff to immediately start applying for this grant, and engaging with those in the public who have the ability to assist to do and willingness to do so. Once again, this will save the taxpayers a whole bunch of money because we're mandated to have electric vehicles right around the corner. You already have a contract with Enterprise to have hybrid vehicles moving towards total electrification of the fleet. It would also address our climate emergency, which, as we know, is costing lives, lots of property damage to the environment, and lots of money in order to fight these wildfires, which are clearly climate emergency related. And it's been a very tragic situation. So I very much encourage you to address the climate emergency, save us all a bunch of money, get this grant application in prior to May 30th deadline. And I thank you very much for all the good work you do for the climate resolution you passed, allocating $2 million to address the climate emergency a while back, and you're using some of those funds. And thank you so much.
Next, we have Peter McNamee.
Thank you, members of the board. I too am a participant in the Grassroots Institute's programs, and want to echo what Marcy said, and also amplify on what your earlier caller, Don Hess, brought to your attention. As you know, the Institute and its members throughout the county have been pressing for action on climate change for over 2 years. And we appreciate all of the progress that the Board of Supervisors has made in terms of setting policy in regard to lowering the county's carbon emissions to net zero, as well, and equally important, saving county taxpayers millions of dollars in fossil fuel costs, and contributing to the well-being of all of us by improving the quality of our air and our water, and the natural resources that we rely upon, not just for their intrinsic beauty, but also as an economic driver in Mendocino County, which is heavily reliant upon the tourist industry. I'd like to remind the board that it's California policy and federal policy in support of that, that by 2035, all new automobile and light trucks will have to, sold in California, will have to be zero emission vehicles. That means most of those are going to be electric vehicles. I can tell you that throughout the state, there is a massive build out of solar panel farms and wind energy generation, as well as geothermal, that is going to provide the electricity to fuel those electric vehicles, and that they're already on our highways and roads. The Department of Energy predicts that 12 million Californians will be driving electric vehicles by 2035. If we want to compete for those tourist dollars, we absolutely have to have a strong electric vehicle charger network in our county. And so therefore, I encourage you to take the action necessary to ensure that we apply for all the appropriate grants that we can get at this time in order to fund the costs. And we do appreciate your budget difficulties, and we stand ready to work with you to overcome them. Thank you.
Finally, we have Robert on the phone. Oh, Supervisor Haschak, comment.
Well, in regards to that comment about the electric chargers grant program, you know, it got brought up to me by Janet Orth a few weeks ago. I brought it to the board, and then I really appreciate the CEO getting her team on this, and they got a meeting right away to deal with this grant. And so I think that that shows that the county is being proactive and trying to get these projects moving.
Great. Thank you, CEO Antle. Supervisor Williams.
So I would agree with that, but to add some clarity, I understand other community members have been turned down on potential projects. We need electrification everywhere if we want the county fleet to be electric. You can't have vehicle charging in just part of the county. It needs to be everywhere. And I think it's true, our county staff is at that high water mark they can't take on anymore. We have Supervisor Jurdy's Visionary Climate Fund money sitting in a pot, just eroding away under inflation. I would recommend we use some of that to hire an outside entity to help us submit the grant application, manage the grant application from start to finish, just get it done using federal money. And it'll more than pay for itself going forward as we have lower vehicle maintenance. I think we spend almost $4,000 per year per vehicle to maintain internal combustion engine vehicles. Electric vehicles will save the county that maintenance expense. So it's imperative that we move on this. I don't think the county has the staff available, or the CEO would have already said yes. It's really on the board to come up with a plan.
Councilor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just again, for the benefit of the public and the board, since this is public expression, it's not an agendized item. The board isn't able to take any action at this time, and your ability to discuss is relatively limited. I think you might be getting to the point where it may be appropriate to direct for a future item or discuss whether there's an item that would need to be meeting the off-agenda criteria.
Supervisor Williams.
I wonder if it would fit under budget.
Okay. Robert.
All right. Good morning, supervisors. I'm calling from Anchor Bay. My name is Robert Youngling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm the chairman of the Wallala Municipal Advisory Council, and I'm wanting. I feel others have expressed the sentiment so well tonight, or this morning, regarding the EV topic. We specifically, or GMAC specifically, held a special meeting yesterday on the subject matter, and we have a unanimous motion that we made on a resolution pursuing funding for EV charging infrastructure as of April 10th. I'd just like to read into the record. Whereas the federal government via the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law, is committed to expanding the electric vehicle charging network throughout the United States in underserved and rural areas. And whereas the Department of Transportation just recently announced the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Program available to counties across the United States, and whereas the deadline for submission of applications is approaching May 30th, 2023, and whereas Mendocino County's Zero Emission Vehicle and Alternative Fuels Readiness Plan update from June 2019 specifically recommends Walala as a site for EV charging infrastructure, excuse me. Now therefore be it resolved that the Walala Municipal Advisory Council urges the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to commit the necessary county resources and apply for the aforementioned funding opportunity in order to facilitate the expansion of the county's network of public EV charging stations to include Walala. So thank you very much for all the attention today on this matter. I thank you for your time.
Okay, that concludes public expression. Unless we have one more. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So Joel Chavan has raised his hand. Joel?
Caller, you're going to need to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. Yes, you can hear me now. My name is Joel Chabin. I am a former member of the Sonoma Clean Power Community Advisory Council for Mendocino, and I'm here to support Mr. Hess and the effort to apply for the recently announced grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation to subsidize EV charging stations. And I won't go into the detail I was going to. I'm glad that the council is willing to support this. I just want to add that it will increase tourism to the county, and anything that increases tourism to the county will increase revenue from tourism. And that revenue not only benefits the businesses of Mendocino, but also the taxes paid to Mendocino. Thank you.
That concludes public expression. We'll move on to consent calendar. Deputy Clerk, have you established proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Supervisors, are there any items you wish to pull for separate consideration? Supervisor Mulhern.
I don't wish to pull any items. I just wish to comment that there are quite a few important proclamations on our agenda this morning, including a proclamation for missing and murdered Indigenous women and people, a proclamation for Alcohol Awareness Month, and a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Thank you. So I would entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Move approval, subject to public comment.
Is there a second?
Second, and I just wanted to make sure that we had public comment.
Yes, we will. Don't worry. Okay, so we will now have public comment on the consent agenda items.
Good morning. My name is Diana Billy Elliott, and I'm currently the Vice Chairwoman for the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians.
And my name is Deborah Ramirez. I'm the Tribal Chairwoman for the Little River Band of Pomo Indians, and I also am the Shelter Director for Project Sanctuary, a domestic violence and sexual assault program here in Ukiah.
We first want to take this opportunity to thank the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for hearing us today, and specifically want to thank Mo Mulherin for being so gracious to have such an open mind and open heart to work with us on the proclamation for the missing and murdered Indigenous people, women and people. This is something that we feel is very, very important for the county to have the awareness of. A lot of times our people go missing and are murdered at rates that are much higher than any other race, and we don't get the attention through the media and the news as many others do. And so for me, this is a step in the right direction to have Mendocino County have the awareness of the missing and murdered Indigenous people, women and people. And we also are asking that any county employees or anybody inside the county wear red on May 5th as well. We stand with and we honor our families and all of our communities that have had loved ones that have gone missing or have been murdered. And we always want to make sure that we're keeping them in our thoughts and our prayers. When this happens to one of our tribal communities, it happens to all of us. And again, this is we are members of this community, and to have this recognized and moving forward for years to come, it really means a lot to me.
I would just like to take a second to add that we want to acknowledge the domestic violence and the sexual assault, rape that happens to our women and our children and our men and families when we talk about the missing and murdered. That's why Project Sanctuary is here, to acknowledge that domestic violence and sexual assault are a big part of this horrific crime against our communities. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming forward and bringing attention to this very bad situation.
Good morning, Chair McGorty, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Gina Connor, Deputy Director of Family and Children's Services. And I would like to speak to items 3D and 3F, the proclamations for Child Abuse Prevention Month and the Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and People. April is time to highlight that preventing child abuse and neglect takes the community. Friends, neighbors, parents, caregivers, business leaders, elected officials, educators, community organizations, tribes, and county departments all have a role to play in building bright, safe, and successful futures for the children and youth in Mendocino County. The public health home visiting program that you heard about a little earlier is just one example of that. Communities benefit when children and families are supported, and prevention cannot and does not happen alone. It takes all of us. And just as it takes all of us to prevent child abuse and neglect, it also takes all of us to stop the violence against Indigenous women and people, many of whom are parents. Their disappearance or murder has caused irreparable trauma to their children and families. Thank you for bringing awareness to both of these important issues.
Good morning, CEO Antle, Board of Supervisors. My name is Buffy Wright Barassa. I am a public health employee. I'm the equity lead, and I'm also a member of the Racial Equity and Justice Committee. And on top of that, I'm a member of Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I want to also honor our leaders and community members who have showed up to recognize the MMIWP today. A little bit about Racial Equity and Justice Committee. We're an internal committee here in the county with staff, and we meet twice a month to talk about issues of how we can make our workplace and our county more diverse, equitable, and inclusive. I have my team of some of the members are here today with me to support this effort as well, and we strongly stand behind this proclamation and feel that it's a building between our communities, the tribal leaders, the tribal community, the Mendocino County Sheriff. We've showed up to events around the community over the last couple years for MMIWP, and we've all been there, but this actually will start building a more equitable reach between all of us as we move forward. The other thing that we're working on in public health to build the equity is a tribal consultation policy and procedure. We've talked about it a little bit. It also meets like what we're doing as a strategic plan for the county. So I'm not really like excited about being up here talking, but I'm really passionate about the work that we do as a county, and I'm a county resident, lifelong, and I believe that we can build a better community and economy if we start working together. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Buffy. I think she noticed I was giving her the eye to come forward, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I want to thank her too. I think that giving all people a voice is so critical to our well-being, primarily because there's just not a lot of people here in Mendocino County, and we all better get involved if we're going to be successful. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Chairman Gordy, members of the board, CEO Anto. I'd like to speak on two of the topics this morning. I have my dispatch manager. This is National Public Safety Communications Week. I have Lieutenant Quincy Cromer with me this morning to talk about the work that we're doing, and then I'd like to follow up with a thank you to the MMIW.
Good morning, all. I appreciate this opportunity to address you regarding the public safety dispatchers. These are a very unique breed of people that we have that work for our county, and it's my privilege to brag about them this morning and call attention to the work they do on a regular basis. We have 12 dispatchers that work on our dispatch center and 2 supervisors, and they answer over 82,000 calls a year that come into our dispatch center. That's over 6,700 calls per dispatcher per year. They are very overworked. Many times when the community calls our dispatch center, that is the first contact that anyone has with our county, with the sheriff's office, is through the dispatch center. And they are very professional multitaskers. They do things every day that many of us cannot manage at the same time. They have 8 different computer screens, many different radio channels, and countless telephone lines that ring at any moment. Their main focus is to maintain the safety of the community and the safety of our members that are out in the public, to include our deputy sheriffs and sergeants, and they do that every single day to make sure they all get to go home at night and to help get the resources to those that need them in the community. And they diffuse stressful, intense situations on the phone even though they're not there, and very often they don't get any closure. At the end of the phone call, they'll hang up and they don't get any closure to know what happened at the end of the day. And sometimes they get phone calls from the deputies or sergeants to explain what happened, but they have a very unique job where most of us, when we go to work, we know what we're encountering that day or what we have in front of us, and every one of them has no idea when they pick up that phone line or answer that radio what's going to happen. So they are quite literally the calm voice on the other side of the phone line and the radio when we call for help, and I just like to recognize them. Thank you.
So just a couple of stats on this. Last year, we received 82,905 calls to our dispatch center. That's telephone calls. That's not radio traffic coming from patrol vehicles, from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, from CAL FIRE, and other people that we dispatch for. 16,642 were 911 emergency calls. 66,263 came in on the business lines. Dispatchers speak with people during the worst moments of their life. They walk people through, when a child goes missing, they walk people through giving CPR. They walk people through things that are just mind-boggling to me. Right now, many police agencies are down in personnel. We're down 1 in dispatch. I almost feel guilty at times when I speak with other sheriffs that we are doing so well here, and it's due to the, it's due to the good people that we have in Mendocino County. Now, if I wrap that up, I would like to thank a lot of our tribal leaders coming in who have worked with me on various things. I see all you folks out here. We're represented from the coast all the way up north. Mary's here from Cotto. We've got Hopland. A few things that have happened this year and in the past couple of years. We've been working a lot on the MMIW projects. The communications between tribes and local government, I don't believe has ever been better. Every time that I call during an emergency and we ask for something, the answer is yes, and now what is the question? How can we help you? And we had some horrific crimes last year that were almost immediately solved due to a good working relationship with our tribal partners and tribal governments. They picked up the phone and let us know what was going on and where, and I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the partnership that we have. We will be meeting with Assemblyman Ramos this year, who is a big supporter of public safety and public safety on tribal nations. All of us are going to come together, and we're going to work hard to make sure that we take care of each other in the fashion that we should. Anyway, I wanted to thank all of these folks for being here today.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Ray Franklin. I'm from Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Round Valley Indian tribes and also a descendant of Caddo tribe. And my name, Patricia Gale, I am named after my aunt, who my mother called Patsy, and her name was Patricia Gale Frazier, and she was murdered. And so I know many Native families. I think nearly all of our Native families were touched by this atrocity in our Native communities, and it's unfortunate, but what I really wanted to share today is that I'm really thankful to you for bringing this forward and doing this proclamation, because, it's a start, and we need to start somewhere. So, it's a sad, like I said, it's a sad thing, but it's also, there's progress here with all of you having an open heart and an open mind, to do something about this. So, thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Sorry, I'm Priest Martinez, and I'm a human being above all first. And I just want to make sure that that we recognize that just, losing life it shouldn't take that much to get to where we are today. And so if we can have a moment of silence and all of us stand, we got to recognize those victims that we had from the past and give them our respect. That's why we're here for them. And then for the future, we ask that the Creator takes us to the place where we need to be, and so we can work with each other and also continue to make sure that we take care of the ones that went from the past. Oh, thank you guys.
Could I have you come up to the stand again and state your name? I didn't get your first name, Mr. Martinez. Priest?
Priest.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any more public comment? Well,
good morning. It's nice to see you all. My name's Jabez W. Churchill. I work for Pinoleville, Pomo Nation. I'm a behavioral specialist. I'm also a retired probation officer from Sonoma County. My first awareness of the issue that we're here for is 1973. My girlfriend's body was found in an orchard up here, and that wound is still open. And so this is not a new issue. It's one that's long gone insufficiently addressed. And it's late, but I'm glad that you are focused on it now. Thanks so much. Oh.
Is there anyone else? Well, I'd just like to say we can't fix old hurts, but we can go forward and try to prevent bad things from happening. We're very much partners with you. You can see that our board is in solidarity with you as part of our effort to keep our community safe, and that means everybody, either everybody counts or nobody does, right? So, okay, so any final comments from the supervisors before we take our vote? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Rudy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we come to agenda item number 4A, which is a noticed public hearing. This is discussion and possible action to modify the previously approved Garden Gate subdivision vesting tentative map, and development agreement, now known as Bella Vista Subdivision Project. We'll hold on a second while people leave. Very well. So this will include adoption of a resolution approving an addendum to the Gardens Gate Final Environmental Impact Report and an amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Bella Vista Subdivision Project. And second, adoption of resolution approving for the Bella Vista Subdivision Project an amended vesting tentative map, subject to conditions of approval, and an amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program, a density bonus and reductions in development standards per state density bonus law, modified design guidelines and preliminary landscape plan and planting plan, an administrative permit, and an inclusionary housing plan. 3, adoption of an ordinance amending Section 21.04.020 of the Mendocino County Code and approving restated development agreement for the Bella Vista Subdivision Project located at 3000 South State Street near Ukiah, sponsored by Planning and Building Services. So has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, with that, the chair will open the public hearing, and we'll announce the procedures here, which is that the board and clerk will note correspondence and telephone calls received. And now we'll turn it over to staff to give us a summary.
Good morning, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I'm going to introduce our team here that's been working on this project. Myself, I have next to me Linda Roofing of North Coast Community Planning. Online, we have William Abbott of Abbott and Kinderman, outside counsel. And as well on my other side, we have Matthew Kodrowski, Deputy County Counsel. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Linda Roofing here to take us through the presentation, which is attached online and part of the agenda packet. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here.
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Linda Roofing from North Coast Community Planning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I want to, before I get started, just again to acknowledge the team that worked on this voluminous packet that's before the board today. It reflects a tremendous amount of work by not only myself, but Director Krog, Deputy County Counsel Kodrowski, and Special Counsel Bill Abbott. I also want to acknowledge the hard work, patience, and perseverance of the project applicants, Doug Gillian and his very capable project manager, Jake Morley. The requested entitlements for the Bella Vista subdivision relate to 3 applications. There's the modification of previously approved tentative map for the Gardens Gate subdivision. We refer to that as the modified project. There's a modification of the previously approved development agreement for the Gardens Gate project. We refer to that as the restated development agreement. And there's an administrative permit to authorize development of single-family residences on a portion of the site that has multifamily zoning. It's a fairly complicated set of approvals, as evidenced by the length of the board packets. Part of what makes this packet so lengthy is that this is not a new project. What you're reviewing today is a modification of a previously approved project known as the Gardens Gate subdivision. I've distilled my presentation into about a dozen slides, which I hope to run through in about 15 minutes or less. Before I move off this slide, though, I want to draw your attention to the homes that are depicted on the slide. These were recently submitted by the developer as representative of the architectural style that's envisioned for Bella Vista. Next slide, please. So the site is located about a mile south of the Ukiah city limits. It's west of South State Street, just across from Plant Road and just south of Gobelay Lane. It's 48.8 acres. The subdivision is actually located on about 36.5 acres. Of that 48.8 acre site, the rest is the remainder parcel upon which development is not proposed. Until just over a year ago, the property was under cultivation as a vineyard. How the conversion of this property from agricultural to residential uses was addressed in the previous Gardens Gate entitlements. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background and history of the project. In 2009 and 2010, the Board of Supervisors approved a 197-lot subdivision on the project site. That was the Gardens Gate project. Approvals included a vesting tentative subdivision map and a development agreement that extended the life of the project approvals for 15 years. The Gardens Gate project is fully entitled, which means that permits could be pulled tomorrow to build the project. However, after the original approvals, the project laid fallow for more than a decade. For any number of reasons, the original developer didn't follow through with the project, and eventually the property changed hands. Then in 2020, the new developer, the new property owner, Rancho Ukiah, and the applicant, Gillian Inc., filed applications to modify the Gardens Gate project entitlements to build a project that they believe is more marketable and better suited to the site. It's taken a while to get to this point, but last month the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the Bella Vista project, and they recommended unanimously that the Board of Supervisors approve the requested modified entitlements for the Bella Vista subdivision. Next slide. This slide shows the tentative map for the Gardens Gate project. I'm going to briefly highlight the key components of that project, and then we'll focus the rest of this presentation on the proposed Bella Vista subdivision. It's important to understand the Gardens Gate project because the applications for the Bella Vista project seek to modify that fully entitled project rather than starting from scratch with a new project. The Gardens Gate project has 197 lots consisting of 123 single-family lots and 74 townhome lots. It was granted state density bonus law reductions in development standards for smaller lot sizes, setbacks, reduced setbacks, and so forth. It had 2 access points. The primary access was through a roundabout on South State, to be constructed on South State Street, and a secondary access was off of Gobelay Lane, just to the north of the site. There was no development proposed along the South State frontage. That area was left vacant for potential future development. The project had 2 parks. The street access that connected to Oak Knoll Lane on the upper left-hand corner of this slide, I want to point out because it was actually eliminated by the Board of Supervisors in their final approval of the Gardens Gate project. And lastly, this project has achieved compliance with the county's inclusionary housing ordinance by providing 36 for-sale units targeted to moderate income households. So that was 20% of the project, and I will say that's a very heavy lift. Next slide, please. This slide shows the vesting tentative subdivision map for the Bella Vista project. It has a total of 172 single-family parcels. 39 of those are senior parcels in the area that's shaded in gray, is what we're calling the senior neighborhood. And then there's 132 lots in the traditional neighborhood. This will come up later, so I want to point out that there are 4 lots in the northwest corner of the site that will need to be relocated elsewhere in the project. That's consistent with a condition that was put on the original project approval and carried forward. And so that can be done while approving this map if the planning director finds substantial compliance with the tentative map. This project, like its predecessor, requires a density bonus and a concession in the form of a reduction in development standards. They are asking for reductions in lot sizes and setbacks, allowances for double frontage lots, the use of 2 private access easements, and some modifications to fence height standards. There's a density bonus for the senior neighborhood. I will say the project is eligible for the density bonus and the reduction in development standards because it provides the senior housing and the affordable housing in accordance with the state density bonus law. The tentative map also defines public and private improvements within the development. From an access standpoint, there is no access to the site proposed off of Gobelay Lane. The primary access continues to be from a new roundabout on South State Street. The streets within the subdivision will be public streets meeting county standards, with the exception of the extension of a private road to serve those lots in the northwest corner of the site and to provide access to the remainder parcel. And the loop street within the senior neighborhood will also be a private street, and it is proposed to be gated. There are 3 parks within the project. The largest park is located just south of the main entry road along South State Street. It's a 2-acre neighborhood park. It would be privately owned and maintained, but publicly accessible. A public access easement would be recorded on it. It includes a tot lot and a grassy area for ball sports. There's also a 1/4-acre park within the senior neighborhood. It's referred to as Cottage Park. It has a barbecue and gathering facilities for the residents of the senior neighborhood. And the 3rd park is a linear park that provides a mid-block walkway through the 3 interior blocks, and it will show up a little better on the next slide. The tentative map also establishes a phasing plan for the project. There are 7 phases that would be developed, moving generally from east to west across the site. Next slide, please. So this slide presents the conceptual landscape plan for the project. Here you can really see the park, the neighborhood park adjacent to South State Street, the park in the senior neighborhood, and then that linear park that extends through the project. The project also includes a set of design guidelines which address the architectural style for the residences, establish a materials palette for exterior building materials, a color palette, provide guidance for landscaping, exterior lighting, and fencing, and also the design guidelines identify features of each of the park facilities. Next slide, please. The project includes an inclusionary housing plan. The approach towards inclusionary housing is basically to comply with the state density bonus law, and that exempts the project from the county's inclusionary housing ordinance. Under state density bonus law, senior citizen housing developments of 35 or more units are eligible for a density bonus, and they're not subject to affordability requirements. This project includes 39 senior units. The applicant has proposed that 10% of the remaining 132 units, or 13 units, be targeted for sale to moderate income households. And this too is consistent with state density bonus law affordability requirements. The affordable units would be scattered throughout the traditional neighborhood. They'll look like the other residences. The units are all 3-bedroom, 2-bath units with 2-car garages. The inclusionary housing agreement, which is in the restated DA, creates an obligation that starting in phase 3 or before, at the developer's choosing, the developer must provide at least 3 affordable units in each phase, and all of the affordable units must be completed by phase 6. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission's evaluation of the modified project included a detailed consistency analysis with local and countywide plans and policies. The project is in the planning area of the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. The modified project complies with policies calling for housing for a range of ages and income levels, for pedestrian circulation, for the efficient delivery of public water service, for integrated stormwater management practices, for addressing fire safety, oak tree preservation, and parkland dedications. As one of the largest housing developments approved in the county in the last 20 years, the project goes a long ways towards helping implement the county's housing element. It provides affordable housing, and it also helps to meet the needs of senior citizens who are identified as a special needs population in your housing element. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning consistency, the application requests approval of reductions in lot sizes, setbacks, and other development standards as a concession under the state density bonus law. The project also requires an administrative permit to authorize construction of single-family homes within the R3 zone. So on this slide, you'll see on the far right side, there's an area that has the R3 zoning designation, which is for multifamily. Mostly that area is comprised of the neighborhood park. However, there are a handful of residential lots in this zone, but because that area is also within the inner approach zone for the Ukiah Airport, the required findings to support an administrative permit allowing for the lower density housing within that zone can be made. Which is a good lead-in to an overview of the project's consistency with the Ukiah Municipal Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. Because of the site's proximity to the Ukiah Municipal Airport, the Airport Land Use Commission reviewed this project at a public hearing last December, and they determined that the project is consistent with the Ukiah Municipal Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. There is a requirement in the conditions of approval that the parcels that are within zones 2 and 3 have a covenant recorded on the deed alerting future property owners that their properties may be subject to noise and aerial overflights related to the airport. Lastly, the Planning Commission evaluated the project for consistency with the county's subdivision ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal County Code. That code establishes requirements for lot and block design configuration, site access and circulation, water supply, distribution, utilities, easements, drainages, walkways, parks and open space, homeowners association, etc. The Planning Commission found that the project with the state density bonus law concessions complied with the county subdivision ordinance, and the resolution that is presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval of the subdivision modifications, that's the resolution included as attachment 6 in your packet, includes findings of consistency with the subdivision ordinance and with all of the applicable planning policies that I just reviewed. The resolution approves all of the components of the modified project. That's the vesting tentative map, the density bonus and reductions in development standards, the design guidelines manual, the landscape plan, and the inclusionary housing plan. And these approvals would all be subject to modified conditions of approval that are included as an attachment to the resolution. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to move on to the restated development agreement for the Bella Vista subdivision. The most substantive provisions of the restated development agreement relate to the following. It establishes a 10-year term for the DA, and this is the term in which the approvals would be vested. It provides opportunities also for extension of that term. It authorizes a reduction in the building department's plan review fees for the master residential building plans, because there will be a set of plans that after the initial review will just be modified slightly as they go on. It requires recordation of a public access easement on the neighborhood park and establishes the homeowners association's maintenance obligations. It allows for phased submittal of subdivision improvement plans so that the infrastructure can be constructed in phases as the development moves eastward. It identifies the phasing requirements, addresses requirements for construction of off-site sidewalk improvements, and it includes the inclusionary housing agreement. The inclusionary housing agreement addresses how a list of qualified moderate income homebuyers will be generated, how the affordable sales price is established, and identifies the resale restrictions that will be put in place. Adoption of the restated development agreement must be done by ordinance rather than a resolution. Attachment 7 of your packet is an ordinance for adoption of the restated DA. Next slide, please. In order to approve the modified project and the restated DA, the board must make an environmental determination in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The board certified an environmental impact report for the Gardens Gate project back in 2009 and adopted a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for that project. In order to determine whether the certified Gardens Gate EIR is sufficient to address the modifications to the project, an environmental checklist was prepared, and that updated analysis was based on a number of new technical studies that the county required the applicant to provide, including an updated biological resource assessment, a wetlands delineation, tree inventory, an updated drainage report and stormwater control plan, an updated traffic analysis, an updated air quality and greenhouse gas assessment. Plus, the applicant was required to submit new will-serve letters from the Willow County Water District and the Ukiah Valley Sanitation District. The conclusions of the CEQA analysis prepared for the modified project were that there are no substantial changes in the project that would require major revisions to the EIR due to new significant effects. There are no substantial changes in the circumstances under which the project will be undertaken that would require major revisions to the EIR due to new significant environmental effects. And lastly, there is no new information showing that the project has significant effects that were not addressed in the EIR, or that there are mitigation measures different from those analyzed in the EIR that would mitigate significant environmental effects that the project applicant has declined to adopt. So, based on the analysis that was prepared for this project, the Planning and Building Services Director determined that an EIR addendum was the appropriate CEQA document. An addendum to the Gardens Gate EIR was prepared to document the analysis and the findings in the checklist and to identify minor changes to the EIR and mitigation measures that are necessary to address the modified project. So before you today is a resolution. It's attachment 5 in your staff report for adoption of the addendum to the Gardens Gate EIR and for adoption of the amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, there are 3 recommended actions today. The first is to adopt the resolution approving the addendum to the Gardenscape Final Environmental Impact Report and to approve an amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The second is to adopt a resolution approving an amended vested tentative map, that's subdivision modification 2020-0001, subject to conditions of approval and an amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program. That resolution also approves the density bonus and reductions and development standards per state density bonus law. It approves the modified design guidelines and preliminary landscape site plan and planting plan, and the administrative permit 2022-0034, and an inclusionary housing plan. The third action is to adopt an ordinance adopting section 21.04.030 of the Mendocino County Code and approving a restated development agreement for the Bella Vista subdivision. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and Director Krog and Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski and Special Counsel Bill Abbott are here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
So at this point, we're going to take questions from the public about the project. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to question or make a comment?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, this is the public's opportunity to comment on the project.
Right.
Yeah.
Good morning, Board, CEO Antle. My name is Johan Ramirez. I'm here as a member of the community. I live in Ukiah. I also work with one of our larger employers in the community. I wanted to come and express my deep interest in a project moving forward to increase housing within our very, very housing lacking community. One of the major barriers I have in recruitment of staff and physicians is really assuring that they're going to have a great place to land and raise their families. So as a independent member of this community, I wanted to really express my support for this moving forward. This is a very, very necessary part of our long-term growth in this community. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis, and staff. My name is Julie Beardsley. I am president of SEIU Local 1021, and I'm here to tell you that SEIU supports this this project. We understand that we need to grow our economy, and it's difficult to grow the economy without people, and people need places to live. I am a resident of that area, and I am very appreciative of the landscaping plans and the park and the roundabout. I think this is well thought out. We've seen a lot of low-income housing that's been built over the past few years, and what's really needed is homes for staff, for our employees, for people that work in the community and at the hospital. So I want to say we support this wholeheartedly, and I hope that this goes forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Gordy, CEO, and all the rest of you who I consider.
Martha, could you step a little closer?
Oh,
to the
I'm
mic?
sorry. You have heard me talk about this plan for a long time and the need for it. So as substantiated by other speakers, I think we've established that we definitely have a need in our community for this project. I also want to call out the competency that I saw with the Planning Commission when this was vetted before them. Linda Roofing spent probably an hour and a half on a much longer presentation to them. So there are many aspects in your packet that you saw that was totally explained and vetted by the Planning Commission. So I thought they did a very good job of asking questions, and so there were many items that I felt thoroughly explored. What we have here is Gillen Enterprises they've already proven themselves in our community. They built apartment houses on Main Street. They did an 8-unit small subdivision on Gobi Street. So they have been part of our community in the building aspect. We give them praise because they have stuck through this process. It has been tedious. And I would like to point out again, it's been 20 years since we've had any major development of this kind. And so to have Mr. Gillen and his team come to our community and bring this quality of construction and varied construction, it's the quality of this development that I want us to look at. The 55 and older designation not only allows places for seniors to live, but it frees up those like myself who are getting older and would like to move from a larger parcel into something that's less maintenance. So that allows then larger homes to be used for families. So we're doing two things here. You're building senior housing, but you're freeing up larger housing for families. So I say to you, it's time to approve this project as the other speakers have deemed that it's necessary. It is not only necessary to build this project, but it should be approved on the merits of affordability, design, amenities, and proven quality construction. Thank you.
I notice there's a Charlie Barris Street in the subdivision as well.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments?
Hi, I'm Jake Morley with the development team. Not a comment, but usually I get a little additional time, so if that clock might not run, that'd be okay. I'd like to just go over a couple things, and I received a letter this morning that I want to just make sure. Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Chair, just in terms of process, I think we went a little bit out of order and then we skipped the presentation of the applicant. I would suggest maybe at this time, that may be we may be able to stop the clock, give them the time that they would normally have for the full presentation.
Sure.
And then proceed that way.
Thank you. If I could just hand this to the clerk and she could pass it out, just some conditions I just like to make sure are internally consistent. I'll just briefly go over them because I really don't think much of them are anything to give a lot of time to. But number 33 there was already explained that we're losing 4 lots in the back of the subdivision, and if we're able to get those lots into the senior area, that the pavilion increases in size on that. Number 54 pertains to access on Gobelais. Some neighbors came out on Gobelais concerned about heavy equipment and access and operation from that. We just want to make it a little more loose. We acknowledge that we don't want to tear up Gobelais. In fact, half of Gobelais up to the fence is actually ours, so we don't want to tear up Gobelais, excuse me. But there's some improvements that need to happen. So heavy equipment access will come off of Main Street. But if we need to get in there with a backhoe, it just allows us to do that. 7.2 and 8.9, talking about an oversight committee or an oversight instrument like a CFD. Those are echoed throughout the entirety of the document, so I'm just catching those up. In the inclusionary housing agreement, it talks about at the sole discretion of the county, they may designate a group or a nonprofit to process the applicants for the affordable units. We just want to be at the table on that, on who they choose. We've been at the table with Bill Abbott and Linda Roofing's hiring, so we just want to continue to be in the conversation. Number 9, that was a hard line, and as a planner, my planner brain says 5 is 5, and so we just want some more flexibility on that, and actually probably increase a couple units in that R3 zone. If those 4 lots come out, we want to be able to shift them within that, so that I just wanted some flexibility, and I think that was in the resolution, so I just want to make sure. And out of the housing design guide manual, increase the square footage on the homes, because we're still kind of playing with those, and we have a builder online now, and they bring a different product than we do, so I just want to give them some flexibility. I don't really, if you have questions on those, please interrupt. This morning I received a letter from Supervisor Jurdy. There's 5 points to it. I'm assuming everyone got a copy of it. Generally, no problem with any of them, but I have some execution issues, if you will. There's only so many trees, large trees, on the approved list, so if I could just have some more flexibility to allow our landscape designer to incorporate appropriate trees, no problem there. The reduce of sidewalks and install root guards and reduce the landscaping from 3.6 to 5.6. Generally, I'm fine with that. In fact, I like a wider landscape strip. I'm kind of anti-root guards. I'm a past arborist. The best thing you can actually do is over-excavate the soil, till that up. Those landscape strips, they get walked on, they get parked on, they get compacted, so no matter what kind of root guard you do, those roots will just stay in that top area and ultimately kill the tree. So if install root guards can say over-excavation of landscape area, we'll probably get a bigger bang for your buck. The only thing on number 3 about utilities is if we can just have some flexibility, because I need to talk to PG&E, and PG&E has their own rules, but generally I'm under the impression we can put the vaults in sidewalks, no big deal. Number 4 is a condition of the California Building Code. I'm under the impression that that's just part of law, and the social sidewalk is also no big deal. The trouble I have with changing standards is I have staff members that says that I have to do things by standards. So if by the board's blessing, if those standards can be modified and then still accepted by those staff members, then I'm totally fine with it. The trouble I have is that on an east-west, from the front of the project to the back, I'm looking at 33 feet. If I do all those things, the reduction or the increased width of landscape and the 1 foot, so that's about 33 feet, and in north-south, it's 12. I would like to see if we can take that actually out of the roadway, because then we actually reduce the roadway width, which also reduce speeds of cars, brings the houses closer to the street, but then I can still make what I believe is a more viable pedestrian-friendly project. So if I could just get that latitude flexibility, I think all those things kind of work out. Other than that, I have nothing else.
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, as far as the building materials, because we're dealing with, higher density and also, the urban wildlands interface on the west side of the project. Mm-hmm. So are you considering, siding that will be detriment or, not conducive to fire spread?
Yeah, resistant.
Right.
Fire resistant. I'm not the builder. I'll probably defer that direct thing to the Christoffersons, but every home will have a sprinkler system as required under the new building code. Setbacks are in line with the building code setbacks, so we did ask for a reduction there. And I believe materials will be somewhat resistant, but I'll defer to those guys. They know more than I do on that.
Also, are there solar panels included in these houses?
Every home is required by, in 2020. It's another solar panels for every single family home, including seniors.
Supervisor Williams.
I understand you found a way to get around the county's inclusionary housing policy, and I commend you for that. I think the state standard is adequate. If you had to follow the counties, would this project be going forward?
No.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'll look to council on this. I don't know if we're able to give feedback, but I would support a reduced road standard or widths. I think, as you said, they would reduce speeding in the neighborhood, which would be beneficial for children and everyone in the neighborhood.
Associated with the things you request.
Supervisor Hashtag?
Well, I could certainly agree to that, too. Another question is transit. And so MTA will be available for that community.
Correct. There's actually about 3 stops right there.
Okay, very good.
And just to go further, we're actually have a pedestrian connectivity from our project through the roundabout to Plant Road and then to a bus shelter. So there'll be a new curb gutter sidewalk to that shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulheron?
Thank you. I actually watched the Planning Commission meeting, so I feel pretty up to speed on this project, not only having lived in the community and understanding. I appreciate Supervisor Jurdy's memo and the developer's ability to be flexible on those things. And I wanted to just note that the city of Ukiah could potentially build phase 4 of the Great Redwood Trail that would take a walking and biking path right to Plant Road, and also give access to this community for more recreational and health activities. So I appreciate the opportunities that will be given to the families that might be able to move into this housing development. And of course, for our professional level staff that have been seeking housing, and for, I think, all employers in Mendocino County, the opportunity to be able to hire staff.
Okay, we're still in the public comment phase of the hearing. Is there, are you done, sir?
Good morning, Board. My name is Doug Gillen, President of Gillen Inc. Companies. I'd like to thank Linda, Julia, County Council, Jake, for working diligently to put together what I think is a much improved plan from the Garden Gate subdivision. And I thank you for your patience and willingness to work with our company. I think if it was up to Linda, Jake would be president of Gillen Inc. Companies, and I probably couldn't disagree with that. But again, thank you for working. Assuming the board approves our project today, we move to the next critical stage, which is developing a production building program in Ukiah. And towards that end, Gillen Inc. Companies has formed a partnership with Christopherson Homes, who's in the audience today. Keith, Brenda, and Amy Christopherson are here. They have been instrumental in helping us develop a plan and develop housing plans that meet your market. Our passion is to put people in homes. Our passion is to build affordable homes for seniors and for, as Charlie Barr would say, the working man. That's what we intend to do. We have challenges in that. As you all know, the market has changed dramatically in the last year. So we're going to have to adapt to those changes. But I can tell the board and the audience out there, we will do everything within our power to bring in a project to this community that we all can be proud of. So thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully you approve this project. Is there any questions I could, if you have any questions about the building, I could have Keith come up or Brenda.
We'll have an opportunity for questions after we close the public hearing from the supervisors. But thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Are there any more public comments?
Through the chair, if I may, Kim Saylor, Deputy Clerk of the Board, we do have an online comment.
Okay, so I understand Dr. Andy Corin is on the line.
Thank you very much, CEO Antle, Chair McGurty, and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to have some input. I haven't really closely followed this project. I am thrilled and enthusiastic supporting it. I am actually a neighbor living on Oak Knoll Road, and I'm happy to see more housing for our county. We desperately need it for the growth of our county. I did want to raise a couple of questions from an environmental climate point of view that I wonder if it has been considered, and if not, if there's still time to consider it. I'm very happy that there has been consideration for solar, fire resistance, the open spaces, and access to transportation. The questions that I have relate to the building and the amount of insulation for each building, because heat in particular is a growing problem, and insulation does help protect our communities from that. Roofing as well, the reflectivity of the roofing and of course the fire resistance of roofing are very important. And then thinking about landscape, the water use would be important. So these are questions that I don't know if they've already been answered. And if they have, I'm sorry I haven't been more involved in this process, but I wanted to raise that as concerns. So thank you very much. And again, I'm very supportive of adding housing to our community, and it looks like the work has been top-notch so far. So thank you.
Any more public comment or response from the project managers?
I could just quickly go if on those questions. It's an all-electric subdivision, so we're not using any gas, so that's probably the best design there. The installation will meet the current California Building Code standards, which are constantly being upgraded and more restricting. I can't remember the other notes he mentioned, but landscape is, thank you, is AB 1881 compliant. I don't like landscaping personally, a guy who has to mow his lawn all the time, so grass is where it should be in the neighborhood park where people can play. The front will be drip irrigation, low water use plants with top coverings on top of that. Thank you.
Any further public comment? If there is no further public comment, I think we can close the hearing. Okay, now supervisor questions, comments.
I don't have a question, but I was going to move the recommended action amended for Supervisor Jurdy's memo and including the responses provided by the applicant. And then a comment, I'm also excited to see this. You know, my only concern with this project is the amount of regulation. There's too many rules here, and I think it points at the housing shortage really being created by policy makers. So I'm thrilled that the applicant made it to the finish line.
Councilor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If that's the direction the board would like to go, I'd ask if maybe staff will need a little bit of time to get some of these documents together. You know, the board could give direction to staff to bring this back as modified to reflect the comments in Supervisor Jurdy's memo.
I actually have some comments as well that may want to incorporate. So, Supervisor Williams, anything else to say before we go?
When would those come back? This afternoon? Or after a short break?
It depends a little bit on how extensive it's going to be. We might be able to get this done this afternoon. If not, it might have to be a consent on a future agenda. We also, I may look to Mr. Godrowski here, but we might need a little bit more specifics on some of the language as we're capturing board direction.
I'm hopeful that we can somehow get it done today. I'm willing to stay late.
Okay. All right, so I just want to make a couple comments, and coming from the point of view of someone who spent his life working with plants, the proposed list of plants really, I don't think, are appropriate for most of Mendocino County's climate. They would be the kind of plants you'd find in a Carolinian forest in the Midwest or the northern South. So I suspect they were in a CAD program that the architect just plopped on there. So the list should really be revised to reflect that we live in a Mediterranean climate. So we should have plants that can take heat and dryness much better than the species that are on there. And you know, looking through the package, there actually is a condition 30-Exhibit E, which says submittal of landscaping or irrigation plans will need review from either PBS or Department of Transportation, and I'd also recommend UC Cooperative Extension, because I know that someone like Mike Jones who knows trees could really help a lot in there. And the importance of this is we want to plant a landscape that's going to stay together and grow for many years, and a lot of those plants won't make it. So things like red maples are totally inappropriate, and hackberries are not native to the West Coast. I mean, they talk about them giving out in Colorado, so they certainly wouldn't make it across the desert here into our landscape. So I'd recommend a kind of revision of the plans that reflect things that grow well here, and in the long run will probably be cheaper because a lot of the plants that are specified are kind of odd. We don't find them here in our nurseries. The other thing is I have some questions about water. And it's probably in the report, but I couldn't find it. So how many acre feet of water are we figuring are going to be used by this subdivision?
Thank you for that question. I need to pull up the analysis that was completed previously, so it'll take me a couple minutes here.
Okay. While you're doing that, I will also make a comment that it would be really great if we, at least for the parks, and it's relatively easy to do now, is to pre-plumb it for recycled water or purple pipe, because we can see that really extends our water supply in the Ukiah Valley, and the city of Ukiah has made a tremendous commitment to recycled water, and is probably going to be recycling close to a quarter of what they use for landscaping, and it's pretty cheap to put in when you're building the project, at least for the park especially. And if you have main lines put in place for that, and at least the long, narrow walkway park, that's a potential major savings in water that would allow us to recycle water into landscaping. And the reason I'm concerned about water is because we have a water situation now in the Ukiah Valley with changes in our water supply. We don't know what's going to happen with transfer Eel River water, which means we may be more reliant on groundwater, which I believe Willow Water is using. And just we want to be sure that we've got an adequate water supply. I know there's a will serve letter, but I'm curious as chair of the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, what does the water situation look like? Supervisor Williams.
Well, at 200 gallons per day, we'd be looking at less than a fifth of an acre foot per year. Can we sustain that?
200 gallons per day, that's low. I think based on historic use of Ukiah Valley water, but so at 200 gallons, I ran the calcs on it, and I figured it was somewhere between 60 and 120 acre feet, depending upon how extravagant people were with water. Supervisor Jurdy.
So this is maybe a question perhaps for Supervisor Mulhern, who's probably the area expert on the city of Ukiah's Purple Pipe project, but just looking at aerial picture, it's essentially across the highway from the city of Ukiah's wastewater plant and their source of the Purple Pipe. It does seem that at least the park and some of the other irrigation could be supplied by that. But you'd have a better sense of that project than I do.
Yeah, the city of Ukiah has been very successful in receiving grants, and I actually was thinking about, as Supervisor McGorty mentioned, that they've recently received a grant to bring the recycled water, which is currently, yes, at those ponds there right across the highway, and it has gone all the way up to the softball fields, but they're going to bring it under the highway and up Rush Street and then Low Gap Road. So I think getting recycled water to this type of project would be a great partnership with the city of Ukiah for the developer.
It's probably going to be some time. The sewage treatment plant where they recycle water is not very far, but it's expensive to put piping in, so I wouldn't expect service to be there for some time, especially since it's outside of city limits. But it's something you can pre-plan, and if you have the pipe in place, it makes it much, much easier when you have all the trenches open than much later trying to come in and retrofit. And it would just, as someone who used to be a landscape contractor, it's smart because pipe is cheap compared to digging up streets.
Yeah.
Supervisor Williams.
Chair, what was your estimate?
60 to 120 acre feet to supply the built-out.
Yeah, so I had a typo in the formula. At 200 a day, we're looking at about 42 acre feet per year.
Okay. Yes, question.
Chair McGorty, this is Linda Roofing. So the applicant, in order for Willow County Water District to provide the will serve letter. They required the applicant to fund a study that was prepared under their direction, which was a water supply verification that looked at Willow's existing water, their existing water demands, future water demands, and the projected demands associated with this project. They estimated that the total usage, it's all done in million gallons per year, but the total usage for the project was estimated at 27.77 million gallons per year, which is the equivalent of, I think, about 85 acre feet.
Okay, if you divide by 325,000, that'll tell you how many acre feet it is, if someone has a calculator. But that sounds in the ballpark. I just, I'm a little bit concerned with sort of the change of our water status that's going on right now. I want to be sure that we don't come up dry for anybody. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I don't think we would get to this stage and then say, well, you did everything, but you're not going to build because
No,
we're
we're not
worried
gonna do
about
that,
water,
no.
right? But I share the concern about water. I think that's why the county needs to be investing in long-term water infrastructure.
Okay, well, that seems to be in the ballpark, because I said 60 to 120, depending upon, what kind of plants went in, what kind of irrigation systems. So that's the equivalent of, okay, so if we went with 80 acre feet, that's the equivalent of about 160 acres of vineyard, which in the grand scheme of things, that's very doable.
Chair?
Yes.
Can you propose language that council could incorporate? I'd like to amend my motion to include vegetation that won't die. But I don't want to create any hardship for the applicant.
No,
either.
it's actually already written into the language. We don't really have to make any changes. They're supposed to submit a final landscape plan, and I'm sure they're not going to plant things that aren't going to grow. There's no sense to it, and they have cooperative help here locally that won't cost them anything to generate a plant list of adapted plants, and that's what I would encourage. Yes.
If I may just clarify, Julia Krog. So I just want to note that the developer had worked off of, it's a mixed use guidelines for, with a tree planting list. So it may be something that you see our department bring forward in the future to make that more up to date, because I think they were working off of that list. And so it sounds like those may not have regionally appropriate plants on it. But what we can do, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, I heard it was the UC cooperative extension. Was there an additional agency that you had commented in there?
DOT is also recognized as, in the language, as someone you can go to for landscaping information, and I'm sure DOT is mostly concerned about anything that interacts with water and streets.
Thank you.
I have no further comments.
I have a question for County Council. What specifically of Supervisor Jurdy's memo needs to be included in the, are you including it in the resolution, or what's the challenge?
I was going to ask maybe if Mr. Grudowski could sort of walk through some of the questions we might have as to specifics, and then we can prepare something and come back.
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just to clarify, I wanted to make sure that staff and I have everything we need to come back with a red line, and that we talked a little bit about trees. We talked a little bit about there's issues that were raised about root guards. There was issues raised about, there was one or two more things in there. It's just making sure that we had direction from a majority of the board on those issues and other issues raised by the developer before we go back and create some red lines for you.
So, a comment from the development team, or?
Mr. Chair, if I may, my name's Kevin Doble with Lake Associates. I'd like to maybe give some clarification to the purple pipe question.
So what I would recommend is stubbing out the ability to have a separate landscape water system that's not tied into the potable water system. And it'd be very easy for the park, because I imagine that's close to where the water comes in. And it just makes sense to stub it out. So you've got purple pipe available and already in place, so you're not digging up streets and roads to, at least for the major landscape areas, to be able to deliver eventually purple pipe.
So from a technical standpoint, your concern is with having to dig up the sidewalk or the street between State Street and the park area?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that, and I've encountered this multiple times in many developments, one of the issues with pre-plumbing right now for Purple Pipe is that the standards are continuing to evolve and they change. So you may end up having to go to a large expense to install that Purple Pipe system now, only to realize 10 years ago, 10 years later, the standards have changed and you have to dig it up and replace it anyway. What we typically do is we plan for it. We do the space planning to make sure that space is available for it. If there are easy connections or there are conduits we could put under a sidewalk, let's say adjacent to State Street, I think that's an easy thing to do. But to pre-plumb all of the landscaping for the project with Purple Pipe, it may not be an appropriate action at this time.
So when you design the irrigation system, will you have a separate meter and water feed for it?
Yes, that will all be metered separately. So the connection could happen at that point if it were to be for landscaping. That's for the public landscaping though, not the individual.
And that's all I'm
properties.
talking about. I'm not talking about for individual houses. That's a pretty heavy lift. It's pretty easy to sort of plan in advance for delivering the water for the park because it's probably close to the point of connection.
Yeah, I think today though, at this stage in the game, it hasn't been designed. We'd create some space for it. But to be able to give a definitive answer, I think we're prescribing something that may or may not be feasible and will only add additional cost and burden to the project.
So you have the opportunity when you start to submit your landscape plans again, and if you think it through and it's something that is not going to be a big problem, you can do it at that time. I would not make it a condition of the of the development, but it's just a recommendation as we see the trend in water. You've done a lot of things in the project that are very environmentally friendly, like solar and more insulation and such, and it's one of those things to think about.
Well, I appreciate the recommendation. I think that might be acceptable. We're always looking for the most beneficial way to and most responsible way to approach these projects. And as we get into the design, we'll always be taking looks at those kind of things.
Okay.
Appreciate the recommendation. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Chair, could we show staff that there's majority support for the motion and the changes proposed, so that when they come back, they have some assurance that it's in line with where we stand?
Straw poll?
Yeah, I'm in support, and I'm just wondering if you're looking for, so as mentioned by the applicant in relation to Supervisor Jurdy's memo, over excavation might actually be a preferred method. I think that the intent would be to have healthier, stronger trees, and I'm fine with that. Is that what you're looking for? Very specific?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, to the extent there were other issues raised, just making sure they were sticking with the Jurdy memo, if there were thoughts or responses to what was raised by the applicant.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I thought that the applicant's response incorporated the intention of the memo and that we could include those. So a narrower road is also agreeable with me as suggested by Supervisor Jurdy. And I didn't hear anything from the applicant that would make me disagree with what they had proposed. We coordinate the two items, I suppose.
And if I may, Supervisor Mulheron, I believe that there may be a representative from transportation on Zoom. I don't know if you want to hear from them regarding reducing the roadway standard at all, or if the board would just like to move forward.
I see no hands raised on Zoom, and so if there is somebody on Zoom that would like to speak on the subject, I think that would be great. And I'm not sure, would you like Director DeShiel to weigh in? He is on Zoom.
If he is available, it might be helpful.
Can we try to bring Director DeShiel in as a panelist, please?
I promoted him.
Thank you.
While we're waiting.
Go ahead.
Question for the chair. If it'd be amenable, maybe county council and staff could be, between now and when they bring it back this afternoon, could simply meet with the applicant to clarify the language so everybody's happy with the language when it comes back?
That's a good suggestion.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, with that, doing the developer proposed changes at today's meeting as well, does the board have any direction on those in particular or want to discuss?
I support the applicant's proposed changes. I hope that can be incorporated.
Yes?
Sorry. I have Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I have one concern with the proposed changes that I just felt like I should voice with you. And that is in regards to, it's on the second page of what the developer handed, Exhibit D, Inclusionary Housing Agreement, Section 16. And this is talking about the amendment that the developer seeks is talking about them working with the county on determining a nonprofit organization that would essentially help with administering the inclusionary housing agreement. And I have some concerns because the county, when we do this contract, we are intending to actually do that for multiple funds. So it is not just for this one project. It would also be looking to do that for our inclusionary housing trust fund, as well as funds that we've received from Lakewood Homes. So my concern is it's not common to have the developer with a seat at the table in selecting who that contractor is for administering that program, and noting that that program would be larger than just this one specific project. And then with the other changes underneath Article 7 in the development agreement, this is page 1, and it's just adding that other oversight instrument in the 2 different paragraphs. And staff would just want to note that that should include other oversight instrument as approved by the county at its sole discretion. So making sure that the county has that authority to determine what the mechanism is.
Director DeShiel is live and in person.
Yes. Director Shield, if you'd like to talk about the proposal to narrow the road slightly to accommodate tree growth a little better.
Of Transportation. Unfortunately, you know, I've been sitting in the hallway for the next item, and the sound doesn't work on the television, so I've just been watching for my item to come up. I might also add, I haven't looked at these development plans for months. You know, my department was solicited for comments over the last 2 years, so I'm not up to speed on the details. I wasn't prepped for this meeting. So if you want to give me some details right now, you can, or you can send us a way to look over details. But I don't have a comment without getting read in on what's going on.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Director DeShiel. I think it would be great if the developer, Director DeShiel, and County Council could meet with staff, and then we'll have it come back later this afternoon.
That workable? Okay. All right, so Councilor Curtis, comments or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just with respect to Director Krog's comments, I wanted to make sure we got the board's direction as to whether I wanted to incorporate the requested changes that the department has to the requested changes that the developer had.
Supervisor Williams.
I support Director Krog's additions.
Supervisor Hasjack.
And we're talking about Section 16 specifically. I agree with that.
If I may just clarify, it's Section 16 would be essentially not accepting what the director or the developer has proposed, and then it would be under Article 7, 7.2 and 8.9 with modified language as recommended by staff.
Okay, does anybody disagree with that position? Supervisor Mulhern.
I don't wholly disagree, but I do, I do think that having conversations with the developer about the selection would be important. I understand where staff is coming from with other projects being incorporated. I also think that it has been decades since we've had housing, and if somebody has come to our community that is prepared and knowledgeable and might provide us with some feedback, I think we should take that feedback.
I agree. Not all nonprofit housing producers are the same.
I'm concerned too for someone who's investing a huge amount of money to have conditions put on them kind of at the last second. I just want to be sure that there's a feedback loop in there that that is reasonable.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, we could look at some language that might be workable, like just different verbiage, consult perhaps, and we'll bring that back to the board.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I believe that this decision would also be happening following some sort of selection, potential competitive process by the county staff, and then coming to the board for a public process. And at that time, there would be an opportunity for input from developers or other members of the public to address that. And you could rely on that as your mechanism to make sure that you're getting the input without necessarily singling out one particular developer as the person will have unusual input in the selection process.
So it's kind of baked into the system, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any last comments or questions for staff or the on this before we move on?
Mr. Chair, I just wondered if you wanted to time it for when we return at 1:30 specifically, and look towards staff if they think that they can accomplish that.
Mr. Chair, I might ask if we would be able to do it after the budget item this afternoon, just because Mr. Kudrowski and Director DeShiel are on the next item, so that would only leave the lunch break, I believe, for them to work on their part.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, we don't have, I think, a specific time when that might be, though. It might just be more challenging. But, okay.
Could we just pick a time, even if we're starting the budget at 1:30, could we just say, but we're going to come back to this, say, at 3 o'clock, and then if we have to, we'll revisit the budget later?
Would that work?
That timing works for staff.
Okay. Mr. DeShiel, does that work for you? Okay. Hopefully it won't take too long. So with that, we're going to move on. We'll revisit this item a little bit later in the day to wrap it up, because I think that's a good plan to basically get this off everyone's desk and move forward. So we'll continue with our agenda for now. All right, so now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4B, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution designating certain portions of the community of Caspar as underground utility district number 11, the Caspar area. And this is sponsored by Transportation. And clerk, has notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay.
Chair McGordy, sorry to interrupt if I may. Can we take a break for staff, please?
Yes, we can. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break. All right, it's 11:17 and we're back in session, and we just started to open the public hearing. And clerk, we have established proper notice? Okay, are there
Proper
any...
notice has been established.
Oh, sorry, okay. Is there any correspondence or telephone calls associated with this item?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll turn it over to staff.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, boarders, it's afternoon now. I guess it's afternoon.
morning.
Okay. Oh, it's still morning. Okay. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. So I know that the board's had a busy morning and a lot on the agenda. These underground districts, and the one before you today at Caspar was the next in line after Guawalla. Admittedly, it's been 15 years, but there were a lot of other things that sort of slowed down the process, but we're glad to be finally getting this long-awaited underground utility district going forward, number 11. I assume that means that this board's already done 10. And the notice public hearing was, and the proper notice was established, but I just thought I'd let you know that the department has had communication with the community over the last decade. We did go over and meet with the Community Service District at their normal board meeting last month, and that our project manager, Jason Wise, did send letters to all the affected parties. So we've gone above and beyond in notice. You have the map before you, but just briefly, and the agenda item, this is a traditional Rule 20A underground project. Its purpose is beautification in the main community areas of a community, so it's for your downtown. And, we're excited to do it. We do think it'll improve the views in Caspar, and I think the community is generally supportive. That's probably because you didn't get comments. Typically, if the community's not in support, you'd be getting comments. And with that, I'll just take questions from the board, and that's all I have for a presentation.
Are there questions from board members about this proposed project? So in terms of timeline, what can we expect?
Well, PG&E has still indicated that because of their financial situation and everything that's been going on with their company, that this project probably won't happen on the ground for at least 7 years. But we will probably see, obviously what you do today keeps us active in the program. There has been a application by the utility company to the CPUC to eliminate Rule 20A projects. And so it definitely gets us in the queue so that this one will happen, because if you're active, you don't get cut off. But that's pretty much the timeline and why we do need to act. So.
Other questions or comments? Okay.
I'll just say that I've heard people in Caspar talking about this since before I was elected supervisor in 2012.
All right. Are there any comments from the general public in the room or questions? Is there anybody online?
Mr. Chair, Judy Charbel is online.
Okay. Go ahead, Judy, unmute yourself.
Say, talk. Hello, hi, this is Judy Tarbell, and I want to express my deep gratitude to Mr. Doshi, who has just pulled through, and really now it's going to happen. And it's been a long slog, and I think that undergrounding these wires will just make a tremendous difference to the atmosphere of the town and actually the health as well. Because when those wires are in the ground, the amount of EMFs that come off is considerably diminished. So thank you very, very much. I guess I'm going to keep holding my breath until it really happens. And then there will be a big celebration. So thank you very much, Mr. Dashiell. And also all the electrical and telephone people. Big job.
Okay. If there's no further comments online or in the room, then I think we can close the public hearing. Board members. Supervisor Drury, go
I'd like
ahead.
to move the recommended action, which is adopt the resolution designating certain portions of the community of Caspar as underground utility district number 11, and authorize chair to sign same.
Second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion among board members on this subject? Okay, if not, we'll call for the vote.
Chair McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Gertie,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Supervisor Chair McGordy, I would recommend that you go to Supervisors Reports, and then if we have to, we break early for lunch before you start the next item. I don't believe County Council's ready to come back on the prior item, and then once you get into the budget conversation, you may want to have some more time.
Okay, that sounds good. So supervisor reports. Anything, Supervisor Drury?
Well, just briefly, at the Snow Clean Power meeting, first good news. As I mentioned earlier, the rates are now definitively more than 5% below the rates that PG&E is charging. So there are some customers who get their power sourced from PG&E in addition to having their power lines. But for those 90+% of us who are getting our power source, Snow Clean Power, the rates are now substantially, at least 5% below the rates that PG&E charges. And another thing is we've been hearing for some time now about in southern Humboldt, northern Mendocino, that PG&E is not agreeing to connect new customers. The word has been spreading in certain areas of the Bay Area, even in San Francisco and Oakland. There's some properties that are not being served, and there's some troubling concerns about the financial viability of PG&E that apparently, we're trying to track it down, but it's believed that PG&E said at a public meeting in San Francisco, or in the Bay Area, I should say, that they're having difficulty securing financing to make those upgrades to their the grid system. And so we're trying to understand how do you have a public utility, PG&E, that's guaranteed every dollar it spends, it gets another 8 or 10 cents profit on everything it spends? How could it be so financially strapped or such a poor credit risk that institutions aren't willing to make it a loan? So it's kind of troubling to think that it's gotten to that. And so there's now some bills introduced in the legislature that are trying to understand the financial viability of PG&E before we hear, worst case scenario, a year from now or 2 years from now, that they're in bankruptcy number 3. And part of the issue that we understand is that because they still have the ongoing liability with the victims of the 2017 fires, and that they haven't paid that yet, and normally a public utility like PG&E would just issue new stock. But if they do that, they could be diluting the value of the stock they have and the company in that payout. So I think the state's probably going to have to intervene in some way, and I think it does pose a potential scenario is what happens if PG&E fails a third time. They're all the easy tactics that they had at their disposal, they probably exhausted those in bankruptcies 1 and 2. So their options in bankruptcy 3 would be much worse. And I think what we could see as a scenario is 2-3 years down the road that some of the community choice aggregates, such as Snow Clean Power, Marin's equivalent, they've become financially very solvent in the years. At our last meeting, we learned that we've actually achieved reserves now equal to 9 months of operating expenses. By comparison, the county of Mendocino has 3 weeks of operating expenses in reserves. Sonoma Clean Power has 9 months of operating expenses in reserve. So it's very financially solvent. And if there was a bankruptcy, maybe it's time for a breakup of PG&E and let the community choice aggregates, which have become fairly solvent, to grow into becoming full public utilities, just like the city of Ukiah's utility is a full utility maintaining the power lines. It would be a tremendous transformation of an organization like Sonoma Clean Power to go to maintaining power lines. But I think it kind of begs the question, if PG&E can't function at a high level, why should it continue to exist?
It's very, very provocative issues there. And when you think about Humboldt County having just recently offshore lease for wind power, and the PG&E can't provide power south of Fortuna, you sort of wonder, how are you going to get that electricity, that the gigawatts that they want to generate, how is that going to get distributed? So, good discussion.
Again, their credit rating is so bad that apparently the cost of borrowing for them is just extraordinarily high, and maybe people just don't want to loan them money.
Supervisor Williams.
I'll save my comments for the budget discussion.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I'll submit my report in writing at the next meeting. Thank you.
And Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, we had a economic development ad hoc couple meetings in the last couple weeks, and I think there will be a agenda item proposing a standing committee that will come on April 25th. So hope everyone's ready for that. And I was also involved, or I represented Mendocino County on the Area Agency on Aging. And in that, there was a recommendation from the state about 6 months ago that we have a full time ombudsman dealing with, you know, senior issues, senior congregate living situations. And so I really appreciate that agency that was able to work it through, and certainly Becky Emery, Stephen White over in Social Services, and their help in making this happen, because it will cost Mendocino County about $40,000 extra to provide this ombudsman. It's in collaboration with Lake County. So that will be happening. I think it's to provide better services and oversight into the senior conditions in our counties.
Okay, thank you. So just to a question or comment?
A question, will that be paid for through some sort of reimbursement by the state?
My understanding is that Social Services has the capacity to deal with it.
So I guess I would like it to come back if it's using general fund. If not, I support it.
Just a quick comment on the Standing Committee for Economic Development. The reason we're doing it is at the suggestion of County Councilor Curtis, who says that we probably are going beyond what an ad hoc can do with the multiple functions of economic development in the county, and that's part of what I want to sit down with CEO Antle and kind of figure out exactly what all are we doing, because we have a lot of different programs that we could call economic development, whether it's housing or business development or tourism. So we need to kind of organize ourselves a little bit so that we kind of recognize who's out there. And we also with West Company convened a couple of hearing sessions, one on the coast and one in the interior, and got quite a lot of feedback from the business community. It's very supportive of the county having a role, and it's necessary for some of the grant monies that are going to be distributed by the federal government and the state. So that's part of the reason why we're looking at a standing committee. It's not because we think we need another standing committee. It's a commitment of time and work for our clerk staff. But we'll hear more about that when the item comes forward on the 25th. So with that, what's the pleasure of the CEO, in terms of us taking a lunch break and coming back, what would you like?
Certainly, I would recommend we take a lunch break, and if you're looking for an hour and a half, we could come back at 1.
Board?
I'm good with 12:30. What
Hour?
does staff need? Yeah.
12:30, okay?
Yeah.
All right, 12:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We'll adjourn until 12:30. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 12:30, and we are considering agenda item 4B, notice public hearing, discussion, and possible action, including adoption or resolution designating certain portions of the, oops, sorry, we did that. Okay, agenda item 4C, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding a presentation of Mendocino County's preliminary fiscal year 2023 through 2024 budget. Executive Office, CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair McGordy, members of the board. We are in the early stages of developing the fiscal 23-24 budget and gathering information. We are just off of 3 days of budget conferences, 3 full long days, Wednesday through Friday of last week. So we've put together today what we derived from that meeting and some talking points for you. When I say it's early in the budget development, it's early because we're starting to see numbers. The team, the fiscal teams, the department heads really began working on the budget as soon as we closed the last year. It's an ongoing process and really takes a lot of effort and hard work from the departments. I would like to report the state of California last reported $25 billion deficits. We expect the May revise to have revisions and negative impacts. The County of Mendocino is not faring so well either. Declines in TOT, sales tax, supplement property tax, and cannabis business tax. A few other areas are impacted in revenues as well, but we are fleshing those out further as we go. IT and the assessor's office have some good news to share, which wasn't available at time of putting this information together for you today. They will be talking about that shortly. The county voters passed sales tax measures to fund libraries and general tax of approximately $4.2 million for fire response and preparedness, which is wonderful, and it shows the community's appreciation for literacy and fire response preparedness. Fiscal year 23-24 is looking at a tough road. Increases in costs due to inflation and declining in purchases and supplies in our community. The County of Mendocino must right-size its budget. The state-funded programs must stay within the state-funded allocations. General fund dollars should be used for county services. Using county dollars for state-required services leaves the county short on supplying core county services. There are many valuable projects in the community that impact the county and staff funding. As the budget for 23-24 is developed, core mandated services must be put first in consideration for funding. We are down in revenues, and if you look at, there's about $74 million in discretionary revenue. 50 of that at this point is being asked for by our public safety departments. BOS, Board of Supervisors, Assessor, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Auditor, Controller, Admin, Administration, Facilities, Ag, other departments are left with $24 million. Today, as this is the initial information just gathered last Wednesday through Friday in budget conferences, the team is looking for any policy direction, fiscal goals, and priorities. I do look forward to working with this board on a fiscal policy into the future, which sets forth guidances for balanced budget performance, budgetary control policies, revenue policies, fund balance and revenue reserve policies, operating budget policies, capital improvements. Some of these policies are already in place and are mentioned in our budget book, but they are not gathered in one place and probably have not been reviewed in total by a Board of Supervisors in a very long time. So I'm hopeful that we can move forward with the financial policies into the future. At this point, I'll turn it over to Tim Holman, Acting Deputy CEO.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Chair McGordy, County Council Curtis, CEO Antle. Thank you for that introduction. Before you today, we do have the introduction here for our presentation. I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next slide. You've read this slide already. Mendocino County, as CEO Antle has stated, is looking at being challenged for the upcoming 23-24 fiscal year, and our projections are also showing that the following fiscal year will see similar challenges. This is our first year that we have used zero-based budgeting amongst the general fund departments in order to develop the budget. In many cases, the staff have produced their budgets in the same that they have done before because they were already doing so much of this work, just because that is what we have been demanding of the offices in the last few years in order to make sure that our contracts are in line, our 2000 series, which is our general expenses, that those have been kept down. So moving into this wasn't too laborious for most of the offices. And today we just so happen to have child support services here, and we were hoping that maybe we could have them walk you through what they had presented to both the ad hoc and to the executive office for their presentation on their zero-based budget this year, just to show the differences that we would normally have had before. It used to be that we would assign them a net county cost ahead of time, and they would fulfill that budget by backing into it. In this particular instance, their budget shows what they are calling for their core services, and then what they consider discretionary items that the board can choose to either fund or not to fund. And I'd like to go ahead and turn this over to Robin Heller and Sarah Eggleston from Child Support, and I'll have them share their screen, and they can walk through their presentation for you. And if you have any questions, of course, at any time, just let us know. Thank you.
Chair McGorty, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. I'm Robin Heller with Department of Child Support Services. And yeah, is that better? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to start with just sharing some of what our mission is. We're here to serve the children and their families of Mendocino County by establishing and enforcing child support orders and parentage in a fair and equitable manner. How do we fit into the county's strategic plan? Under a thriving economy, we establish, modify, and enforce and collect child support and health orders for Mendocino County families. For case participants receiving TANF, which is cash aid, the first $100 to $200 collected is passed on directly to the families, which is an increase from $50 in the previous years. We, under a safe and healthy county, we've established and enforce medical support orders for children, which includes health insurance. Under an effective county government, we locate absent parents and resolve parentage for children who are born to unwed couples. We provide genetic testing services at no cost to the county or county residents, and in certain circumstances, we can negotiate debt reduction to help alleviate some of the old-time welfare arrears that were accrued under a different way of doing things, and so people have an opportunity to resolve their debt for at a much reduced rate. So we've also under a prepared and resilient county, we do respond to emergency service workers as assigned, but we have also, during our tech refresh, have decided to replace all of our desktop computers with laptops. So in the event of an emergency, everybody is prepared, can pick up and go and work from home or from wherever need be, like we all experienced during COVID. As far as diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, we have bilingual Spanish customer service and outreach. We have a Spanish-speaking lead child support specialist who acts as a paralegal and provides interpretation to our families in court, as well as the office. We retained, we actually promoted a staff assistant, and we promoted her to a child support specialist, and she's gone through training, and she's able to do case management as well as assisting in court as needed. We've gone to a statewide social media. We have a statewide social media presence, and obviously there's a Spanish-speaking language model on there as well. And then the Department of Child Support Services is rolling out a portal called Customer Connect that will be in Spanish speaking as well. So that's an exciting project that they've had on the table for a long time, and finally they're going to roll that out. So under inclusive language, paternity has been changed to legal parentage. That is sort of to fit into not all families look the way families used to look. We don't have, male and female families any longer. Our birth certificates say birth parent and other parent. So we can establish paternity legally for same-sex parents, and they have the same rights and the same protections that children born to, previous families do. We've changed our language from non-custodial parent and custodial parent to just person paying support and person receiving support. So there's no label put on whichever parent, as far as custodial time, what have you. And then we invite our customers, we don't refer to them as clients, we refer to them as customers, and we invite them to enroll in our services rather than apply. Apply sort of gives the illusion that you may not qualify for something, and we are open to anybody. So as of March 31st, we have 2,900 open cases. Of those 2,900, 27 and 92 have support orders. 1,849 have health insurance ordered. We are serving 2,709 children, and we have established paternity to unmarried parents, 2,635 cases. We have established 100 new cases. We've had cases with collection, 1,500, and cases with just arrears due, we've had collection in 1,214, with a total collection of $2,815,000. And our locally distributed collections, which directly goes into families' homes, is $2,334,334. We have some FPM. We have some graphs on the bottom here, and that is just where we fit into the federal government, federal performance measure, which is how we get our money. Basically, we are 67% funded by the federal government. And California obviously has to perform to justify its existence, and so that is something that we closely monitor, and that we are moving towards. We've never really evaluated our employees on that those performance measures. So we have a new Tableau.
Sorry, Robin, they're really having a hard time hearing your
I'm sorry.
audio. It
I'm
gets
sorry.
a little bit challenging.
How's that? Okay. I usually talk too loud, so it's okay. Is that better? Yeah. And so we are sort of taking, something that you had said have been looking at. We've heard the board speak of performance-based evaluations, and so evaluations are not my favorite thing as a department head or as a supervisor. I never have been, and it's, Sarah gets along well with Robin and all that stuff, and why I think that's wonderful, and that's a very important, obviously, component of belonging to an office. But we actually have a Tableau program where our case managers can see where their caseload fits within these performance measures. And so that's something that we're incorporating and rolling out in our individual case management evaluations in our office. And hopefully it's going to spark some excitement. They know exactly where they belong in that performance. So.
Yes. So with the total collections of 2.8 million and the collections distributed of 2.3, where does the difference go?
It can be other states. We have we have interstate cases. We've actually had international cases on occasion, but so they can go out the door to other states as well.
So those collections distributed to families, that's within Mendocino County?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, first time. Okay, my name is Sarah Eggleston, and I am the Child Support Accounting Specialist, which supervises the fiscal and financial case management for our department.
Elaine Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the chair, if I may. Would you mind muting your Zoom and just use the mic provided? Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So as Tim said, we are historically have been assigned a negative net county cost, meaning that we bring in money to the general fund. We do not use general fund dollars for our program. This year was a little bit different with the the core net zero budget, or the zero-based budgeting. We are right on track for 22-23 budget. We are requesting a small net zero adjustment in third quarter for our PG&E expenses, which have gone up, but I'm sure many people have experienced that. Our year-end projections are that we will pay our A87 CalCap costs in full, so we will actually be contributing more, $197,000 to the county general fund by the end of the year. This is just a quick snapshot of what we're going to look at over the next couple of slides. We are a fairly simple department. We have basically one core revenue source, one budget unit, one program, the federal performance of the child support duties. And so most of our expenses are core expenses. We have a little bit of room for luxuries, if you want to call them that. And so what you're seeing is our core budget, our high priority wants, and then in negotiating the net counting cost, there was some information that came in after we submitted our budget proposal. So you'll see these a little bit more in detail as we go over the next couple of slides. But the bottom line is that we're trying to stay close to our assigned net counting cost from this 22-23 year, and I think we're pretty close. So as I said, child support revenue is mostly a core single source. We do not charge public fees to Mendocino County residents for our services. We have a little bit of interest income coming in each quarter, but the bulk of our revenue comes from the federal and the state child support. California Department of Child Support Services receives the federal revenue and then allocates it to the 52 LCSAs, the local child support agencies throughout California. And California chips in 33% of that. Federal, 67% of that is federal revenue. They split this up a little bit. Our administrative expense allocation is about $2.6 million. The good news is that we are finally within about 3% of where state child support thinks we ought to be for admin allocation. So we are not in danger of losing money over the next couple of years, which we, hooray. The IT funding is about $76,000, and that has been flat funded since 2008. We did participate in an statewide child support IT funding survey this February, but it's much too early to know anything about what kind of increase we could see from there. So we may have more information for 24, 25, but definitely not for this upcoming fiscal year. And as it says, unless there's a federal waiver issued from OMB, we cannot, we can provide emergency services, but it will become a net county cost. We cannot use child support funds to fund non-child support work. And taking a look at our 23-24 personnel costs, you can read them. 1.3 million core for salaries, FICA and Medicare, retirement, health insurance premiums. But what's I really wanted to go over is the breakdown into our employee categories. So 52% of our total salary cost will go towards the caseworkers. We have 2 lead caseworkers, some child support specialist 2s, and then a new trainee with the child support specialist 1. We have 3 clerical workers, staff assistant, legal secretary, and account specialists. We couldn't run the office without them. We have 2 child support supervisors who directly support and advise the caseworkers. They also provide some additional training and coordination of our outreach campaigns. Robin would be 11% of our director cost. And this 11% other series, admin staff would basically be me, that's 6%. This CFW is a state abbreviation, which basically means complex financial work. So a financial case manager, basically. And then this non-FTE portion is going to be those unallocated workers' employer insurance premiums, like workers' comp or unemployment insurance. So we, late breaking news is that we can actually ask to reduce our UIB unemployment and workers' comp premiums based on new information. So our total salary request would be 2.185 million rather than 2.189. Taking a look at our allocation position tables, we want to be as flexible and ready to go as possible. We've learned over the last 5 years that we may need and a little bit of extra space to put an employee before they promote up to a new one. So we have 28 allocated positions at the moment, 2 director and an assistant director. We have 14 child support caseworker positions, 3 are lead, 3 child support supervisors, 5 clerical, financial caseworker, 2 admin, and the chief child support attorney. We are asking to leave the assistant director, the vacant child support supervisor, and the vacant lead caseworker open. This gives us room for promotion within the department, but it also gives us room in case state child support moves to a new funding calculator for administrative expenses. This chief child support attorney position is a supervising attorney position, and we are unlikely to need 2 attorneys again unless we suddenly have an extra 5,000 cases added on. It's not likely. So we would actually like to delete that position. We would like to replace it with a child support attorney 4, just gives us a little bit of room for flexibility, but it would be unfunded in 23-24. And just cleaning up some of the other vacancies that we are probably not going to fill. We would request 24 allocated positions, and by the end of the year, we are anticipating some retirement. So by the end of the year, we would have 16 to 17 filled full-time employees. And that is right in line with where state child support wants us. Taking a look at our operational costs, as I said, core services, core needs. We only have 2 cell phones. We have a whole lot of phone lines, of office phone lines. Let's see, office expenses we've managed to decrease just by 2 things. I think we are adjusting our legal processes, and we have also moved to an e-filing model and DocuSign, so there's a whole lot less paper and office supplies being used. Our mailing costs have also gone down. And we are just asking, there's a little bit of a bump in the general insurance from what I had projected. Facility expenses would be our janitorial and maintenance for Building 55. Utilities would be City of Ukiah and PG&E. The core here that I really want to focus on is child support development and training expenses. There are so many changes coming to child support on both a federal and a state level that we really need to be part of that conversation, part of those policy forums, part of the discussion. So we've got for memberships, membership in our California Child Support Directors Association, but also a membership in the National Child Support Enforcement Association. Education and training, we'd like to send 3 employees to the State Child Support Conference next year. We'd like to send 1 employee to the interjurisdictional conference because we do have an interstate caseload. And we would also like to send our director to the National Policy Forum, just so we know what's coming down the pike. If possible, our luxury would be to send a child support supervisor to that interjurisdictional conference, just so that we have a second backup if somebody is out on leave or something disastrous happens. We want someone else kind of roped in. So these extra costs would be sending someone, a 4th person to the child support conference in Orange County, and a 2nd person to the interjurisdictional conference. This data processing is going to be, the biggest cost is the enterprise service fund. For special department expenses, for our contracts, and we also have some direct billing to HR for our share of the NeoGov and labor union contracts. And then community outreach is really something we are taking a look at and figuring out as a team where we want to go, what we want to do with this. As Robin said, we've worked with the state on our statewide social media campaigns, but we'd like to do more in the community. So Child Support Awareness Month is in August. We'd like to have $2,500 core for our core ask here. But then it's in another 6 months, we'd like to do something next winter or spring. We don't quite know yet. We're still working on what we're going to do. And then another luxury would be a little bit of in-county travel, just so that we can get out into some of the outflung places. The South Coast, Laytonville has a new library. What can we kind of meet and greet and do? What can we figure out in non-Ukiah areas that we can assist and help with? So based on those changes, our requested negotiation, our operational expenses would be $350,000. And then just taking another look at our administrative operational expenses again, I'm excluding IT here because that's paid by that extra allocation. Community outreach, the biggest expense for us is going to be those contracts. We don't actually have a lot of contracts. We are in the midst of an RFP for a part-time child support attorney, so that's that $96,000. Legal services, we have to do due process, so national and local process serving. And then this $4,800, it would be for the voluntary parentage program that we have with the local hospital. You can again see our biggest cost drivers, the contracts, that IT enterprise service fund, the building maintenance, and then our office expenses. And the final slide is the same summary, different color, just a breakdown of what our core needs are, what our high priority luxuries are, what we submitted, and then the breakdown of what we are actually asking for next year. Any questions?
Dan?
So can you just clarify, I thought that you said that the department does not require any net county costs from the general fund. But
That's correct. We are actually putting in $143,000 to the county general fund.
Okay.
That's basically our A87 cost that we are contributing.
Supervisor Hasjack.
With the deletion of the chief attorney, and then not bringing on another attorney this fiscal year, how's that impact the services?
Council has been providing our attorney services. That was part of the contract. And then we are in the middle of an RFP to bring a part-time attorney on. So they can have their attorneys back. I think they're looking.
Okay,
forward to
so
that.
you're covered.
We are
Yes.
absolutely
Okay,
covered. We
thank you.
can't survive without an attorney. We've just found we don't need a full-time attorney.
Other questions or comments? Supervisor Williams.
Are you at the end of the presentation? All right, so Supervisor McGordy and I sit on the budget ad hoc, and we had the pleasure of watching every department over 3 days present. And remember, ad hocs don't give direction, so we were there to observe the process. And it was an eye-opener to me. We had departments across the spectrum from not having any supporting material at all to this presentation, which I found to be the best. And we thought we would invite the department to share it so that the board as a whole would see what the CEO is working with in putting a budget presentation together, but also so that departments in future years could look at a template of what seems to work well for the CEO and the board. What worked well for me in this presentation, and I understand it's one of the smaller departments, and so it may be, the finances are by the nature less convoluted, but even so, what worked for me here is the context of telling me what I'm looking at before I look at the financials and before I look at positions. Understanding the progress that's been made and the intended next steps of the department to kind of frame why spending it needs to go in a certain direction. The financials, it's really hard when there's a budget presentation and there aren't any financials. I'll tell you that. It's what do you do with it? The statistics, the charts, including the breakdowns, truly following the zero-based budgeting. This was actually my item, so it's kind of close to my heart. And it was about 4 years ago, and we have a CEO that's starting to take us down that path, and I think it's something that needs to happen, because otherwise we're copying and pasting the budget from the previous year and making tweaks rather than justifying every expense. I felt when I watched this the first time, this is the department that went through every line item and justified and evaluated whether it's the best use of spending in the year ahead. The A87, really critical to understand money that's flowing between departments. I thought it was the right amount of detail, and it really conveyed that it was a teamwork here, that it wasn't just a department head independently coming up with a presentation, but I felt like the whole team is supportive of what's being presented. So I think this is the best budget presentation we saw, and I hope other departments will take note of the template for next year. Oh, and then I want to add, paperless. You mentioned paperless, and I think that's been a directive from the top down. There are cases where we have to have hard copies, but 99% of what this county does could be electronic. And it's not just the $85,000 a year that we spend in paper. It's the cost filing it, and then it's the cost going to find it when there's a PRA. That's the most costly part. So I liked hearing that in a budget presentation, that there's an emphasis on reducing paper.
No paper files any longer, just for court purposes.
So I'd like to chime in too. Congratulations to Robin and Sarah for a great presentation. And remember that budgets are plans, and it's really nice to have a clear plan if you're trying to understand what is this department going to do this year. Well, you can see right here what they did and what they're planning on doing. So from the point of view of transparency in government, this is how every department should operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I've expressed some level of frustration about the budget process that we've gone through so far, so I just wanted to compliment the department and the ad hoc. If I had had this presentation in my packet on Thursday, I might have come in with a different mindset than I've come in today. I think it does give us the right amount of information that we're looking for as policymakers when we're looking at departments, and I'm wondering if we should take it a step further, as departments should look at this as a template, or this is the department template, and this is the expectation that we will have of all of our departments when they come back. I didn't see, obviously, all the other presentations to know, but if you think that this is the best approach, then I think that we should take it farther than just a request, and it should be what the departments bring back.
So some of this becomes internal policy that CEO Antle can work on with departments saying this is what we want. And then we can also I mean, as far as specifics go, but we can, I think, give direction as a board saying that this is the information we need. And, a format that follows something similar is probably going to be well received by us so that we know what's going on. Any comments, CEO Antle?
Thank you, Chair McGordy. I appreciate the comments. I really appreciate Ms. Heller's work with Sarah. It was important to show this as they really took the time to deep dive into it. To Supervisor Williams' comments, there were, presentations last week where there was nothing attached. We got verbal report. It was very hard to follow. And thus, the additional work, because those presentations just ended on Friday afternoon, frankly, it was pretty late, to continue to narrow down this budget and work with those departments to fine-tune the numbers that they've presented. So again, what you have today is a very rough draft of what was presented last week. And, again, thank you, Robin, for breaking that down and doing a wonderful example of what we can all do into the future. But there is still a ton of work that has to go into working with the other departments individually to get them to a more refined level of understanding. So, thank you.
Any further questions for our speakers? If not, thank you very much. Gold stars for all.
Thank you.
All right, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. As the ad hoc had mentioned, we definitely were very impressed by the level of detail that came out of that. One of the other things that we also noticed, at least in memory, this is the first time that a department has come forward and shown that they are using performance metrics as part of their evaluation of their employees. And of course, that is another example that we'd like to look further into, and then we'll of course be reaching out to Ms. Heller and Ms. Eggleston in order to see what metrics they're using, whether it's a federal program, et cetera, and see if there's something that we can't adapt to the rest of the county. So again, it was a very good, well-done report for every single part, and that's part of the reason why we asked them to come in. And again, I'd like to thank both of them for coming in on such short notice, because really it is only a couple of days since we last spoke with them. So again, thank you so much. Next slide, please. Okay. Up next, we have some division updates. We had gone around and asked several of the departments just to give us some input based upon the strategic items that had been laid out at our last budget workshop. And a handful of them did come back and give us some input. And at this time, I'd like to go ahead and bring forward Schwinn Malala. And she, of course, came up and produced not only some items for the strategic plan in the background that are on the future slides here, but also she gave us this update for PERM, OES, and the grants division, just to let us know where they're at and what they're doing supporting the strategic plan and the budget going forward.
Hi, good afternoon. Swan Malala, Principal Analyst in the Executive Office. Good afternoon, Board. I've been asked to provide some division updates within the Executive Office. So be very briefly, your PERM staff and OES staff has been working diligently with numerous hours, tirelessly, including weekends for the disaster response and recovery from the storm since December, January, February, and March. But we have not forgotten our regular responsibilities. So just some announcement. Starting next fiscal year, we'll be starting to hold our annual resiliency listening sessions within these towns, at least once in each town annually. So those events are coming up. These events will help us listen to community input and put together our resiliency plans and help us focus on our grant applications in the future. Again, we will continue to implement our disaster recovery and resiliency projects. Currently, PERM has about $12 million worth of active projects in addition to responding to disasters and recovery. OES, we are since the executive office took over OES, we've been starting to think of new ideas and how to get like some outreach ideas out. We are looking at possibly doing more preparedness outreach our team did do some events like sitting at the fairgrounds, sitting at the Ukiah Pumpkin Patch event, signing people up for alert and warnings. We are looking at more ideas on how to get people to be more alert and prepared for disasters. So possibly some billboards and some ads on buses in the future. Next fiscal year, we will also begin our implementation of Zone Haven. That project will be completed by March of 2024. For the grants division side, we have hired on a administrative analyst, Terry Finnessy, who is here with us today. He is building his division together. We are working with Amplifund to roll out that grants management software, and we are hoping by August of this year to start rolling out to all county departments and start training them on using the software. But right now we are working with about 5 divisions or departments to, as a pilot program, make sure that it's effective and how best to implement it efficiently.
I have a question.
Yes.
So,
A lot of questions, I guess.
Okay.
Is Amplifund a replacement for Cobblestone?
No, Cobblestone is a contracts management software. Amplifund is a grants management software.
Supervisor Williams?
So as I understand, we're here to give general direction as a board, not necessarily micromanage the CEO. Is that okay with you, CEO Andel? So I'm going to try to fit in some of my questions as we go through the presentation today. The EV charging is really critical because if we want to electrify the county's fleet, and that we identified, we have 316 county vehicles. That's a lot of maintenance. The maintenance on those vehicles is $3,000 to $4,000 a year. We want to electrify those, and we want to stop buying gas vehicles because California will phase out gas vehicles. We don't want to be a county left with expensive gas vehicles to maintain as the state is going in a new direction. And so there's $1 million plus out there of federal funds that would pay for the charging stations, critical for us, also of public benefit and fits economic development. Do you want to try to fit that under the grants division? And I've heard the pushback has been, we can't do it because we don't have staff to manage the grant. I think we could write the application and then put out an RFP, hire a contractor to do it, so it would be no work to the county. Perhaps we could use Jerdy's visionary climate, I do think it's visionary climate fund if a small match is required. But the idea is to get the work done and not put impact on staff.
But I can comment on that if it's okay with the board. I was able to run some preliminary numbers during the lunch break. That's why I ran in earlier, breathing, huffing. So we could use the recent California Energy Commission grant as a reference. The California Energy Grant is a state grant. I can tell you, in my decade of working with grants, federal grants are the worst. They're not. There's no such thing as free money. So there are things we have to consider for this grant. In my preliminary numbers, we'll look at possibly a project cost about $1 to $1.5 million. The match will be about 20%. I know there are some talks about if you do contract out with a private entity, they will have to cover the 20% match. As of now, we don't have that worked out. I cannot say at this moment that will be worked out and we wouldn't have to put out 20% match. I'm looking at estimated project application costs of $50,000. For the CEC grant, it was a state application. It cost us about $30,000. LACO, which is a perm contractor, put in about $20,000. Wildan put in, I'm not sure how much, but they helped us with technical consultation and the budget, so at least $10,000. So that application cost us about $30,000. This CFI, a federal grant, will be at least $50,000 to put together. The grants division does have funding. We have $100,000 that has to cover up for 3 years in grant applications through our consultant, Evan Brooks. So my preliminary numbers are $20,000 per level 2 charger, about $110,000 per each level 3 charger. Usually, and again, apologize, these are very preliminary numbers, and I'm not a number person. That's why we have Sarah. Usually, site work is about 45% or 50%. You have to include at least 10 or 11,000 for operations and maintenance. Usually 15% installation costs, and I'm sorry, I'm really not technical, but there are things that have to do with ADA and attaching like concrete pads to each of the units. So those things are not worked in yet. The community, we did receive a proposal from the community members, and they're requesting for locations to be at Gualala, Boonville, Mendocino Village, and the last one is at Chamberlain Creek near the Jackson State Forest on Highway 20. So those are the requested locations. There are things that we do have to consider. We don't have site control. Our previous grant with the CEC grant, we're working on county-owned properties. So these sites, we still have to work we have to work through all the site controls. I believe GSA Director Janelle Rao mentioned that we own the Boonville Fairgrounds, but we don't have site control. So those MOUs would have to be renegotiated during this application process. We would have to consider federal regulations. This is a federal grant. Maybe Director Howard DeShield can speak more about what kind of reporting they require, but from my experience working with grants, federal grants, they are extensive. Okay.
Schwinn, I want to thank you, and no apologies appropriate. That's the most comprehensive preliminary report I've heard here. And you are excellent at numbers.
Okay. Sorry, last point,
Yeah.
and actually it's the most important point. I do have to get it out. Staff capacity. Disaster recovery is managing over 12 million in active projects, and not including OES grants. And I cannot speak to facilities capacity, but I know Janelle Rao is on the line.
So what the direction that I was hoping the board could give is, yes, we want to use available federal and state funding opportunities for EV charging throughout the county, and then leave it to the CEO to come back with the specifics of how she wants to. This is an operational decision of how to allocate resources, unless you have a different idea, CEO. The answer has to be yes, we're going to do this. I'm not particular how we get to the execution. You could hire a contractor, you could use Dan's fund, but we can't not do it because we don't have resources.
I would just want to confirm that the board is in agreement that for the additional funds that are needed, the 20% match would have to be put up when we put up the application. So if this board is saying, go ahead and approve, 200,000, I think is what you're saying.
It would be 20% of, it's about 1 million. Let's say
Okay.
1,200,000.
Okay. That you're okay with moving 200,000 out of the Climate Action Fund that is at about 1.8 million at this time.
Supervisor Jurdy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I would support that. And just a quick tangent thought, since there is some staff capacity issues, when you're making a presentation to county departments on how to use this Ample Fund software, maybe there's a way of recording that presentation and education that could be shown, again, to new staff as they come on, and also maybe some of the outside nonprofits we might be partnering with in the future.
Supervisor Hasjack.
In the meeting we had last week, it sounded like there was a possibility that the private industry could help with the match.
If we contract out with a private company, the conversation has not been that far for me to promise that, yes, we will contract with a private company, and no, you don't need to provide that 20% match.
Right, so at this point, we could agree to provide the match, but then work on trying to recoup it with some kind of agreement with private industry.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm in agreement.
Sorry, and then I just want to emphasize again, the estimated cost for the application is $50K.
So do we want to clarify that the ask is 250,000
Okay.
at this point for the 20% match at the most? The question I had is in-kind work for the 20%, or is it all cash?
We have not looked at that carefully.
So I have a question. After these are installed, so electricity is going to people, they're purchasing it, so who gets the money? Is the county in the business then of having charger stations, or how does that work?
I could invite Director Janelle Rao to add in. So at this point, we have not worked that out. We are that preliminary in the process. We don't have site control, and we don't know whether these will be owned by the county.
Because it seems like that's another way that you could pay back some of your startup fees, is monetize it so that there's a percentage of money that goes back to the county to recoup our costs. Supervisor Williams.
The county owns 118 parcels. Some of those parcels are in locations appropriate for charging. And you're right, other jurisdictions are using this as a revenue generator. So someone will own the charging infrastructure in Mendocino County. If it's the county government, it's an ongoing revenue source to our general fund. I don't think we want to miss that opportunity, especially using federal funds to get it in place.
I agree. I think we have to be creative as going forward to find new sources of revenue. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I just want to be careful about, I don't believe that the county is going to get into the vehicle charging business. I think that what you would typically do with charging stations is partner with an entity such as ChargePoint. They have an app, you charge your car through them, and some portion may go back to the county, but I wouldn't want the public to be misinformed that we were creating some kind of electric vehicle charging division or anything like that.
No, I agree with you. I think that franchise fee, or whatever you call it, when you have utilities set up to have customers, it makes some sense, just with the idea of us recovering our costs of applications. It's substantial. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I think that there's some issues with that, like where they go. If we're doing Jackson State Forest.
Oh, these are, sorry, maybe I misspoke, but we have not looked at preliminary where they should go. We have received proposals from community members suggesting that one of the location is Jackson State Forest.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that would be state property. Wallala might be, some private business, located in their parking lot or something. And so throughout the county, we'd have different situations, and I don't want the county to go into kind of the committing for the long term to running these.
No, I agree. But there may be also a chance to recoup our expenses to initially get everything set up. So I understand that Janelle Rao is on Zoom with her hand up, so if we can bring Janelle into the meeting, maybe she can further enlighten us. Thank you, Schwein.
Good afternoon, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Thank you, Chair McGorty. Just a couple points to what Schwein was mentioning. This is a little bit of a different territory. We did apply for the grant previously for county-owned properties, which again, we have site control. And just in hearing where the board was coming from, we have been collaborating with ChargePoint and MCOG and providing at a minimum list of county-owned properties that could be potentially considered so that we could be their partners. If you are installing these on privately owned properties, we would need to work through the details of ownership. If the charging stations are on county ownership, we have the ability to set that pricing structure ourselves. We do have some limitations on whether, obviously we can't operate for a profit, but we would look to come up with a cost structure that would recoup our costs if, again, the county is taking control and ownership of those. But I would imagine that under this structure, as noted by several board members, I don't believe we would want the public to think that we're going into the business of putting out these charging stations. But most definitely, we are supporting. Facilities worked really closely with PERM on the previous grant application that we were successful in receiving, and we're working to roll that out. So we're happy to collaborate in any way we can.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for Director Rao? No? Okay.
Can we record direction given?
Okay. Direction given. Do you want to repeat the direction given, just so that we're clear on this?
The direction is to have the CEO return with a plan for utilizing the available state and federal grant opportunities for EV charging, and use up to $250,000 of the Visionary Climate Fund. Does that have a name? I apologize. And Carbon Reduction Fund.
Mr. Chair, I think it's fine to record that, but I would suggest revisiting and just confirming after public comment, just to make sure that the public's had an opportunity to be heard before the board takes final action.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman back on here. Moving on to the next slide. Before we start getting into the weeds of the next few slides for technology and some of the other improvements that have been suggested by the departments, I was hoping that I could bring forward Tony Rakes, the division manager for IT, and mostly because he can talk about some of what's going to be coming up as far as technology and some of the improvements and efficiencies that they have proposed, but also that it could also segue into speaking with Katrina Bartlome, the Assessor Clerk Recorder, regarding an update on the status of the supplemental system within Aumentum.
Good afternoon, Chair McGorty, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis. Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager, and I'm here to talk a little bit and somewhat briefly about some of the initiatives that the IT Division has been working on and will be continuing to work on into the next fiscal year, namely in regard to an effective county government portion of the strategic plan, digitization of and digitalization of county physical forms and processes to make sure that we've taken a concerted effort at starting the engagement process with departments and other county agencies to help drive that digitization process. We have some lower level initiatives that involve scanning of physical documents, keeping them in a digital repository so that for ease of retrieval for long-term storage. And then, so we're working right now, I know, with our planning and building department on that very thing. IT has we're looking at getting a high-capacity scanner within IT so we can start working on some of these things and work through a large backlog of digitization efforts. In addition to that, regarding the digitalization of our processes, IT now has business system analysts within our division. The function of those business system analysts is going to be working with departments to help improve processes, document workflow, and help the departments understand how the technology can help them make their departments more effective, more efficient, save time, cost, etc. So it's something that we're taking very seriously, it's fairly new, it's somewhat in the fledgling stages, but we're pushing forward with it strong, I think, with the staff that we currently have and the initiatives that we're working on. To jump to the other item that was listed here on the presentation, software improvements. One of the areas in which I believe the county can see significant benefit is better utilization of the software applications that we have, whether it's our finance system, our enterprise resource planning software, which we use Tyler Munis for our finance system, for instance, or whether it be how we utilize our contract management software, Cobblestone, whatever it happens to be, we think that there are significant gaps that grew reasonably over time, but now IT wants to engage in efforts to help bridge that gap and help our county departments and the county as a whole utilize those software applications more effectively. Not only do we get more out of those applications in terms of the price per efficiency gained, perhaps the dollar per efficiency gained, but we also help streamline county processes, whether it's through our finance system and the transparency into what our budget might look like, reporting that might be available, or what have you. There are so many different topics we can discuss on this very one in terms of software enhancement projects. Of course, the finance system, like I had mentioned, is chief among them, but there are certainly other ones that are part of our roadmap to start working on. We're trying to focus on what will provide the most benefit out the gate, knowing that there are so many to work on and there's only so much capacity. We're trying to judge, IT in particular, which ones we focus on first, what aspects of the software applications we focus on first that will derive the most benefit from. And with that, I know that was a fairly general overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions regarding technology efficiency improvements that we're in.
Supervisor Williams.
My first day here, I asked CEO Angelo at the time, is there a JIRA or what's the project tracking software? And I learned there isn't any. And then I asked, well, how do you know what your employees are doing? And it was like, I guess eventually it percolates up. But why that's important, it's not just for accountability, although that is an important element that the CEO should be able to look at any department and zoom in and see what people have been working on and what progress has been made. But it's also a tool for management to detect where there's blocks, right? If a department's about to run out of funds or doesn't have enough space utilization is hitting that maximum. You want the CEO to know in advance, not when somebody comes complaining, because by then the answer is, well, it'll take 3 or 6 months for the county to make progress to free up that space or to find budget. And so you really need the visibility in advance. We don't have that here. And frankly, it's been weird. I've never been part of an organization where somebody high up can't see what's actually happening throughout the organization. Do we have any tools that we're just not using that would fit this need?
If I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
We have many tools that we're not using right now. Many of them are related to, and folks might be probably sick of hearing me talk about our recent migration to Office 365, but it's a good example of this. There are many tools within the application suite that we don't use currently that the plan is to start utilizing. Now, Supervisor Williams, you mentioned JIRA, for instance, to manage tasks and whatnot throughout the organization. And you're right, we don't have something like that. There are other alternatives out there that we could possibly use. And IT in particular is trying to take a centralized enterprise approach to many of these efforts so that we're not looking at it on a case by case where one department may have something useful and they're the ones deriving the primary benefit from that software application. We're looking at it more in how do we implement this on a county-wide scale to make it a standard, perhaps, that can be used by the majority of departments, provided they can work it into their business processes.
Thank you. And then 2 other quick questions. So that first one was on the management side, and I think it's for CEO to decide how operations should work. As a supervisor, I've wanted to look at long-term trends. DOT, our road funds relative to general funds, over maybe a 50-year period. And I go on our county website and I can get maybe the last 14-year budget books, and the numbers don't all agree, so that's a problem, right? I don't know which one to believe. They seem to be telling different stories. But I really just wanted in digital form something that I could import into R and do some charting. And I imagine if I can't get access and the CEO can't get access, maybe nobody is doing these comparisons to see what the long-term trends are. And those trends can tell us, it can tell us where we're going, how we need to think ahead, maybe ways to optimize now that'll have a payback later. Do we have any software for long-term analysis of our financial data? And why is the data not in a consistent format? And I know you're not the auditor controller. I recognize that. But you're probably the person who can help us get the right tooling in place.
And that's how I would respond to that, is that IT is in a unique position to be able to help drive those kinds of improvements and help understand how the business aligns with the technology to get the kind of reporting or transparency, visibility that we will need to make informed decisions and to be proactive in those decisions.
I would like it to get to the point that if Supervisor Mulhern has an idea for the budget, she can put together a proposal that's backed by real data and bring it to us. Today, the way it works is the 5 of us give some direction to staff. Staff spends 2 to 4 weeks, comes back, shows us maybe we don't want to do it, right? You can only iterate a few times when you have to pass a budget in June and you're starting in April. Whereas if we were empowered, if we had the data and the software, I think we would be thinking of more creative ideas. We might also have the public engaged in a way that they're not, because they would be able to understand down to the line item. Okay, the last concern, Aumentum. For my colleagues, the way I see this is the county bought software 6 or 7 years ago, and it's figuring out whose fault it is today for it not working. It's sort of like whose fault is the Middle East, the lack of peace in the Middle East. And we could be here for the rest of our terms and not get to the bottom of, is it the vendor or is it the county? But the bottom line is, it's as if we had, imagine all of our financials in paper form, and you run it through a paper shredder, and you take that waste, put it in a wheelbarrow, haul it down to another office, and then try to glue it all back together. And you wonder, why are the numbers not adding up? That's what we're working with. Well, one of the questions we have is, did the numbers add up before we shredded it? We don't know. So maybe it was corrupt to begin with, and it's sort of like garbage in, garbage out. But the reality of where we are today, we can't run a report and have the output match reality. And maybe the vendor can get us close. Maybe they could even get us 99%. But I haven't seen a plan yet where we get 100%, and I think that's what's required. My personal finances, if my bank account doesn't match reality, it's either the bank's wrong or I'm wrong, and we're going to figure it out. That's what I expect from the county. So I guess the direction I want to give to staff is, CEO, is find a way to fix it. Either we have internal talent, or you have to hire a contractor, but this can't go on any longer. The whole time I've been here, we haven't had an accurate set of books, and I think it's derailing so many other efforts that are important.
Yes, CEO Antle.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and I probably need Tony Rakes to assist me on the timelines. I do want to point out that there has been a lack of focus, maybe direction, towards upgrading the Munis enterprise system. And I can't tell you how many upgrades we were behind, but we were threatened as a county of not upgrading that system. We finally got it upgraded under Tony and Deputy CEO Dunicliffe's direction just last year, I believe, in February, did we get to a current version of that system, which then allows us to move forward with other modules that are newer and able to use. Again, I started this mission in 2018 to get a budget module upgrade, and we couldn't do that until we went through this countywide upgrade. COVID happened, and then we had to focus on our payroll module. So there are a number of projects pending to upgrade and get more current with the current enterprise system countywide, and that is being led by Tony Riggs.
If I may, through the chair, I'd like to springboard a little off of what CEO Antle had just said. She is correct. We were behind with specifically our enterprise resource planning software, Munis, Tyler Munis, significantly. We now have a plan after we had done the previous upgrade to get us up to a current date, or as close as to current as we were allowed to get without causing significant instability in the system. We're now at a point where we have regular updates that are happening. They're scheduled, they're planned. The effort is not to fall behind again. That is the hope and our kind of driving goal here. But additionally, it does allow for a significant shift in how we can use the software, whether it's through what people refer to as the hub, that has dashboard reporting available based in our finance system, and trying to understand how as a county we utilize that going forward. And so my hope is that we can, like all of how we're treating all of our software enhancements and upgrades and how we curate our software, our efforts are trying to keep things updated so we don't fall behind in the features that are critical to our function today.
So Supervisor Williams brings up some really interesting points on first of all being current and also on being accountable and tracking what's going on. So I'm trying to understand in terms of technology transfer, where do things break down? What happens that we get so far behind historically, and how do we fix it going into the future so that we begin to operate in a more conventional way? As Supervisor Williams says, most well-run organizations know what people are doing, and they turn out reports like we just saw from Director Heller. I think that's
Chair McGorty, I've got a theory.
Okay.
My theory is that the department heads who were aware of the inadequacies of that software didn't want to learn how to use a new software system. And you'll notice that every single department head who was associated with that program all retired prior to implementation of the new software system. So thank you, Tony Rakes and others, for sticking around with the County of Mendocino and implementing the new software, because I think that often actually happens in government agencies, is that the reason why you don't do the right thing is because someone's going to have to do extra work to transition to doing the right thing. And, you know, Tony and others stuck around with the implementation, and which was extra work. I suspect he was here on weekends, late evenings, and others, not just Tony, and people in the Katrina's office, auditor treasurer's office. I mean, everybody involved probably had to do extra work to learn the new software system, migrate the data, et cetera. And anyway, you know, I think that's 99% of the time why people don't do the right thing in government, because someone's going to have to do some extra work.
Well, you have historic memory, obviously, for the board. You've been here the longest.
I remember a meeting in 2013 over in conference room A, and I happened to be invited for some other item on the agenda, and it was with Meredith Ford, the treasurer, and the clerk recorder at the time, and only Sherry Shatmeyer, the treasurer, showed in her body language any interest in moving ahead with this software. Everybody else couldn't stand even discussing the topic. And again, they all left before implementation came around.
Tony, any thoughts?
I always have thoughts. and perhaps put another way too, I know change is hard, and change can be very difficult, especially when you're rooted in the way an organization has been run for many, many years. And specifically with regard to technology, where simple changes or simple shifts or simple updates in the technology can seem vast and almost insurmountable in terms of learning and understanding how all of a sudden your entire organization needs to shift to fit into this new process. And you almost have to upend all of your operational processes to fit it into the new way, even if it's more efficient. You still have to go through that painful change process to make it happen. Now, to Chair McGorty, your comments, there's a lot to unpack with that question. And I hope to answer it adequately. There are so many places where it can break down with regard to technology. Again, speaking to the idea that change is very difficult. In order to make the most out of the applications and the technology, your operational processes have to fit in with the technology as well. And so if you're trying to, for instance, we'll use a topical example with Aumentum, our property tax system, looking at how things were done in the previous system, our AS400, that had grown and morphed over many years to become what it was. And those processes translating over to the way that the new Aumentum property tax system works isn't a one-for-one. They don't work the same way, but we try sometimes for lack of an alternative, or because the effort can be very difficult to try to fit those processes into the way a new system works. I can't tell you how many times I've heard during a software implementation, can't we just make it work the way that the old system worked? Now that's not it's specifically with regard to Momentum, that's anything. Can we just make it work the way the old system worked? When the changes need to happen, or the shift needs to happen in the way that we function and the way our processes function. Now, we've recognized that within IT, and it's part of the reason why we're trying to shift our focus from simply being a shop where we repair and fix our technology to putting us more at the table and engaging with our departments to help them understand their technology and how their processes can fit into that, even if it's sitting with them and, for instance, process mapping, helping them understand what their workflow looks like written down so that they can understand, oh, it goes to point A to point E, and here are all the places in between that it travels, and how does that work into the software, or the improvements that we're looking to make, or figuring out how to eliminate, waste throughout that process to be more efficient. Throughout all of that, there are missteps. There are places where we can fall short, the technology can fall short, the efforts can fall short, but that's why we constantly iterate on our implementations and the way that we engage with departments to try to encounter the least trouble, suffer the least risk throughout the project, or a software implementation project in particular. So ultimately, that is to say, it's very difficult to determine where these things fall apart, although we're much better at documenting that now when we go through implementation projects. Our goal is to be more of a partner with the departments to help them understand, as well as ourselves, because oftentimes we don't understand how the departments work in and out. We just think, here's your technology application, here you go. But understanding that we can't be separated, IT cannot be removed fully from the business processes of county departments if we're going to be good partners. And that's an effort we've been taking very seriously.
So you're really trying to build your capacity and business processes to assist the departments so that you really know what they're trying to do, rather than just say, here's the software, we put it in the computer, good luck.
Well, and oftentimes too, when someone is so steeped in the way that the work is done, it's very difficult to see the forest for the trees, so to speak, to see outside the everyday, because they're in it all the time. To think about it or to consider how to do things better requires a brain shift, a capacity shift that is very difficult when you're up against the wall with deadlines. That's where we try to come in and say, hey, we're gonna try to help, and we're just gonna sit and listen. Just tell us what you do. What at work keeps you up at night that you'd like to improve. You don't have to tell us how you'd like to improve it. That's what we're gonna be there for. That's why we'll help. We'll just listen. If you have some ideas, we'll take those, we'll go back, and we'll start building a case for change to make that change less difficult and more understandable, and hopefully drive better success going forward.
Supervisor Williams.
So getting back to the high-level priorities, I would like to see wrapping up Momentum as being a priority for this coming fiscal year, meaning treat it like a broken sewer line. You're not going to leave sewage spraying into our office. You're going to get a plumber out and fix it and bring an estimate back to the board. Our role is to figure out how to fund it, but this can't go on any longer. This has to be the year that Momentum works. We need the assessor. We have a great assessor who's just top-notch, diligent, wants to get the unassessed houses onto the tax rolls. That's the funding that'll pay for our infrastructure, our living wages for our employees. We can't have her trying to use software that doesn't work. And so this needs to be the year that we give her software that does exactly what she needs so that she can put her people to work getting properties assessed. And I know there may be some good news about billing back properties. So hopefully that happens. I'll be relieved if we collect that money, because if it goes too long, we won't collect it. But the fact that we've gotten to this brink where we're discussing maybe hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars being lost highlights how critical this has gone on too long. This is the fiscal year to address it. So I'm hoping the board will give that direction. Staff may struggle. We might not find a contractor, but it should be a goal that we wrap it up this year.
Board members, do you think of that proposal? Supervisor Hashtag?
Yeah, certainly, I'm in agreement with that. I would just like to know what, Mr. Rakes, your assessment is of what it would require to get it working at its full capacity.
If I may, through the chair. What I will say about that is an all-encompassing property tax system that incorporates assessor, auditor, and tax collector functions is a very complicated piece of software. There's a lot of factors, especially in California, because there are all sorts of California-specific rules that are required for the software to function. I believe that we have the right group of people at the table right now to help get some of these, and many, if not all, of what we need to have fixed within the system, either resolved or in the interim, so that we understand, so that we can take more bite-sized pieces. And I know that our assessor clerk recorder and I have had this discussion about how we process map what we do, so that we can understand what can we set aside as a manual process in the interim, and what do we focus on and bring across the finish line, so that we can start getting successes, however small, with regard to getting the system up and running as it needs to. If the hope is to have a fully functioning 100% system within the next fiscal year, I'm pretty optimistic, and so I hope that we can at least get as close as we possibly can to that within an acceptable variance. It will take a lot of effort, it will take time, and it will involve positive and productive engagement with our vendor, which I think we're ready and capable of doing.
So does that mean you need more staff? We need to put out an RFP? We need money? What exactly would it require?
I won't speak for our elected offices, because they may have their own thoughts on this. I do know that in some places we've seen whether the bottleneck is, we suffer some bottlenecks in terms of staff availability, and that's not, I want to be careful to specify that that's not because staff does not work very diligently or very hard on this, but because there's just so much to do. We have had conversations about going out for RFP to get additional support to help take either some of the day-to-day operations functions out of the department temporarily, at least to free them up to work on the product, or vice versa, get some contracted service, an RFP out for someone to work on the system itself. Whichever way that looks, we do utilize what we call LOA, letter of authorization hours, through the vendor, Aumentum, to help us configure the system and run data fixes or whatever we might need. We have that available for us right now, and we have a fairly recent contract that was signed to help us with that. That requires constant engagement to be able to see some of those things through. And that has a great difficulty when you also have the day job that you're trying to complete. And so, do we need more resources? We can always use more resources on this project. However, I believe that right now we have not, vacancies notwithstanding, I think we have a good group of people who can see who can make this work. Now, again, more resources in the departments dedicated to this project can only help it, and can only be more helpful, whether that's a bid or a contracted service, or whether that's full-time staff. I hope that answers your question sufficiently.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Supervisor Williams.
I think if we give direction to the CEO to make it happen, she can work with her team and come back with a plan and a cost estimate. In the end, maybe it doesn't work. We get to the end of the year and we don't have it done. It spills into the next year. But we have to at least start with a goal. And I know that the assessor's office struggles with the software, and the auditor, controller, tax collector's offices struggle. And I see that we're losing money, we're spending excess staff time, and we don't know if we're continuing to build this database that's corrupt. And so, I wanted 100% accurate. This idea that we're going to get close, no, it should be accurate down to the penny. Corporation would run it that way. Why can't local government? So what I'm getting at is, instead of directing how to do it, whether it's an RFP or hiring more staffing, I would like the department to work with the CEO's office and come back to the board in the final budget presentation, showing what resources are needed to execute the plan.
If I may, through the chair, I believe that that wouldn't be a heavy lift, because a lot of that preliminary work has already been done. We understand at least where we are in terms of the final acceptance of our contract, outstanding tasks that are required, functions that don't work. I think we can put that together fairly easily with IT working with the offices.
Assessor Bartlett, do you care to weigh in on this? It's your department.
Chair McGordy, if I may, as Katrina approaches, I just want to give a shout out to Tony with regards to working on this project of Aumentum. He really became engaged and really started working forward with this supplemental process, which I think you're going to hear about here shortly, by working closely with the assessor, Katrina Bartlett, as well as auditor controller Shamise Cubison, treasurer tax collector, auditor controller Shamise Cubison, to pull this project together. And when he talks about chunking it and making meaningful movement, he has really done that, and really worked well with the electeds on this process. So I think we can definitely continue with a path forward on how to break this down in chunks that are suitable for staff, versus what an overwhelming project this had become when it was all kind of laid on the electeds' laps to move this forward. So again, I look forward to working with Tony and the electeds to move it forward.
Hi, Katrina Bartlett, assessor, clerk recorder, registrar of voters, the whole 9 yards. We have been working feverishly with this product. My big concern is burnout. We don't want to burn out our staff. We're making right now with Tony and IT's vigilant service, making a little bit of a headway and a positive thing. We think that we are real close to issuing the supplemental tax bills and then the correction. So in that, we have to take every little win we can, right? So in that, we have a little bit of win. The back story on that is our TPZ properties, which are about 4,000 parcels. The Williamson Act properties, which are about 4,500 parcels, still aren't working properly. So as Tony said before, what we're concentrating on is our, for lack of a better word, our normal or our regular parcels, like Mo's house that she bought, or the upgrade to Dan's house, whatever that may be. That's what we're focusing on right now, and we think we're awful close. So we've been able to process those few 155 parcels that were processed in legacy but weren't sent over to the new Aumentum. So we've been able to do those, and we've gotten those pretty good. So our next step is hopefully by Friday, fingers crossed, that we'll be able to produce and run our supplemental notices. So, and by Friday, we'll be able to keep it within the noticing period of within this fiscal year. So we might be able to get some more revenue for this year, let alone, next year. So, and we couldn't have done that without Tony and his staff. You know, the assessor's office is working close with IT. We're working close with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. But, you know, the divisions are, it starts in the assessor, it goes to the auditor. The assessor can't see what the auditor can see, and the auditor can't see what the assessor can see. So we found kind of a workaround there where we're going to attach things so they just document at how we got to what we got to. A copy of the supplemental, a copy of the corrections, so the auditor's office can see those. And then once the auditor's office signs off on it, it'll go to the tax collector. So, you know, in that, you know, a week and a half ago, we were damning the whole thing. And so now I think it's a little bit of a positive thing that, that we're seeing. And, you know, we're trying to move forward as best we can and still be able to get some revenue here. And to Schwinn's, you know, for the, a little bit of back, any of the vehicle chargers that you see out and about, we're collecting 1% of their assessed value. So we are getting a little bit of revenue from those. And they're very good at reporting. They're very good, you know, the different companies. So, you know, that's a good thing as well.
Supervisor Bullhorn.
I have a question as we're talking about dividing priorities and what that might look like. And I understand Supervisor Williams is asking the CEO to come forward with a plan. So given this Williamson Act and the other 4,000 properties, in your mind, is that a great thing for some other contractor to take on? Or are you thinking that that needs to be internal? And so then the question is about the staff burnout. We only have so much staff, and that does sound like a lot more than 151 that you've been able to get through right now.
Through the chair. Yes, we, I think for right now, we still want to continue internally and still want to continue with momentum. If this works at the end of the week or, you know, within the next 10 days, I think it's a good start. And with that, go on. If the system keeps flipping the values, the improved values through the land values. So on Williamson Act, we can send a supplemental out for the home site, but the non-restricted doesn't really go up. So that's one area that I think Momentum's having a hard time with. So the processes don't seem to recognize what those are. And then when they converted those, our Williamson Act and our TPZ properties, if there were different base years, because you can build a new barn on your Williamson Act property. You can build farm worker housing on your Williamson Act properties. And so they may have different base years. Well, instead of putting the base years in like we had them, they converted them to buildings. And that's not necessarily true. So we've had to go back and we've had to look at each one of those and figure out that, no, there wasn't a building, but there was a new base year. Maybe they planted more grapes, or maybe they took grapes out. So we had to go through all that and try and figure that out. So we may end up finding another program to do that, but I think it would complicate things more, having to run everything out of 2 programs, is my opinion.
Supervisor Williams.
I think we have a work culture in this county where struggling is the norm. And when we get small wins, you know, sigh of relief, something finally worked, right? And where I don't expect you or your staff to struggle like that. And it's like, zoom out for a second. The way this is supposed to work is you have mandated functions in your office. Same in tax collector, auditor, controller. You need the right tool for the job. You should go to IT through the CEO and say, this is what I need. It's on this board to fund it, to give you the tools to do the job. And I think you've been operating this way the elected departments have been operating this way for so long that it's commonplace that, you know, you let things go or you'll find workarounds rather than hold the vendor accountable, buy the right tool, whatever it takes, so that we can function like a normal county. And so I'm thinking this year we have all sorts of financial problems. We don't have as much revenue as last year. We have more mandates, and the state is broke. Maybe it's the right time to fix some of these core structural issues. If this is the right software and we're almost there, great. Then let's get it done this year. If it's not, let's cut our losses and switch to a different vendor. Let's see what other counties are doing that works. But we can't be in this in-between state for another pronounced period of time where everyone is just struggling and hitting burnout. You know, I expect the condition of satisfaction is you tell us the software is doing what it needs to do and you're getting the right report. And the same with the other offices. If the auditor controller can't run a report, and I've given her a hard time, we can't get a balance sheet. I mean, USDA didn't give us a grant because we couldn't produce a balance sheet. Obviously, counties can do this. Well, the software we have doesn't seem to allow her to do that. That's not her fault. She inherited this mess just like everybody else. Let's clean it up. Let's set that as a priority this year. Let's get our software and our data in such shape that we can run a report. And then if somebody transacts the property, we send out supplemental bills. And if they transact twice in a year, we can still do it. And if there's a change of address, we can update the record. And when we run the report, it's down to the cent what it should be. I don't think that's such a lofty goal, especially for CEO Antle.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we'll keep you posted. Tony will keep you posted. I'm out for the rest of the week, so I have a horse show, so I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, thank you, Katrina, and thank you to your staff for all the work that you've put into this. I would like to give one more shout out to Tony Rakes. I mean, he mentioned the digitization piece. And Heather Corral Rose actually helped get this going after a visit that we took over to Fort Bragg maybe sometime last summer and saw our planning and building stack of papers there. So we really put a good effort towards this. And then if you looked at our list of facilities, we have one department with over 30 storage units. We have to reduce that footprint. We have to put efforts into digitizing and downsizing those efforts. And in your point about the paper reduction was earlier, I think it was during Robin's comment, it's not only the paper, but it's the copiers and the printers, all those systems that are throughout the county. And then we also pay for shredding and the recycle piece on that paper. So we really have to move forward with that. So thank you for taking lead on those, Tony. And thank you, Katrina.
Thank you both. So I think this is wonderful that we're finally addressing some legacy problems that have been here forever that, Dan says that people just didn't have the capacity to move forward and they'd rather retire than face it, from the sounds of it. And I think that taking action on a specific piece, as you suggest, especially like bringing in income, given our financial situation, is really smart. And I don't think there's a board member who disagrees. So put that on your list, CEO Antle. Okay.
All right, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman back here. Moving on to slide 7. I'd like to go ahead and point out a couple of things that were brought forward. This is another one that is somewhat technology-based, but it's the microwave funding. To a certain extent, we have not gone out to our outside partners and started bringing in revenue for that cost of ownership on the microwave. So there are still several of the partners that we have available out there that we could pursue in order to start contributing to that fund. At this point, only county entities have started to do that. We've already spoke a little bit about electrification of and hybridization of the fleets. Also, the organic waste recycling implementation. Of course, that's another one of those items that we'd like to see moving forward. It is an item that is needed and is mandated. At this point, there is no funding for it coming in from the state, but it is definitely something that we need to do, and we need to determine what those real costs are for the implementation of that program as well as maintaining of that program.
So who's going to pay for that? Is it going to be the person contributing to the waste stream?
That one I probably shouldn't be answering because I don't know that much about the actual program itself. I know here internally for the county, obviously the county is the one footing the bill. As to how much more work it's going to be and whether we need more receptacles and what that charge is eventually going to be for us, I don't think we really have that laid out just yet. But as far as the public is concerned, that's something I'm not really in the knowledge of. Probably Supervisor Mulherin probably knows more about it than I
She seems to be
do.
our local expert,
Yeah.
so, well, what do you know?
I love trash. I just wanted to comment, and this is a previous conversation that we had about this SB 1383 and the implementation. And I did meet with the General Services Department, and I know Director Rao is on our Zoom today. You know, $14,000 or $11,312 for the actual receptacles, not a problem. The challenge is where it would show, and we've already had this conversation at a previous meeting, $112,000 more in janitorial expenses for the year. And I think, you know, there was a little bit of a conversation about, well, it's, you know, $14,000, it's not that big of a deal. And I agree, $14,000 for green cans that might last 20 years. Okay, I think I probably have a garbage can in my office that's been here since 1983, or maybe even before I was born. But I'm not worried about the $14,000. What I am concerned about is adding an additional $112,000 of expense for something that's mandated by the state. And I think that because of our budget concerns and to be fiscally responsible, what we need to look at is what doesn't get done in order for that to happen. And that's, you know, I understand that that may seem like getting into the weeds for some people, but at the same time, if we are being asked to prepare for a budget deficit and we're talking about 10 departments adding $112,000 more a year, then we're talking about $1 million. And that is a concern for us to deal with. And you know, often I get questions, you know, why doesn't the county provide water anymore for the staff? Why doesn't the county do X, Y, Z? And that's because at some point these decisions were made to help facilitate budget issues or environmental concerns or what have you. And I really just want to be prepared to answer those questions. And in my mind, if, you know, less vacuuming gets done or less whatever gets done so that this SB 1383 regulation can go forward as needed, then I'm fine with that. Now, if the CEO thinks we should stay out of that, that's fine, but then I don't want to have the conversation about adding $112,000 to the budget.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I can support not doing it. You know, the big picture here, which is what we're supposed to be about, setting policy, not getting down into the details. But you have a county that's no growth, whatever reason. Maybe it's cultural. We wanted to say no to a lot of projects. You have about the same population as you did 10 years ago. And yet you combine that with Prop 13, you have this slope of revenue moving up at, 2 or 3% a year? And you have the cost of providing the same service at a much steeper slope. And so what's the long-term trajectory here? There's nothing in the structure of California counties that ensures counties can provide the mandated services. And we're trying to provide the mandated services and then some. We want to put in water infrastructure, right? That's not mandated at this point. That's expansion. We have more mandates than we do dollars. So we can't do them all. So I'm comfortable telling the CEO, pick and choose. Frankly, I think the roads should be as a resident in this county, the roads are a mandate. I'm mandating the county fix the roads, right? So you're going to do that before you're going to do waste bins, because somebody driving down the road hitting a pothole, they're going to damage their car. They might injure themselves. That's more important than having another blue bin in however many offices we have, in my mind. So I guess at the high level, what I'm getting at is I think we give input to the CEO and she comes back with a plan. We try to accomplish some of the mandates. We'll run out of money before we get them all done, and that's just how it is.
Supervisor Jordy?
So on the microwave system, it seems to me there's three approaches. One is the approach the county has historically had, which is nobody pays for it except the county general fund. And there are many partners out there who are using the system and not paying. There's, I would say at the other end of the spectrum is requiring everybody to pay their fair share of the system. Maybe there's something in the middle. So maybe something in the middle is identifying who the partners are that use the microwave system and developing some expertise over time about public safety grants. Because to me, it's probably its own world of grants out there that are unrelated to maybe things that I might be personally interested, might be into housing or energy or other things. But I'm sure there are people who specialize just in public safety grants. And we know that since 2001, 9/11, Homeland Security Agency became, created by the federal government. There's been billions of dollars given away to public safety projects of various kinds. And anyway, my hunch is that there are federal dollars out there that the county itself could apply for. There could be dollars that some of our partners can technically apply for, but probably aren't consistently applying for them. So maybe the thing in the middle is to get that expertise, either we hire to get the expertise or we develop that in-house somewhere in the county, and we identify those funding sources, and we, at a minimum, we get the partner agencies that are using that system to co-sponsor the grant applications so it looks stronger, because multi-agency applications usually rise to the top. And so at a minimum, we just require them that they have to agree, if they're going to use our system for free, they have to co-sponsor in our grant applications and support our grant applications. So anyway, that's maybe a middle ground.
Deja vu. I was on an ad hoc. We went through the process of identifying who's using the county towers. We found state and federal uses, CHP, for example, Fish and Wildlife. And we put together an allocation. I think this board passed it. Was it this board or the last board? I don't remember. We had a whole half-hour presentation and we passed it. It had a breakdown of who owes what. Are you telling me we haven't collected any of that? Like deja vu, we've already done this whole endeavor. And I'll tell you what we decided. We're not going to bill fire departments because they're mostly volunteer. They don't have funds to pay for it. But we're going to bill the state and federal agencies that are making use of our microwave system because we're paying the entire cost, and it's appropriate that we allocate it according to use.
CEO Antle, if I may, Director Rao is on. I believe she was the one that did that presentation, and I can't remember what year it was either. But she can tell you, I do not believe to date that a bill has gone out.
So the board gave direction and said do it. Nothing's happened. So the high level direction here is asking staff send the bills. We've already come up with the whole plan. It's approved. We just need to mail the bills out. And when we looked at it, it was millions of dollars.
Director Rao, care to comment?
Certainly. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, and I'm hoping that Division Manager Tony Riggs is still in the room. But when the plan was presented, there were phases of it. Phase one was a collection level that, as described by Supervisor Williams, included county users, county departments with the cost allocation method. I will note that even under that current cost of ownership model, for example, facilities hasn't received any offsetting revenues from that fund to date. So your facilities, which is a general fund obligation, are paying for utilities, et cetera. And so there's some shoring up that needs to happen. We've been meeting regularly with between IT and GSA and the executive office fiscal team. But the next phase of that was, again, outreaching to these third-party entities to start that discussion to give them a true cost of occupying the space. There are some nuances to each of these. There are many of these occupants or sub-occupants of some of our sites. The sites differ between county owning, county leasing, land versus tower versus building, that are not memorialized in a formalized agreement either. So there's many steps to this, but it would be just a rollout of those next phases. And Tony can probably speak to it from his side of it because we have been collaborating. I will mention that to date, I believe, from a cost perspective, just our hard costs for facilities to date was approximately $70,000 for the first 6 months of this year. So we're anticipating just in your basic maintenance and utilities, approximately $150,000 for this year. And again, we send in somewhat like an invoice to draw down from the funds, but right now the model is not collecting enough to cover our costs top rate.
So we don't need to get into the weeds of it. The direction to staff is to collect it. I guess I'm a little bit outraged that we went through this whole process, and I don't know if Supervisor Mulhern was on the board, so that gives us, did you vote on it, Supervisor?
I just actually looked in Legistar and no, I did not.
All right, so that's how, I've been on there too looking. That's how long it's been that we gave direction to do it. Why aren't the bills sent? So I think that's a high level goal for the CEO is figure out why your staff isn't sending the bills and get the bills out. See if you can bill all the way back as far as possible. It's millions of dollars on the table. We're paying for CHP's tower space. It's ridiculous.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I agree that we charge A87 cost to different departments for services they receive from the county. I think that not charging federal and state partners, who are using our facilities is just, it can't go on. We don't have the money, and we're looking at this other state mandate on the organic waste recycling, and we can't even afford that. I agree that we should give the CEO direction to implement the mandated activities as appropriate and as feasible. And maybe there's, maybe the jail kitchen has a lot of organic waste that we can deal with, but each office I don't think is really practical.
Okay, Director Rakes, would you like to tell us what you know about the situation of billing for microwave services?
Sure. Briefly, with regard to billing out these costs, fortunately, IT has kept a very strict records, even historical records, of what the cost and bill breakdowns are per agency. So that's not a heavy lift to get that information. We have it all available based on when it was implemented. So with moving forward, if the will of the board is to proceed with pulling or coordinating with those agencies to get for those bills, we have it already. So it's just a matter of coordinating at that point.
Well, that sounds good. I'm sure that their cell providers bill them, and we should too. If we're providing a utility that's really essential for communications. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just reading the minutes. So past 5-0, it was Brown, McCowan, Hascheck, Jurdy, and Williams. And it's exactly what we're describing. This was item 5M on October 22nd, 2019. So the direction is basically implement what was already voted upon.
Okay, that's been a little while, so. All right. Thank you, Tony. We're ready to move on?
All right, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Homan here. Moving on to slide 8. We already had Swen Malala talking about the disaster preparedness and bringing forward like drills and exercises to make sure that the county is more prepared. County infrastructure and facilities and the roads. I know roads, of course, has been a hot topic here recently, but also for our critical building projects. So obviously we need to be taking a look at the buildings and finding out which projects are going to get us the most results, and also reduce our requirement for input such as custodial and maintenance going into the future. So whether it's a retirement of buildings or fixing of the buildings so that they can reduce their footprint as far as our resources. Next slide. Here we are talking about the financial situation that we have currently been presented by the departments through the zero-based budgeting system. There are several factors that we need to weigh when we're first looking at this. We need to make sure that we're letting the board be aware that looking at secured property taxes, we are currently only looking at a current projection that was produced in December and January of a little over 2% growth over what is projected to be received for this year. That is a pretty flat line as far as its growth is concerned. We have also received further information later this year that we may be able to go back in and review that projection, but at this time it is still staying at the 2%. Our inflationary costs, of course, are fairly high. The Consumer Price Index that was issued by the state here recently in December is stating that inflation was right at about 7% for the state. That has an impact on everything and all the services that we do here within the county, whether it's our cost of goods or if it's just the labor in general. The other part that we want to remember as well is if there is any carry forward that is coming out of the 21-22 fiscal year, we need to make sure that we do not try and spend any of that money because it is already allocated for the health plan and its deficit. So it needs to go towards the deficit that we already have present for that year. Looking at the submitted budgets, these are the submitted budgets, and this is the entire amount. So this is not just the core items that we're listing here. This is the entire amount from the departments. We are looking at...
If we just stop a second, it sounds like Supervisor Hastrek has a question.
I have a question about that statement about the carry forward, and that's committed to paying the health care plan from the past. So what are you budgeting for that? I mean, are you budgeting the 2 million, 2.2 that the auditor controller talked about, or are we budgeting the 1 million, or what?
At this time, we are not budgeting any amount because we don't have that final number from the auditor controller's office. We're hoping that it will be used to cover that amount, and when we get that final number, we will have it applied to the health plan carry forward.
If I may, through the chair, you did have an item on your consent calendar today asking the auditor controller to bring back her carry forward in a written format. We need a written report. It's hard to take a verbal, in these types of meetings. In the ad hoc last week, she was asked again. I believe we're looking forward to that report on May 9th, which would tie in with our third quarter reporting.
Supervisor Williams.
Okay, well, if I could just continue on.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So if it's 2.2 million, we're applying all of that to the deficit, healthcare deficit.
Darcy Antle, if I may, through the chair, we would bring that back, but you do have a $3.5 million deficit from prior year that we cannot use ARPA funding for.
Okay, so all of the 3.5 we're going to use up in that carry forward, and then we're going to have to fix the difference between that.
Yes, you would still have a deficit if it's 2.2 and we owe back 3.5. And again, we would need to, I would want to confirm that 3.5 with the auditor controller to ensure that that's the exact amount, but that's what we've been under the assumption for this whole year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, transparency for my colleagues. Part of the reason this item was on consent, thank you for passing it, requesting a written report, is last week I heard it may not be 2.2, it might be 5.7. Yeah, and I said, well, how could it be that different? Because we've been assured 2 million, 2.2 for some time, but there was an asterisk on it. This is oral. Don't try to spend it because I don't understand it. Maybe it's not real dollars. And so I left confused that the number that we've been sharing may not be accurate. It may be much larger, but we may not actually be able to spend it like it's an error that's been carried through the years. So I would like it in writing so that we all have the exact same information and we can point back at it later. CEO, are you able to clarify at all? Was 5.7 the number?
That was the verbal that she mentioned the other day. I cannot clarify that.
And was it your understanding that the board shouldn't allocate that 5.7?
I think it is allocated only as one-time funding. I don't believe she was considering it carry forward.
But is all the 5.7 available to spend?
I don't know without a written report.
So it's really material. If it's 2.2 versus 5.7, this board may have different ideas about the year ahead.
Well, it's still not enough based on our general fund deficit of 19 million, so I realize that's, you know.
So to add clarification, I don't think we have a general fund deficit of 19 million. This is based on the asks from the department.
Right.
So the sheriff asked for a whole lot more money, 5 million more than usual. I'm not saying it's not justified. He probably, I believe he needs it. The board's job is to take the revenue that is available and allocate it between the asks. And you would expect asks to come in more. We asked departments to do zero-based budgeting, figure out what they actually need. Well, what they actually need is more than we actually have. So now we have the fun job of figuring out which ones we want to underfund.
Yes.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, to that point, when the departments come in, they weren't projecting a 2% increase would happen this year that they will have to carry forward. Also, the increase of the health plan. The cost of fuel has gone up significantly. So we do expect them to come in with higher costs at that point. We need to go back and identify exactly where those high costs are and what they're associated with and how we can try to help the departments reduce those or become more efficient, as Division Manager Rakes mentioned earlier.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to add my comments about my level of frustration with the presentation that was sent out in the agenda. And, Supervisor Williams, to his credit, has been trying to get this zero-based budget process going for some years. And when I read this, my immediate reaction was, well, we asked them. So, to the point that we're not $19 million in the deficit, we have departments that are underfunded for a variety of reasons, as the CEO has stated. And the presentation provided no additional backup, didn't provide a summary or detail that is what we're looking at. So for any individual that hadn't been sitting in board meetings and didn't know about TED's zero-based budgeting, they might pick this up and wonder what the heck the county was doing. And that really was very frustrating process. And that's why I included this morning a potential spreadsheet, which I had mentioned the last time we talked about budgets, that would clearly articulate this is the ask and this is the why, so that we know. And I understand that this is just the beginning of the budget process and we have a lot more to go forward, but as a person that is not on the ad hoc but is being asked to make budget decisions, I mean, this kind of presentation without the summary explanation for the public is very challenging.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Supervisor Mulhern, you're right. But the ad hoc doesn't have any more information than this. I don't think the CEO has any more information. What you're getting is transparency. This is what the CEO and our team have to work with. Our auditor, controller, tax collector's office didn't provide any documentation, didn't provide a request. So how do we know what the position allocation table should be? What tools are needed in the year ahead? Are they under budget, over budget? That's one department that I expect to provide it because they're all about finance. And this is a finance problem. And then there are some other departments where they provided documentation, but it was what I would consider weak.
CEO Antle.
I would just like to comment on the timelines. Again, this presentation needed to be uploaded Thursday. The team didn't stop meeting with the departments until late Friday. The team has not sat down and went line by line to review what was either presented professionally, like Ms. Heller, or presented in another model where we have to take a deeper dive to really understand their asks. So to go much more level right now, I think I would have many departments upset with me and the public very confused as to what's going forward. And maybe it's a timing issue. Maybe we shouldn't have been here today starting this discussion. Being so early in the process, I thought it was transparent to be here to be in front of this board, telling you what we're looking at and what we're feeling at this moment.
And I think it's a snapshot in time. I don't think it's the final on anything. And in finance, snapshots on time are just that. They're useful, but they don't tell you the whole story. So Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Mulhern.
Mulhern's ahead of me.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
So this really could have been cleared up with the words proposed zero-based budget expenses, because that's what it was. That's where the 94 million came from, because that's what the departments were asked to do. Those are not necessarily the expenses that we're going to be able to take on this year. That's my concern. I am for transparency. I understand that we wanted to have a general summary, but the transparency of what this conversation was about and the work that the departments were asked to do for zero-based budgeting, whether they did it like Child Support Division or whether or not they didn't, they provided numbers as if they were providing what I don't know what they were asked. The best community service level of expectation from the community, whether they were asked only for mandated services. My hunch, and we don't get the opportunity to have this conversation until today. My hunch was they were asked, what's the level of service that you're expected to provide? And then what we need to back out is what is mandated.
Yeah, I have a slightly different take. I don't think they were tasked with utopian department. I think it is almost as frightening as what we're looking at. When the sheriff says he needs $5 million more, it's $5 million more to provide basically the same service that he's been providing. And I can't remember if it's captured somewhere on the slides, but I think utilities are up 1.6 million. Is that year over year?
Our expectation this year is that CEO Antle, that utilities are coming in at $2 million for this year alone.
Yeah.
For example, the museum is 50 million in 50,000, excuse me, in utilities alone. So yes.
So if you had, I think this is what you're getting at. If you had last year's budget and say it's perfectly balanced to the dollar, we brought in X, we spent X. This year, we have a problem in that utilities are 2 million more?
Mm-hmm. Not 2 million
2 million
more.
total?
Yeah, 2 million total.
600,000 more?
At least.
So significantly more, whatever that number is, we have to trim from last year. And we have a department head saying, well, to provide the same services last year, it's going to cost more. So in effect, the position we're in is we have to provide less service. Where I would go with this is let's defer some maintenance. We already do that. That's already built into the budgets that we were deferring last year, the year before, probably for the last decade. So that's not really a key. CEO?
If I may, through the chair, I would point out that Assistant Deputy Director Tim Holman did talk about zero-based budgeting. It is in the introduction on slide 3. So maybe we need to label this differently if you would like to see it labeled differently in the future. But we've been talking about zero-based budgeting with this board throughout the year. So if there needs to be more clarification, we can continue to work on that.
Go ahead, Supervisor Mulhern.
I understand that we're talking about zero-based budgeting. My concern is when a member of the media or a member of the public picks up an agenda and they're trying to discern this presentation, they don't have enough information. So I'm not trying to attack staff. I'm just saying that what I was given for this meeting today was just not enough information to be prepared to have a conversation. I understand you're not done with your PowerPoint yet, so.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Can we continue, Mr. Holman?
All right, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman back here. I believe I left off when I was explaining that the 94 million is the total ask of every department in zero-based budgeting, and that includes the discretionary items. The proposed revenue that we have listed here is just a little bit under 75 million available for the general fund departments to spend. That leaves us with an approximate deficit of about 19 million. Again, this is before that we have had a chance to go through and take a look at any of the individual departments, but we also do know that there's about 1.7 million out there available as discretionary items that the departments have listed. So they did do the zero-based budgeting. They did list out those items that are discretionary. It does require further analysis, and we will be coming back to that as we have that information available. But also, we can keep moving down on this list here. We have items to consider. We are looking at approximately $3 million in reduction from the revenue from the prior year usable by the general fund departments. Specifically, really quick, we can go do some of the high-end items, 750 reduction in cannabis, 994 that came in last year as an LATCF grant. There's a chance that we might get that this year, but we can't count on that. That is a one-time only money, and we shouldn't be putting that in there with monies that are for continuous use. There's also currently a reduction of $300,000 within the supplemental system. I don't know that anybody here is comfortable with putting in a projection for supplementals within the next fiscal year until such time that we're comfortable that Aumentum is able to produce those bills. Cost plan by itself is looking at $200,000 down, and that, of course, is directly related to the A87. So I just wanted to make sure that you can start adding those up, and in aggregate, they start adding up to that $3 million pretty quick. Also, we're looking at an increase in cost for the certificates of participation. Not only is it related to our refinance, it's also due to certain participation bonds coming to term. On that list of what we have been able to pull out just really quickly, there is a fixed asset request of $325,000 from all the different departments. Vehicle requests of $1.1 million between all the different departments. Facility modifications are coming in at $824,000. Much of this, of course, is needed and some of it is not. And that's something that, again, we do need to continue doing an analysis on and working with each of the departments to determine what is considered a core required item for this coming year. And when they were directed for zero-based budgeting, they were asked that when they produced their core items, that those core items are specifically to keep the lights on and do the minimum that they need to do in order to keep business moving. Anything beyond that is considered the discretionary item, and those are, again, those items that we can go back and look at. Next slide, please.
Chair.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. So one of the issues might be staffing. And with the proposed expenses, were the departments fully staffed with this budget? Because oftentimes we've had the open positions which have provided that kind of buffer for the budget.
Well,
so is that one of the issues that's going on?
For the general fund positions, that is not how we do things. We don't go in and propose positions and run off of those as deficits. In order to claim that we're still getting that as revenue or possible spending. The projections that we sent out were specifically for those positions that were filled as of the last pay period in the last calendar year. Any positions that were added to that are only supposed to be those positions that have either been filled in the period of time since that projection was created, or those positions that they honestly and truly expect to be staffing in the following fiscal year. And in many cases, that means that some of these positions are budgeted at 50% or 75%, because with the recruiting difficulties, there's not a likelihood that they're going to be capable of filling these 2, 3, or 4 positions at a full rate for the following fiscal year. And so within the budget units, we are not seeing any exorbitant number of positions that are being asked for. We do have a handful of departments that are asking for extra positions, but again, they have, in those cases, they have put them in discretionary, stating that they'd like to have those positions, but they aren't necessarily all mandatory for them to continue operations. Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, a couple points. Vehicles are being requested by several departments. And, my knee jerk is this isn't a year where we can afford vehicles. But, it's difficult because, say, in planning and building where they need vehicles for inspection, the cost of those vehicles and the maintenance was already factored in at the fee hearing. It's in the fee schedule, so the applicants are paying a fee that's to cover this cost. And so I'm not comfortable not giving them the vehicle because the applicants have already paid for it. They've paid a fee for a permit that was supposed to cover cost recovery. The other one that I'm a little bit ambiguous on is in the past, we've talked about paying some of the state reimbursed positions, for example, in social services, market wages, because it would be the state paying and not us. Let's bring that money into the county and let's fully staff. First, I'm not sure if it's possible. For me, it's kind of in that myth category. I've heard it kicked around for so long, but anytime I ask, well, what could we pay? How would we bring those funds down? It gets really fuzzy really quick. Maybe it's possible and we don't have the expertise. That would be direction the board could give for the CEO to work with CSAC, RCRC to clarify, are we pulling down all the state funds that are available for positions? If we're not, I imagine we would like to. But in looking at that analysis, even if we can, the number of positions you have that fall under state reimbursement of some sort create needs elsewhere in the county, right? So if you have 300 in social services, you're going to have demand on facilities, demand on HR. I don't know, A87 should shift some of those costs around. I don't know that our non-general fund departments are really reimbursing general fund for all actual costs. I have a sense that general fund is probably on the losing end of some of these deals. Could we be a little bit tighter? Is there a way to recoup some of those funds? That might be something that we want to look at. Again, I don't know if we have the expertise in the county. If we did, we probably would have already done it. So it would be great to have somebody from the outside just look over, not a full forensic audit, but just cursory. Are we structuring in a way that maximizes the use of state dollars? Last on that thread, I brought this up before, I think we have classifications that are out of whack. An analyst 2 in social services versus an analyst 2 in DOT, really different jobs. The work that's being done is different. Having those linked together may mean that we can't afford to give a living wage in social services because we can't afford it in the general fund. Not the best long term. So back to the high level direction would be a goal for the CEO to evaluate with the appropriate outside resources, are we making the most of available state dollars?
I know the CEO, Antle, is already developing some strategies for that, so I expect she'll take a look at it. Does the board support that direction? CEO Antle?
Yeah, I would just like to report, we started those conversations earlier. Most recently, we had one yesterday. We were discussing with another CAO from Tulare County. So we are taking a deeper dive into how other counties are funding the state required programs through social services. Currently, in your ask there of 9.4 million, 5 million of that is for mandated services and social services. So that's the piece we really need to take a deeper dive into, understanding how other counties are handling those dollars and how we are using some of our realignment funds that come down. So definitely a deeper dive into that. I don't think we'll have that settled for next fiscal year, but we'll definitely have a handle on it for going into 24, 25.
For the record, I support the CEO looking into that. I mean, my hunch is that there are other counties that are doing have a different approach to billing for state programs. And, there are other counties that are poorer than Mendocino County, and yet they have more reserves than Mendocino County. There's got to be a reason for that.
Everybody on board? Okay, good. Tim?
All right, we'll go ahead and go back to slide 10 here. These are a handful of things that were brainstormed, and again, not very much time, but we were taking a look at what budgets we could and then uploading this as soon as we could as well. Just some items to consider for how we can make sure that we're living within our means. Reduce our economic development dollars. So whether we need to reach out and go directly to our vendors or work with our ordinance in order to make sure that we're paying an appropriate amount for our advertising, et cetera. Downsizing. What facilities are we not needing and we need to close? So satellite facilities, are those a possibility that they are not providing enough service and it makes more sense to consolidate them back to our local, our Ukiah structure?
If I may add to that point, it would be also the cost of those facilities. Really taking a deeper dive into what are the utilities, what are the maintenance, what is the ongoing cost of those facilities, and by consolidating and only doing services, minimal needed services in those facilities, can we reduce, again, our footprint that's out there for the facilities?
Supervisor Williams?
One of two left. I appreciate the patience. Is it okay if I share a document real quick? Maybe we can switch roles here for just a moment. So this is the board heard, I think it was last meeting, social services needs a washer dryer. This is the request, and I think it actually calls for a washer dryer and maybe a shower. I'm thinking of fiberglass unit, and the estimate is $90,000. So when I saw this, first of all, the state will pay, and so I don't feel good holding them up. The estimate is it'll take more than a year to get to this. If the state is paying, we're acting as an agent for a state service. I think we need to get it done right away. That's our obligation. But the $90,000 was kind of sticker shock to me. It may be that everything is sticker shock to me. Construction is expensive today. I get that. But I would like, as high level, to ask the CEO to evaluate some of these and see, do the estimates match the actuals over time? Just pull a sampling of them. If it's $90,000 and it actually costs $30,000, that would be really good to know, because I think we don't do some of these projects based on the estimates. That cost, maybe it's labor and parts. I added up the parts. It's nowhere near $90,000. Even if we use expensive labor, say we had the CEO, the sheriff, and county council go out there and install it, I don't think it would be $90,000. So what's happening here? If this is how it is across the county, no wonder we can't maintain our facilities. If a washer, dryer, and a shower unit costs $90,000, maybe there's more to it, right? And I don't want to be unfair here. Maybe I go out there and look at it and the wall's rotted and the building has to be reconstructed. There may be a reason for it, but I would like for this board to know what that reason is. I'd like the CEO to have a really crisp understanding of why these types of projects are so expensive. And I wonder if it would be appropriate for the board to direct the CEO to bring back an update to Policy 1. Because we should not have social services waiting years for a washer and dryer. This impacts children in our county. They need it now. And whatever the reasons are, we're understaffed or we have too much on our plate in other departments, I think we need to unblock social services. CEO, do you have any feedback?
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. Certainly, we do have Director Rao on. She may be able to address this now. If not, I can take a look into it. And I've also begun the policy review of Policy 1, and that is in the process. I believe the team is going and meeting with stakeholders currently, meaning departments and fiscal, to find out any input they may have on the process of how to move things forward and where they need for further clarification with Policy 1. And that really ties into the financial policies that I look forward to reviewing with this board and bringing that forward. Director Rao, do you have a comment?
Sure. Janelle Rao, General Services Agency. We do provide detailed estimates for each of these projects, so we're happy to provide any detail that comes forward. What you're seeing is just, Supervisor Williams, what you shared was just a form that's prepared by facilities that's submitted by departments. So there is a cost breakdown for each of those. That one in particular could include electrical, plumbing, walls, and you're also working in a facility that was designed and built as an office unit, not necessarily housing. So there are some issues that come into play there. We reconcile every project estimate to actual, and we also have a 30% cost overhead that we're obligated to include in every public project. So there are some cost escalations that you see in government that you'll see across the board. It's public contract code, and it's one of those obligations that we have, but we are most certainly willing to, and I believe in every project report that we've been attaching monthly to the CEO report includes a budget to actual as well. So if there's more information this board would like, we're happy to include that. But one thing I can point out too is we have a very, very short window of time under this current budget calendaring and timing to provide estimates to sometimes quite significant requests for modifications. And that gives you very little time to provide these estimates. We're working with the executive office to change that timing to allow our facilities project specialists, who are also actively managing live projects, to provide those estimates. So again, we're happy to provide details on that. And I agree with the sticker shock, but I can send you that detail, Supervisor Williams, just so that you have it for transparency. But for every project, there is a very detailed estimate that includes labors, materials, any outside contracting.
So the direction I was hoping to give to the CEO is to bring back an update to Policy 1 for board review, focusing on efficiency. And I don't want to tell you, CEO, I don't want to micromanage staff how to accomplish that. But the bottom line is these projects can't cost $90,000. I mean, you're talking about a couple $1,000s for washer and dryer, some plumbing work. I know we're not paying our county employees enough to get that bill up to $90,000. I wish we were. But there's something wrong. And if you multiply that by, how many projects do you think we have, facilities projects per year? 100?
You could have anywhere from 25 to 100, but you're blending policies as well. Policy 1 is procurement and contracting, but you also have the Mendocino County Code, you have the Public Contract Code. Policy 1 is really about services, but when you're in the public contract world, if you're doing an improvement to an owned facility, we're obligated to comply with the Public Contract Code. This board has also, in this county, adopted the alternate procedure under Uniform Construction Cost Accounting. That's Mendocino County Code 2.33. There are certain regulations, and we're most certainly working, as CEO Antle mentioned, on an update to Policy 1, and any efficiencies we can put in place, we most certainly will. But regardless of who's doing the work, we are obligated to comply with the codes and mandates.
I appreciate the codes and mandates, but I also appreciate that social services is working with children, and those children need clothing cleaned. And I don't care how we get there, but they need a washer and dryer. And I'm worried that this isn't a one-off situation, that this is more of a pattern in our county. Something needs to be done, and we can't afford it, but when you look at why we can't afford it, it's kind of outrageous, right? We have a $90,000 estimate, so we don't do it, rather than let's find a way to accomplish the task within our budget.
Okay, please continue.
All right, next on our list are parks. There's Mariposa Park, which is not necessarily a huge cost, but it is a cost every year. It is a liability. It is something that we could possibly sell. There are other possibilities as far as the parks are concerned, whether we need to be partnering with local agencies, anything else that we can do to have the local peoples be more involved with the parks that they have available to them, and in order to reduce, the footprint that we have within the county for the services that we provide at those locations.
Oh, Supervisor Jordy.
So I think this county cannot afford to own any parks. So, and I don't know if there's 3 board members here or not that agree with that, but I think it's pretty clear the county can't afford it. I think what we need to do is we need to find, as you said, community partners that could step up and take ownership and or maintenance of these parks. So, for example, the Mendocino Coast Botanical Gardens, I know none of these parks are the equivalent of the Mendocino Coast Botanical Gardens, but it is a publicly owned entity. The Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District owns it, but it's the nonprofit that runs it and fundraises and cares for it. It's not the Recreation and Park District that cares for it. So that same model could be under the county or any other government agency that's out there, whether it's a water district or the county that literally owns the property, but there could be these nonprofits that step in. And I'm just curious, who are some dynamic organizations out there that could take on this project? Maybe it's not the county that leads this. Maybe we approach other entities. Maybe it's the Mendocino Community or what is it? Foundation. And they approach as sort of a third-party entity. Maybe they approach community members who've proven to donate to projects to take on these properties. But, you know, it could be that one or two of these properties has no significant community value, and so it just gets acquired as private property. Others may have some regional value to the neighbors, and they step up and take over these properties. But like I said, there's no way this county can afford to maintain 6 neighborhood parks. You know, we do have the money and it's not just inland. There's the one on the south coast, but the Recreation and Park District is in the process of selling their Highway 20 property that has just been a net cost to the district for years. It was originally envisioned to be a golf course, which originally was going to generate revenue for the rec district. It's finally selling that property to the city of Fort Bragg for a water source, its highest and best use. Now that the rec district will be out from under that property, I see no reason why the county shouldn't be approaching the Recreation and Park District, which represents the South Coast and has been collecting property taxes from the South Coast, to take ownership and management of the regional park on the South Coast. It shouldn't be a county Mendocino project. It should be a Recreation and Park District project. So I'm just saying, I think we need to bring in some people from the community to provide some leadership here. I don't know that the county has the bandwidth, but maybe other people do in the community.
So I'm not quite sure of the order, but let's go Supervisor Hashtag, Mulhern, and Williams.
My understanding is that there's supposed to be an analysis of the different parks and the contracts and the bonds and everything that we've had in the past with them, and so that should be coming to the board soon. And so I certainly look at different approaches and partnerships and everything else we can imagine with how to run these parks more efficiently. And with the Sell Mariposa Park, I think that is something that's time has come, and every day we hold on to that park, it's a liability, and there's no reason why we shouldn't just go ahead and sell it. So I would give direction to the CEO to sell that park.
Second.
Any discussion? CEO Antle, do you have any thoughts on it?
No, I agree with, selling it, surplusing it, whatever we need to do to take it off the county's role. And Director Rao is on, so she can take the direction as well to move forward, as she's the one with the works in the property portion. But right now we have 2. I'd like one more.
Okay, so how should we handle this?
Supervisor McGorty. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I sit on the Parks Ad Hoc with you, and I know that you and I had a conversation with the folks in Redwood Valley, and they definitely wanted for the county to maintain control of that property, but I think that it is inevitable that it needs to be released. And so I will be the third vote, but I really wanted to comment to my colleagues that you all approved. I mean, as has been mentioned several times in my monthly reports and here on the dais, Supervisor McGorty have a meeting monthly with the park staff, and you all approved an agreement on consent to work with the city of Ukiah and a local community group to turn the tennis courts on Low Gap into pickleball courts. So we are in the process of implementing these changes in partnership, and I haven't seen whatever presentation that Director Rao is going to bring forward, but I think we've already identified community partners and stakeholders that we can talk to about all of our parks and having a more collaborative approach. So that process is well on its way, and it just hasn't been fully brought forward back to the board.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I don't want to get rid of the parks, but I would support finding a more appropriate ownership. I don't know that the county owning and maintaining the parks is an effective long-term strategy. Park and Rec District is a great idea. I'm sure each of the parks will have different viability. Bower Park, I want to talk about. Bower Park there was an opportunity to get some state funds. But this goes back to, I think it was 2019, we did a parks assessment. I was out there detailing it, taking photos, pointing at this is unsafe, you're missing ADA here. We put together a really credible plan with a third-party consultant that wasn't cheap. I wanted that plan to get implemented, and of course the county doesn't have any funds to do it. Found out there may be an opportunity to get funds from the state. Staff didn't have time to put an application together, but Darcy's team was able to give me the data. I did it in an afternoon, last minute, sent it to Assembly Member Wood, and he went to bat for us, and we got $2.2 million. That was we put out the press release 7 months ago. We have a plan, we have the money, but we haven't done the work. It's really embarrassing for me to go back to our state reps and say, hey, I need millions of dollars for blank, because we haven't spent the money that they've already given us. That's an example of a park that's not being maintained, yet it's funded. And so the direction I would like on this one to the CEO is let somebody write the RFPs and get the contractors out there. They can work in parallel, one for the tennis court, one for the basketball court, one for the trees. It's not a burden on county staff. I understand we don't have the resources, but this is state money and it's a community park. We're not doing anything. If we could get that 2.2 million spent plus the FEMA money that we've been awarded for that park, it may be in a condition where another entity like Park and Rec District would consider it. Nobody wants to take on a liability, but a park that's been completely revamped, that may be attractive.
If I may, through the chair, I'm sorry, I can't see if anybody has their highlighter up, but maybe Director Rao can give us an update on Bauer Park.
Hi, I'm Janelle Rao, through the chair. We have, as this board has seen, we received the information and the funding through the state. There was no application submitted to the state. We came forward to the board with an agreement or a resolution that gave us the authority to enter into agreement. That agreement just came from the state last week. We will be providing that agreement to the board to approve and then proceed with the process. And again, we're obligated, because it's county-owned property, to follow a process and to utilize the public contract code. There are also, I want to make sure that it's clear, there are also some restrictions on some of your parks, because they did have park lawn improvements, Bauer Park being one of them. But we are proceeding. We will work through the process. If Supervisor Williams would like us to pursue other means, I'm happy to discuss that with council. If there is some way to authorize a third party to move forward with this project, but based on what we're dealing with the state and the state's timing to get us the information we need, even to contract for this money, we're as far along as we could possibly be.
So back in our January 24th meeting, there was a resolution, consent item 3M, adoption of resolution approving the application for specified grant funds from the State of California Budget Act 2022-23. It has the section $2.2 million for Bauer Park Restoration Project, authorizing chair. So it has documents attached. There was an application that was submitted. It was our parks need assessment. That's why the state gave us the grant funds. They didn't just give us 2.2 million arbitrarily. It was based on our parks needs assessment that had detailed financials, photos of what needed to be repaired. So again, I don't want to get into the weeds on specific projects. I'm bringing this up as an example. I think we're not moving at a reasonable pace. I don't know why. It's operational. The direction I want to give the CEO is to figure out what's happening here and bring back a plan. If you need resources, ask the board for the resources. Maybe we can fund it, maybe we can't. But you can't have project go by 7 months, or social services 2 years waiting for a washer dryer. This seems to be a pattern here. And I've now been around long enough that I'm starting to identify the pattern. And like the towers, detailed allocations down to the dollar, and we were to bill those entities, and to find out we didn't do it, and now we can't afford something else that's on our list. CEO, what direction do we give for you to find the problems in management and address the issues? I know it's a really abstract, nebulous task, but the problems in this county are not policy at the moment, they're operational.
I would, CEO Antle, I was trying to forget my name there for a minute. I would need to work with Director Rao to find out what the issues are around these various things and really how deep is it into our process and our policies that are very outdated. In between, is it an organizational issue that we're not moving projects forward for some unknown reason I couldn't foresee, so.
Last comment, are you aware of what projects have been accomplished in the last fiscal year? Do you have a list of projects that are pending and projects that are completed?
CEO Antle, yes, I have a list of projects pending. What I've asked for more recently is what dollars have been already obligated to those projects. And I do have the timeline on those. And I believe, Director Rao could correct me, but I believe in one of the most recent CEO reports was there a list of projects completed.
So this board, I don't think knows. I don't think this board, if we had a test right and an exam, I don't think we could score a D on what facilities projects are slated for the year ahead. Until it shows up on consent calendar and we ask a couple questions, we're spending some number of hundreds of thousands, and we say, wait, is that a priority? It's too late. It's already. How is it that this board doesn't know what we're doing in terms of facilities? We can't do it all, obviously. We probably can't even do 5% of what needs to be done. But isn't it a policy matter which facilities we're addressing and in which order?
If I might, through the chair, we have provided, General Services have been providing this board with a status update of your projects on every CEO report monthly. That includes projects completed and the spend to date. Most recently, we've added timelines for those that are a work in progress. In addition, you've received at every budget workshop and for the last few years, a list of those capital projects that are also slated as critical. So the information has been coming. There's also a new updated, based on the capital improvement and condition of your facilities, list of those capital projects that are slated for critical for this next funding cycle that was presented during the budget conferences that will make its way to the board.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, dealing with the parks issue, if we have direction, it sounds like we have a majority to sell Mariposa Park. But the other 6 parks, then does the ad hoc have a placeholder for a time that is going to be brought back so we can really deal with it and look at all the restrictions and everything else with it? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Supervisor Jurdy asked that the ad hoc not be involved in that, so General Services has a placeholder for it to be on the agenda item.
Okay.
But what I was saying is that the ad hoc meets monthly with General Services, and we've been identifying community partners, coming up with strategies to try to, retain that public open space, but figure out a way for alternative resources to be used to fund them. So we've been working on that, and this board has approved things on consent calendar that indicate that. So I believe that April 25th is supposed to be the date. April 23rd.
Or 25th.
April 25th is the date of that report that the ad hoc was specifically asked to. Well, I mean, I think I was specifically asked to not participate in. So it is coming forward.
Well, okay, that's good, because on April 25th, I think that we do need to make some hard decisions and, really about these partnerships and what are the possibilities of these parks. Because we can't go on like we've been going in not funding the parks properly and not maintaining them and creating liabilities and all that. So I look forward to that conversation.
Shall we
So,
continue?
Mr. Chair, there was a timed public hearing to come back, and I have more budget conversation and questions that I would like to have. So I'm just wondering if we should pause the budget, have maybe like a 5-minute break for transition of staff, and then get to that timed item.
Yes, let's do that. Okay, 5-minute break, and then we'll have our timed item. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. We'll reconvene at 3:20 on item 4A. I'm going to return to staff. There were some direction you were given, and you're ready to report to us.
Yes, we are. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and bear with me. There's about 6 documents we're going to walk through here. And if you have any questions or comments, just feel free to pause me at any point. So I'm going to start with, and these, for the public, these have been posted online to the agenda item. They're the last 6 attachments. So the document I'm sharing here, this is Exhibit E, the conditions of approval. So I just wanted to note in the very initial sort of block here, we just had a Scrivener's error of the permit number, so we corrected that to reflect AP 2022-34. And then I'm going to go ahead and scroll down because the first condition that we have made changes to is condition 32. So condition 32, this relates to comments from Chair McGordy, and this is regarding the preliminary landscape site plan and planting plan. And so we have added that while the plan would be subject to the review and approval of the Director of Planning Building, there would be consultation with the Department of Transportation and the UC Cooperative Extension to address those concerns. Then condition 33, this relates to the size of the cottage park and the pavilion within the cottage park. And what we have added is the language that was requested by the developer, that if any additional lots are placed within the senior neighborhood, the size of the covered pavilion shall increase by 15 square feet per additional lot. And the 15 square feet, that relates to the occupancy standards for that building. That was the number we used to get to the original 585 square feet. So then scrolling down further, the next changes are at the very end of the conditions of approval. Oops, and I went a little too far. So condition 52, the developer had requested to modify the design guidelines to allow for up to 3,000 square foot single-family homes in the traditional neighborhood. So staff has amended condition 52 to include that all residential development shall be consistent with the approved design guidelines manual as amended by the Board of Supervisors to allow for up to 3,000 square foot single-family homes in the traditional neighborhood, and then the rest of it remains the same. Condition 54, this was requested to be modified by the developer, and we heard board support for that, so that just reflects a strike through of the word operated or in regards to use of Gobelay Lane, and adds that heavy equipment shall take access to the project site from South State Street. Now, condition 55 is where we address some of Supervisor Jurdy's concerns from his memo. So we've included all of them in a list here, and I'm going to walk you through those. So the initial portion of condition 55 reads that the subdivision improvement plan shall include the following. So A, that the preliminary landscape site plan and planting plan shall be modified to include larger regionally appropriate trees. This is to address the concerns over the original trees. That was the first comment in Supervisor Jurdy's memorandum. And B, that roof sheathing shall include a radiant barrier and roofing materials shall meet Energy Star cool roof standards. C, that to install utilities and vaults within the sidewalk or at the residence side of the sidewalk. And we added here that locations shall be subject to the approval by the utilities, because there is still work that the developer will need to do with utility companies in order to determine the final installation location. D, install root guards or over-excavate to direct roots downward. That relates to the tree plantings next to the sidewalks and or roadways. E, landscape space shall be enlarged to a minimum of 5 feet 6 inches along sidewalks and streets on the public streets. F, the sidewalk width along public streets shall be increased to 6 feet. And G, and this is to address Supervisor McGordy's comment regarding purple pipe, that the landscape irrigation system in the 3 parks shall be designed to provide space for potential future connection to purple pipe recycled water supply. Now, in addition, we added condition 56 because with the increase of the landscape space and the sidewalk, there could be a potential that the developer may need to request exceptions from the Department of Transportation regarding the overall, road standard width from the current standards. So 56 reads that the applicant shall submit a request for a tab H exception to the Director of Transportation if the increase in sidewalk width or planter width is to be accommodated by a reduction in the standard road width. That concludes all the changes to the conditions of approval.
Supervisor Williams?
Chair, can I ask the applicant whether they're content with what's been presented? I'd
Sure.
just like confirmation.
Jake Morley with Gillen Inc. Yep, everything lands well.
Move the recommended action as amended.
I'm sorry, I have 5 more documents to go through with changes. Sorry.
Someone's eager to see housing in this county.
Understand. So that concluded the changes to the conditions of approval. So next up, what I'm going to be going to is the restated development agreement. So these were changes that were requested by the developer, and a change that is one that we caught while we were going through the documents during our break time. So this is in section 7.2 regarding parkland in lieu fees, and adds the language "or other oversight instrument has been formed as approved by the county in its sole discretion." And then we separated the sentence to add "the neighborhood park shall be subject to a recorded easement," and then the rest of the requirement remains the same. Lower down in this section, we also added the same language that's in the conditions of approval regarding the change in size for the pavilion within the senior neighborhood cottage park. And then we also noticed that we had a slight discrepancy here between the recommended conditions of approval and what was in the development agreement. The conditions of approval require a 7-foot paved walkway, so we just took out the 6 to 7 and just left it as 7 feet. Then next I'm going to go down to section 8.9 of the development agreement. And here, this was the change requested by the developer as well. It just includes the language "after homeowners association or other oversight instrument has been formed as approved by the county in its sole discretion." That's all the changes to the development agreement. And next I'm going to go ahead and move over to the Exhibit D of the development agreement. And this is the inclusionary housing agreement. This is where the developer had requested a change to have them work with the county in selecting the nonprofit. I understood from the conversation here that the board did want the department to still consult with them. So we've added language here saying, following consultation with the developer, the county may, at its sole discretion, designate, appoint, or contract with any other public agency, and the rest remains the same. So there would be some consultation with the developer, but not necessarily that they would be part of that final decision-making process, and staff's comfortable with that. Okay, then for the next document, we had requested by the developer, this is the resolution for the approval of the planning entitlements. And this is on page 3 of that document and finding number 9. And the developer had requested that we clarify in finding 9 regarding the administrative permit that to strike 5 proposed residences and replace that with single-family and age-restricted residences. And that's no problem to staff and in conformity with the remainder of the documents. That is the only change to this document. And then the next document is our ordinance summary. So we realized that we had a slight discrepancy here in the ordinance summary. So what staff has corrected here is noting that the ordinance adds Mendocino County Code section 21.04.030 and making sure that this is clear when it is published in a newspaper. And I don't know if there's anything additional you wanted to add to that, Matt.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. We noted there was a slight discrepancy in the notice for today. We're not amending a section of the code, we're just adding a new section of code. We're keeping the old reference to the Gardens Gate section. The county's typically just adopted a short ordinance in the code documenting the existence of a DA, and we think this is the totality of the action we noticed today was clear for the development agreement.
Okay, and then my final document for you, just to make things real nice and easy here, I have the revised recommended action for the board here. So this incorporates into the recommended action the following language, adding with exhibits as modified at today's hearing. It corrects the discussion of the ordinance by noting that it is adding section 21.04.030 and also notes that the development agreement, which is an exhibit to the ordinance, is as modified at today's hearing.
Move the recommended action as revised.
Oh, okay, pardon me, and council is just correcting me, and the resolution is modified as well.
Thank you. So we have a first and second.
Actually, Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, can we take these actions 1, 2, 3 in order, please, with separate votes?
Is,
You want us to withdraw and move recommended action number 1 as revised?
Correct.
Is a second?
I agree, yes.
Call the question.
Okay, call the question.
And we've met our public comment requirement.
Supervisor Gertie?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Question for council. Is there any public comment requirement given that we've made changes since the?
No, I believe you've already had your public comment. This is in line with the direction after the prior hearing. We don't believe there's a need to reopen at this time.
Okay, is there a motion to?
Move the recommended action number 2 as revised.
Second.
Okay, call for the question.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Gertie?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Move recommended action number 3 as revised.
Second.
Call for the question.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Gertie?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we just changed
Chair.
the face of Ukiah.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
supervisors.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Gillian and Associates and everyone for your persistence on this project. It's really a game changer for Ukiah. I think that it's really needed for the economic development of our community and county. And so thank you for sticking with it.
Hear, hear. Okay, well, we'll allow a couple minutes for the crowd to clear. Okay, so we will resume with our discussion on where we left off.
Chair McGorty, if I may, I want to do a correction on the parks item. It is May 23rd that is coming, not April 25th.
Okay, May 23rd. Okay. So we're still working on agenda item 4C. Where were we? So did we had a motion on the floor about Mariposa Park, correct?
We had direction and we did have a majority, and so.
Then leave it at that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, since we actually haven't had public comment on this item, I would just suggest maybe recording those and then coming back to them after the public comment has been taken, so there's an opportunity for the comment before the formal action occurs.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking the same thing, because I know that there's going to be public comment on this, and if we were to move forward without hearing from the public, it probably wouldn't be good, so. All right, Mr. Hallman, if you'd like to continue.
Sorry, a point of clarification. Are you talking about public comment for the process of releasing the property, or are you talking about public comment today?
I just meant for this item. Sorry, are you talking about for
For the process of selling Mariposa Park or releasing it? Is that something that's going to come back to the board for approval?
Yeah, I think there's a few different pieces. One is just the direction that the board is giving, and there's been a few different items that have come up for board direction. And I would just suggest that before that gets finalized, that there be the opportunity for public comment. But in terms of actually selling the park, there's actually a fair number of steps that will need to occur that will be a public process on that one.
Okay.
We're working on logging in here.
Okay, it'll take a second. I was just reflecting on when Gardensgate was being designed, and Chris Stone came into the office when was having a discussion with me about converting vineyard land into housing. It got a little heated. That was many years ago.
We're working on bringing up that slide, but I can go ahead and continue commenting on it if that's all right with the board.
Sure.
All right, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman here. Moving on, we're moving on from the parks because we've gotten direction there. We could also repurpose unspent PG&E funds. At the moment, we have approximately $4 million that have not been entered into contract. We have obligated those funds per the board's direction, but they have not been used. There are several items that are included there, and that of course includes the carbon reduction, drought monies, and also the JPA for coastal valleys. Again, those are all items that the board can consider for using for funding into the next fiscal year.
So my only thought on that is that, you know, if something aligns, for instance, if we're building charger stations and it's coming out of a carbon reduction fund, that makes sense. But I would wait until the last possible 11th hour to spend those funds in ways that really weren't intended. So that's me personally. Anybody else have any thoughts? Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, the question is how much is in the JPA fund that hasn't been spent? And before we did talk about using the carbon reduction money for the HVAC system in Fort Bragg. You know, I hate to do it, but at the same time, that is really what the carbon reduction money is for. You know, it's a high-tech system. It's very expensive, and just to use a portion of it, maybe $300,000, I think that could be money that would be used for roofing or another place that it would be freed up. And so that's just the reason why I would say if we needed to use something, we could use that maybe 300 from the carbon reduction to fund that project.
Well, it kind of fits in with the purpose. Again, I think if you're going to heat pumps, that's getting us away from gas heating, and I think it's the intent of what we had hoped we would do to reduce our carbon footprint. Supervisor Williams.
I would rather not use the climate funds for air conditioning in Fort Bragg where you don't need air conditioning. This is because of a state mandate. It's one, in hindsight, I would probably just ignore because we can't do everything. Air conditioning in Fort Bragg, is there a day a year where you really need AC? Like, open a window. But I'm in favor of spending the set-asides as we originally intended. That said, I think one of the maybe blunders that we've made, and it's not just the current board, it's the previous board also, is it's like the CEO parks her car in the lot here and a tree comes down and it's totaled. And her insurance gives her a check for $30,000. She takes the $30,000 and she puts in a pool and goes around the world. comes back and asks, well, how do I get to work, right? That check was to make her whole on the car. She no longer has a car because she spent it for all these other things. It's kind of what we've done. We were broke. We can't cover our deferred maintenance. We can't cover our health plan, but we dished out millions of dollars for all these projects, which I support the projects. I mean, everything on that list was really valuable, and the ones that we couldn't fund. But we've kind of boxed ourselves in this unfortunate position where that money was to make the county whole for the actual losses suffered as the result of the fire. We cut programs, we diverted funds, and now those programs are suffering. And I don't know what we do other than maybe lesson learned. Maybe this board should write a mission statement so the next board thinks twice before misusing settlement. That said, using it for climate reduction or EV or anything that reduces our operating expenses, I think that's a real win. That's setting the next board up to have more available funds. And we know one of the hardest transitions that's coming is getting off combustion engines and switching to electric vehicles. I wouldn't mind seeing the rest of that fund be used to buy electric vehicles. If we have the charging figured out, and we know there are vehicles that we're going to buy, it's not discretionary, we have to do it, like building inspectors need vehicles to get around, might as well make those electric, not have the fuel expense and not have the ongoing maintenance.
Yeah, good points. Let's see, who's next? Dan?
I think Mo was next.
Mo?
Thank you. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to comment again about the presentation. So for me, having a document, a spreadsheet that would show the PG&E funds that have currently been spent, the $4 million that's left, would have been really helpful in advance. I did use the county's website to find the PG&E expenses. That was stale, and I understand it's going to be updated soon. But as we're having budget conversations, I really need to have all of the information so that I can make decisions. And we've had the conversation about the ambulance and the JPA with Director Emery and Jen Banks from Coastal Valleys, and I think that's critical to our community. So if we're talking about potentially spending the carbon reduction program for one-time funds, then I'm happy to discuss that, but without more documentation, it's very challenging to have a conversation.
Hey, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah. So I think if we were to allocate something in the neighborhood of $300,000 for the Fort Bragg Justice Center, that's probably a reasonable use of that proportion of the funds available. Although it does have, heat pump can both heat and cool, but it's principally to replace the propane heating system that was in that building. So it actually is decarbonizing the building by switching from propane to electric and a very efficient electric heating system. I would prefer to focus the lion's share of those funds on the fleet, because we know that when we looked at our carbon emissions from the county's operations, the vast majority of the carbon emissions was from our fleet. So I think the principal use of those funds should be on the fleet. But I think, maybe 300,000, something in that neighborhood of the carbon reduction fund to help cover the cost of that project, might be reasonable.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, Supervisor Jurdy and I met a couple weeks ago with Janelle Rao to talk about what we could do with the carbon reduction funds. And it really goes back to that Wildan report about the energy efficiency and, the payback time for different programs. And so, certainly there's a lot of money that could be spent that would make the county much more efficient. And it's just prioritizing because of the payback times. And so I forget the exact amount, but I think Director Rao was going to come back and present to the board a plan looking at energy efficiency models and the different times that would, pay back the county. And I think that, some of it was 8 years, some 12 years, and then there was some that was 60 years that we weren't going for, right? So I look forward to using that money and kind of the studies that we've already done that show that it will pay us back.
Okay.
And just finally, we will be receiving rebates when we install the charging station. So, for example, the city of Ukiah has a rebate program, and they may have revised it recently, but we would receive many thousands of dollars for installing those charging stations here in Ukiah. Sonoma Clean Power, PG&E have similar, or PUC have similar rebates. So ideally, at least my hope is, as the charging stations get installed, that we would, because that'd be a reimbursement process, perhaps those funds could go back into the carbon reduction fund to, support additional projects in the future.
Okay, good points. Supervisor Williams?
The EMS set aside, I think, has been blocked just about everywhere. We were blocked waiting for social services to have time, and then it got blocked at county council's office. Is it still there?
Yeah, yes, we're reviewing the draft JPA, so
So-
we expect about maybe a month or two.
So we don't know if that JPA will work. It might not. It's just an idea. It looks like a best idea anybody has at this point. If it works, it'll provide life-saving service in places that we can't get it today. So I'm hopeful, but the direction needs to be get to the end of that tunnel, figure it out. Either it's viable or it's not. Either one of those, it's kind of like the cannabis permits. Your job is to issue or deny, just don't keep them in the pipeline forever. And this thing has been in the pipeline for a long time. So I don't know if there are more steps after county council's done. Probably we have to get an agreement with the city of Ukiah, and that may be, it could die there for all I know. Or maybe there's steps after that. Is it possible for staff to outline that roadmap so all 5 supervisors know when we're there? Because the way we've been going, it's one block after the next, and we think, okay, we got through that hurdle. It's coming out of county council's office, now we can try it. But I imagine that won't be the case.
I don't know if I'm the one to answer that question. We might need Director Emery to be able to speak to that.
Wait, who?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
She's on Zoom and she's raised her hand if we could bring her into the
go for it.
meeting.
I think she's handing it off.
While we're waiting, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
So do we have direction to use $300,000 for the HVAC system in Fort Bragg?
I'm going to say I'm not in favor of it unless there's money left over. I'd rather use what's in that fund to buy the vehicles that our departments are requesting, energy efficient. And if there's money left over, I'd be willing to revisit it. But I don't, seems silly to shuffle to allocate 300 for something that we've already done and then fall short on the vehicles.
Well, I'm just looking at the overall budget, and we might not have money for any vehicles, and we have that Wildan report, so there's other priorities too. I'm just looking at what we can do to help the budget at this point.
Well, obviously, if we're substituting some funds to replace vehicles that also happen to be environmentally positive for reducing our carbon footprint, that's a good way to go, in my opinion. So we now have Director Emery on the line with us, so
It almost doesn't matter. We're trying to give high-level direction, not get in the weeds. The high-level direction is figure out if the JPA is viable. If it's not, tell the board that money is available for another purpose.
Director Emery, anything to add to that point?
Good afternoon, Chairman Gordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis, Becky Emery, Social Services Director and EMS Liaison. As to the JPA, we will certainly come back with a roadmap of what it's going to look like for those steps. And I think that is a viable discussion. As far as whether it's going to be implemented in the next 2 to 3 months, clearly not. There are steps that we have to continue to work through. Once we have the JPA agreement, we have to work through bylaws and several other pieces of this, as well as contract for an oversight of the JPA to be able to oversee and do those billings. So it is a process that will take us at least, I would say, a minimum of 6 months as we're moving forward. And so I'm hoping that that helps in your planning and as you're doing your evaluation here. But we will come back with a clear step-by-step process of what is still to be done and the progress that we've made on those things.
Okay, thank you. So might not be done in time for this budget cycle. It is moving forward. Okay, continue our discussion.
Well, just
Oh, go ahead.
to finish up, do we have clarification on the direction with this HVAC system in Fort Bragg?
Supervisor Mulhern?
I don't have enough information today to make that decision. I would need to know what the vehicle amount could potentially be. I think there are probably other needs that staff is going to ask us for. So we're talking about 250 for grant match for charging stations. We're talking about 350 for Fort Bragg, 300 or 350 plus vehicles. I don't have enough information today to make a decision like that.
Okay, CEO Antle.
If I may, through the chair, we just point out that the 300,000 was already funded through bond financing, so you would need to reconsider that decision to move this decision forward for the HVAC or the.
Well, then I'm not in favor of.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that's a net loss. What if we gave direction for the CEO to come back with a plan to fully spend all of the carbon reduction funds in the manner described, overlapping with our budgetary needs? So I don't want to spend that money for something that we don't need right now, but if we do need a vehicle, let's spend that money on the vehicle. It'll free up funds elsewhere, and it'll keep us in line with our commitment. And I think there's probably $1 million of those purchases the CEO could come back with. Some of it is batteries for buildings that need power backup instead of diesel generators. Some of it's vehicles. Some of it's EV chargers. There must be $1 million worth of deferred maintenance that could be energy efficient upgrades. Lighting in this building, for example, you look around, what's the energy consumption of this room? Can't be good. Or the heating. I mean, am I the only one roasting in here? It comes up just about every meeting. Either it's an air conditioner or it's a heater, and we're probably spending a lot in utilities where just some natural airflow would suffice.
This was state of the art in 1994. So, okay. So, how does that sound to the board, Supervisor Hasjak?
Well, I think like what I said earlier is that Supervisor Jurdy and I met with Director Rao, and I think that those projects of HVAC systems, of lighting, of all of those energy efficient components of what we need to do in our county, for our facilities, is certainly viable. And I think that if we direct the CEO to work with Director Rao to figure out how do we move forward with the goal of carbon reduction, then I'm fine with it.
Okay, does that sound good to the board? So another directive for CEO Antle to take a look at.
May I have a point of clarification, Mr. Chair? I like Supervisor Jurdy's idea of a revolving fund for carbon reduction, especially if we are going to look at charging stations that might increase revenue to the county. I don't know if it's possible to provide that direction, but I would like to see more projects and have it be an ongoing initiative rather than to just have it get sucked into the general fund, never to be seen again.
Does the rest of the board agree with that?
I agree with Mulhern.
Yep. Ann?
Yeah. It's his idea.
Okay, good. Yes, CEO Antle.
If I may, the revolving fund, so I think I understand if we're not spending it all in fiscal year 23-24, we would continue to carry that money forward to move forward with other carbon reduction solutions. Am I understanding?
Yes, but there's more.
Yeah.
Right?
Dan can go ahead. It was his idea. I think the intention is to create an ongoing fund. We may spend down the funds this year or next, but to have a placeholder, some type of documentation of where the funds go.
It could carry forward multiple years, because if the revenue continues to come in, I mean, in theory, we could receive lease payments for EV chargers that ChargePoint or someone else is managing on county property, that we could receive rebates, as I mentioned, for installing EV chargers. There could be other revenue streams that we can't even think of right now that we could get, that this board and future boards could designate into that fund in a revolving loan fund.
Since we set up that fund with $1 million, it probably has a buying power of about 900,000 now, right? So I don't think we want to leave a lot of money just eroding to inflation, which will probably remain high in the years to come. It's best that we spend it. It's best that we spend it in ways that either bring in revenue or cut operating expenses. And I don't think it's mutually exclusive to lower carbon and cut operating expenses. The direction to staff is find where that intersection is, where we can feel good that we're saving the climate and we're also cutting our operating expenses.
Okay, so does that help CEO Antle in terms of direction? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay. All right, our next item of business.
All right, well, we've kind of already touched on this part, hybrid vehicles and electrification of vehicles. I'm pretty sure that's a subject we've already discussed. I think I'll just keep moving on here.
Sorry to be that guy, but I would like the board to set a policy that new vehicles are electric, and if there's a reason that they can't be, document it, bring it to us. Hybrid worries me a bit. Yes, they're more efficient, but you still have that $3,700 a year maintenance, whereas the electric vehicle, the maintenance is almost zero. Literally, I've done tires and wiper fluid, right? There's no servicing, there's no oil. The hybrid, you're kind of getting the maintenance headaches of both. You're getting the electric maintenance and you're getting the internal combustion. So much better that we go electric, especially in a state that's going to phase out gas vehicles relatively soon. So it may be that there are examples where it doesn't work. A detective needs to hop in a vehicle. I think I heard that'll never be electric. Well, eventually an electric vehicle will travel 2,000 miles on a charge. It'll be the better option. Today, it may not be appropriate. So those case by case, I'm fine saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense yet. Let's go ahead and buy a gas vehicle. But I think that needs to be the exception. There needs to be a rebuttable presumption that we can go electric.
I agree with the rebuttable exception. I think the next phase from all electric would be plug-in hybrid. And, like, for example, there's a Subaru plug-in hybrid that gets, roughly 100 miles per gallon. That's a lot better than 50 or 30.
Yeah, and we understand too that the sheriff can't go out on a battery charge and run out, in the middle of a call. So but he did tell me that hybrids were certainly on the table for him. Supervisor Hasjack.
I'd like to hear from Director Rao about the contract with Enterprise to lease cars.
Okay, Director Rao.
Through the chair, General Rao, General Services Agency, we have been working with Enterprise on cost models for all these vehicles. As Director Emery is on here too, I know that there's been some challenges with funding streams, i.e. grants and some of the programs and services under social services specifically. But for every new vehicle coming through, we have the ability to lease them and also build them out. So in any specialty vehicles, we do have the ability to have Enterprise work with us to do any modifications, cages, and that. So we're most certainly working with them. We've also asked for them to give us some example models, like for example, we've been mentioning a Corolla hybrid is one of them we've been going with. Under that Corolla hybrid, what's a 10% down look like, and what's that cost structure over a three-year lease model to then be able to turn over, sell the vehicle or return it and take that equity to put into a new lease. So the idea is getting into a revolving replacement and being able to fund at least the initial capital. And then we'll be budgeting for, again, the annual lease payments over the term. regarding electric vehicles, we most certainly are coming up with cost structures for that. As we've mentioned, our difficulty is within the infrastructure. So we don't have electrical charging stations at the majority of our facilities, as we've discussed throughout today. We are working on the project for the CEC grant, which will include EV charging stations at both the administration center and at the social services Yokohama site. We will continue to look and provide any other county locations that qualify under grant opportunities for that as well. And I hope that answered your question. If there's anything else, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
Okay, and again, you've seen the initial review that we have for our budget, so a hiring freeze is definitely something that we may need to consider for going into 23-24. Then we've got the standard paper copier reduction. We've mentioned that earlier, and we've had a discussion on paper is a small amount, but you start adding in the copiers, the time spent for filing, et cetera. In aggregate, it does add up.
Have a question or a comment from Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. For clarification, the hiring freeze would be for new positions, currently vacant positions? What's the plan for a hiring freeze? Or you don't know a plan yet, but why is it on the slide?
It is on the slide because that is something we want to make sure that is in front of you, so that when we do come back with a plan and we're showing where the budget numbers are finally falling after our review, we can come in and mention it to you and bring it forward, stating whether it's a soft freeze, whether it's just a general fund department only freeze, et cetera. We haven't determined that at this time, but we definitely want to make sure that it is in front of you so that you can consider it and that you aren't shocked by it when we do come back with something valid behind it in order to back up our choice to make the recommendation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Reduce department miles by 20%. I mean, that's something that we can reach out and we can work with General Services Agency and the fleet, as well as the other departments, and try and find a way in which we can reduce the mileage, whether it's by making sure we continue to use remote meetings, or whether it happens to be here using non-company vehicles and mileage in order to reduce those costs. It's just something that we can consider as a carte blanche across the board, and we can reach out and we can go ahead and see if we can do the studies in order to make that happen. The energy efficiency campaigns, of course, Supervisor Hashak has mentioned with the Wildan report, and Supervisor Jurdy, of course, is also interested in carbon reduction. So we definitely need to start making sure that we're looking at any of the utilities that we have, any way that we can reduce those costs, whether it be through higher efficiency HVAC, or going on to the next one, we've got down at the bottom, we can just simply by doing what we tell our children, turn your lights off when you leave the room. If you're going away for lunch, if you're going away for a meeting, it seems like a small amount, but we also have 1,200 employees within the county, and if 1,200 employees are not turning the office lights off when they leave, it does add up. The other one that came up is turning off your PCs at the end of the day. Especially post-COVID, there are a lot of folks that are still using the remote login when they are remoting in from home, and that does require a PC to be on, but it isn't necessarily the only way that we can log in, and that's something that, of course, IT can address at some point. But we can shut those PCs off every night. They are running, most PCs are running every single night, and that does add up, again, in the aggregate. These are small little things, little baby steps, but we're just trying to find anything that we can to increase our efficiencies and keep moving forward in cost reductions in a sensible way.
Supervisor Williams.
Can you ask IT to have all of the machines sleep if they've been idle for some reasonable period of time, 15 minutes?
I'm sure we can reach out
I mean, mine
Tony
go to
Riggs
sleep if I don't move the mouse here. I know to reach over every once in a while. And then on the lighting, I've wondered why we don't have motion sensors in here. I mean, the worst thing is the light turns off and you have to go like this, right? And it's on for another half hour.
Well, if you're here at 6 o'clock at night or 7
I-
o'clock at night, you know they do shut off, but.
I do, but
and motion and clapping doesn't help.
But I don't know if that's across all of our facilities
It
or, no. And I'm afraid to ask what it would cost to install those sensors. Is that $100,000 project? I don't know, they're on Amazon for like $20 and you turn the power off, you take the light switch out, you put the motion sensor one in. It seems like it would be a
Yeah, but
nominal
they're
task.
similar in wiring to a GFCI plug too.
Yeah. So I apologize for getting in the weeds. The direction here is for the CEO to make sure we're as energy efficient as we can be.
Okay.
Okay, that pretty much concludes our presentation as a whole. We have this discussion slide on the end. I know we've been discussing this along the way as well. So any further input, any further ideas, both from the board and anybody out there watching from the other departments, please reach out to us. We spoke with many of the departments during the budget conferences, asking their opinions on what we could do for cost reduction and better ways in which we could produce the budget to reflect the needs of the county. So again, we need those ideas from outside, and we appreciate any input that we can get.
I see, first of all, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did submit a spreadsheet to this item that had some information that I would have found helpful when reviewing the presentation. For instance, the $3 million in reduction listed on the slide had no backup detail. You mentioned it here. I believe that you know the answer to these questions. I would have preferred to have it in advance of the meeting. I think the public would as well. And so I'm just looking for support from my colleagues that when we have presentations like this, I understand it's meant to be a high-level overview and that we're not intended to get into the weeds, but this was not enough information to be prepared to have conversations about where the PG&E funds should be going or why we have a $3 million deficit. And if I'm the only one that has this strong opinion, I'll try to work to keep it to myself in the future, but I would ask my colleagues whether or not they support having more information in the future.
Of course I support you. We're talking about making data-driven decisions and we don't have data. And, you know, I'm more frustrated than you are, I think. You should be able to log in and look at the expenses of the county. Instead, you have to ask staff. Staff has to go generate reports and create PDFs and send you copies, right? Why can't you just look at the data yourself? One day, former Supervisor Norman Duvall of 16 years asked me how many people I have to call back when I get home. And, you know, we kind of connected on, well, there were no cell phones. And so the way people communicated in this county was they left messages on a tape-based answering machine. And, you know, he would get back and he would call them. The way the county operated in those days is so much different than today. It may have been appropriate to give a binder of printouts to a supervisor. That's just how offices worked. But today, you should be able to log in. I mean, if you're looking at stocks, maybe you log into a Bloomberg terminal and find out what's happening right now. Why can't you as a Supervisor Mulhern, why can't you as a supervisor log into the county and see what's happening? You have to ask CEO, what are we down in sales tax and property tax? Why isn't that just available as a system?
I agree with you. And I don't think it should just be me. I think that we should have information that's also available to the public. It's the public's money.
And Supervisor Antle, we're all forgetting who you are now. Although I'd be happy to rotate you in. CEO Antle has really earned my admiration, and her staff is diligent and working hard. I don't want anything today to come across as a criticism towards anyone. It's just a discussion about how this county can modernize. And staff has the same frustrations. They have tools that are inappropriate. One of the big ones for me is we use spreadsheets in this county where we should use databases. And I don't care which one, they all work. Pick one. But this idea that you put stuff in a spreadsheet and you mail it to somebody and then they're going to mark it up and they're going to mail it back, in no time, you have 6 versions of a spreadsheet, you have concurrent changes, you lose the changes, and then, where do they end up in this waste bin behind me, right? Somebody's printed it out for me. Or I take it home and I scan it, which is like, this happens. And then it doesn't OCR right, so I'm trying to copy and paste. We are using the wrong tools. And so Supervisor Mulhern, I agree with you. We don't have the data, this presentation. I don't think it's because the CEO tried to leave it out or a team tried to leave it out. I think their tools belong in the last century. And it takes an enormous amount of time for them to do something that I would think of as doing a SQL query. Give me access and I'll type out the query right now and give you a report. Can't do that here. So maybe the direction is for CEO to work with CSAC or RCRC to compare notes on which other rural counties, we're not San Diego, which other rural counties have modernized, what tools are they using, and what could the board consider as upgrades in the years ahead so that the public and the board can have a better snapshot of the county in real time.
I believe CEO Antle is on it. I know that she's been consulting with Yolo County, which is a kind of a model county on financial systems. And I don't know if you want to say anything, but.
Yes, that's correct. We've talked about it at CSAC and finance meetings as to what others are using for the reports. Some that may be a little behind, as we have been on our upgrades to our current system, is OpenGov, and that's something that the county has put effort and time into. The challenge there is, at this point, for the current fiscal year that we are in, only 3 months have been closed by the auditor controller. So, how far are we behind when we don't have the correct data and the reports that we need that aren't integrated into the system? And in that discussion earlier that you had with Division Manager Rakes, I took it that we are to move forward and attempt to continue to modernize our systems and get them more integrated and user-friendly so we can make those decision-based, data-based decisions. But we're a little behind, similar to deferred maintenance. So.
Supervisor Dirty.
So I agree with everything Ted said about updating the software and making it in real time, and I think in time that'll happen. There have been some improvements, because I remember here 12 years ago at any of these board meetings, you would have seen pretty much all day, you would have seen every single county department head sitting in the board chamber for the entire day, really literally wasting a good chunk of their day because they could only do so much sitting in the room. Now they can watch the meeting stream from their office, they can participate from their office from Zoom. And we have digitized most of our documents. It did take some changes on the board for us to go over to digital documents, but it's saving a few $1,000s a month just in board meeting copying and staff time. Just dreaming a little bit here, but as you mentioned, you could get a lot of information on your phone with apps that are on your phone. Wouldn't it be nice if the county had an app that any member of the public could have or any county employee could have that maybe would automatically feed to them a copy of the CEO report, a copy of the county retirement system's monthly report, a county, maybe the IT department's report that they sent out to train people. HR has information. Maybe that's something we should be going towards in addition to the migration to Outlook, is maybe somebody's already developed an app out there that we could feed county information like that through the app. And so again, members of the public could get it, or employees. And I kind of been wondering, are all county employees getting those different newsletters I just mentioned in their focused email on Outlook, or is it in some cases migrating over to other? Because I've talked to some employees who didn't seem to remember seeing some of those newsletters. So anyway, there's a lot more to improve in the system, but there has been some improvements already.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, going back to page 10, and the first item is to reduce economic development expenditures. What kind of expenditures do you see in that? Because I'm kind of like Supervisor Mulhern, is that That's thrown out there, but what are the specifics of it?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman. A handful of the items that are out there are like the EDFC contract, West Company. The bid also is housed within that. And also some of the MAC money originates from there.
The MAC money?
Right. It ends up running through the Board of Supervisors, but they end up managing paying out for the MAC. So obviously any admin costs are running through there.
That's considered economic development?
Apparently.
Okay.
But
so
the funding itself does not come from there, though.
what is the expenditure for the bid? The county match?
I know this coming year, the current projection was to spend $600,000 in economic development as a cost to the NCC. I'd have to go back in, I could take a look at that in order to get you the specific breakouts, but it's been a couple days since we've gone through that with planning and building. They were the last one on Friday.
Okay, and EDFC is like 32,000.
Right. Sounds right.
West Company, we have that contract.
Is, I believe, 35, 32, yeah.
32. Plus the contract for 175.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. I think that we can cut down and we can reduce those expenditures. I do think that we do have to be a player in the economic development forum. And I think we'll hear more about it on April 25th. I just don't want people to think that we can eliminate it all.
No, I agree with you, and some things are changing with our bid match, so there may be an opportunity for us to generate or redirect some of that money into economic development. I don't want to start a whole big conversation right now, but at this point, with our economy, we can't give up. I mean, we have to do something to generate new revenues, so first CEO Antle, then...
Yeah, I would just like to point out that the West contract for 175 is already in place. So this would be moving forward, going into 23, 24. That contract remains. I don't know what the spin down is on that, but we could look at if you're looking to term that contract. But I believe we were looking at the bid as well as $104,000 really that goes... portion goes to West, a portion goes to EDFC, and then there's a small amount, maybe it's the Art Council, but maybe did they got moved to museum?
Yeah, the Arts Council is $25,000. It is in the
Supervisor
So
Williams.
I know it'll likely be a split position on the board, but I don't believe we're doing economic development, and I think that 175 hasn't produced anything at all. Chair, I used to be in your position. I watched long enough to see it's all talk, it's all meetings, it's collaborating, it's putting together slideshows. There's nothing tangible coming out of it. It's not yielding any economic development. So we're a county that's broke. We can't even meet the mandates. We don't have roads that are worth driving on. That's where I think we should put the money, public safety and roads. If we want to do something for economic development, it's to fix policy so that we get the county out of the way of business. We have businesses that would expand, that would hire people. I mean, you try to getting a decking permit, right? And you get stuck for a year in a queue. We're not putting people to work who want to work because of our permitting system. So if I had, it's with all due respect, I understand there's differences of opinions and it'll be split. I would rather get our county services functioning like a well-oiled machine, and then talk about gifting funds to other entities, because I'm just not seeing the return on investment. I agree with you. This county needs economic development. I'm just not sure if it's the county's role. I don't think we're particularly effective at it, and dollar for dollar, I'm just not seeing any results.
So we'll have an opportunity to explore this more on the 25th, and when we discuss having a standing committee, and so it's late in the day. We should probably kind of wrap up our conversation. Your concerns are noted. We have on the line Peter McNamee, who's been waiting patiently to weigh in with us, if he's still there.
Thank you. I have been listening for the past 3 hours. And I can only say that it's a significant and important discussion. It's also one that covers so many topics. It's really hard to respond or to make comment in 3 minutes. But I do want to have some input on some of the things that you've touched upon. First of all, I'm speaking on behalf of the Grassroots Institute, which you know has been tracking along on the county's carbon net zero carbon emissions program since its inception, and we can to encourage them to invest these one-time monies the cost of doing business and serve the public better by also improving the environment. As the Wildan report makes a very strong case, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars in savings by making these investments. And some of them are really low-hanging fruit, like changing all of the lighting fixtures from incandescent bulbs over to LEDs. None of this is bleeding edge technology. This is all technology that has already been tried and proven by the constituents in your districts over and over again. Solar is a saver for ag. It's a saver for businesses. It's a saver for individual home residents. You have the capacity to unhook yourself from the fossil fuel industry and put the savings back into services for the community. You certainly have that option with heating and air conditioning through heat pumps. Lastly, I just want to say that whatever you do in terms of making these investments, it's absolutely vital that you view these funds as a revolving fund. And you should prioritize the projects that are going to create a positive savings and a positive revenue stream. That could be by generating electricity from solar and selling it. It can be by recharging electric vehicles and charging the costs of providing that infrastructure to the end user. You really have a great opportunity. You should take advantage of it. And you should utilize that fund on an ongoing and permanent basis to improve, because new technologies are coming along all along that are going to save the public, you, the money, and also improve the services you provide. And I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have Don Hess.
Yes, this is Don Hess again. Regarding the CFI grant opportunity that was brought up during the budget discussions, I'm pleased to hear that the board may be giving direction for the CEO to return with a plan to use up to $250,000 of the Carbon Reduction Fund in order to secure grant funding for EV chargers to fill gaps in the county's EV charging network. Some of the questions that have been raised, perfectly legitimate and understandable, such as, would the county end up becoming a charging company, owning and operating these chargers? Or how would the county arrange to set up chargers on private property, as would be required, for example, in Wallala? And what possibilities of ongoing revenue exist, even if the county does not own the chargers ultimately going forward? And what are the difficulties that the county might face in applying for federal monies as opposed to, say, state funds? These questions perhaps would already have been addressed and answered by now if the determination by staff had not been, quote, no capacity, unquote, to undertake this project after the April 4th meeting, attended by myself, Janet Orth, Supervisor Hashek, and county staff. You know, I thought the idea behind that meeting was to start a process to explore this grant opportunity fully, raising and hopefully answering these types of questions, not to kill the project at birth. But it's not too late. We still have time to move forward and get these questions answered to everyone's satisfaction, hopefully. But this process must be started as soon as possible. And I don't think it can wait until the next board meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Another public comment in the room.
County Council Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. First, I would like to ask the board to use the great example that you've pointed out that Child Support has provided in terms of providing a very detailed budget summary for you all to work with. I would ask that you require all departments to provide a similar summary and that they be made available to the public so that they can weigh in for all the different departments and what they're up to and give people an opportunity to better understand all the important things that county employees do. Second, I would ask that the board have a laser focus on pursuing revenue. I think every meeting, the last couple of meetings I've come to, there's been discussion about a amount of revenue that the county has not been pursuing. Today, it was about the microwave, the microwave usage by state and federal agencies, millions of dollars that we're not collecting. Last time, I think it was about the supplemental property taxes. There's a lot of money that's out there that the county's just not collecting. We spend these meetings talking about all the shortages we have in terms of funding our county services. The money's there. Let's dedicate staff time to pursuing it. I would like to say that the bills for the microwave usage should be out by the end of the month. And I think that's the sort of direction that this county really does need. Because honestly, over the years, I've heard the same ideas brought up over and over and over again and never ever implemented, right? There's TOT taxes that aren't being collected from Airbnb providers. I know that over the years we've said, well, we really should look into that. Yes, let's look into it. Let's make a plan and let's make it happen. A question I have regarding the budget process, what kind of placeholders were departments given in terms of factoring in a cost of living increase for your staff? What kind of placeholders were the departments used to factor in step increases, increases in the health insurance plan that are certainly going to come, so that we make sure that the budget is real and that real numbers are being used. If you're not factoring in a cost of living adjustment, then you need to factor in losses of staff and increased cost in recruitment, because that's absolutely what will happen. I have to agree with Supervisor Mulherin. The budget report was not particularly useful. Someone that didn't have a very deep knowledge of how the county functions would not be able to make heads or tails out of it. It talks about 1/3 of the county's actual budget, focusing in on a handful of the fully funded general fund departments. The county's budget's closer to $340 million, not $95 million. So it doesn't really give us a full picture. And these aren't separate departments. There's a lot of overlap, not just the A87 funding, but I think it's useful as we're talking about the budget, even though there's less discretion for the board on the full budget, that needs to be factored in as well, and to give the public a full understanding of the full budget that the county has. And then finally, I'm beating a dead horse here, but this process really can't continue if we don't get the information that we need from the auditor controller. If we don't have last year's final budget numbers, it's my understanding that the single audit report that was due March 31st is not yet available as well. Without that information, you all are just wandering around in the dark and making guesses as to what this county really needs to function. So that's besides laser focus on the revenue, we need to get our fiscal house in order so we actually know what we're working with. Thank you.
So, Chair, may I? So, yeah, you might stay up. We're not in negotiations yet. Last time, I had this idea that I don't think anybody felt particularly fond of. Very limited amount of money beyond existing operating costs. Why not funnel all of that into revenue generation, appraisers, get all the houses on the tax rolls? Because then, in the years to come, we have more to work with, which means COLAs for everybody of more real nature. But what we did is we spread it, and maybe we got a couple appraiser techs in that office, not nearly enough. my read of the situation, the backlog over there was decades in the making, generations in the making. And if we want to be a county that's legal, everybody's paying their fair share, it may be a team of 10 to 20 appraisers working for the next decade to catch up. And so this piecemeal, give an appraiser, we're not going to get there. Inflation is eroding what we're bringing in faster than we're going to add to the tax rolls. Is there support for that concept of we only have so much? Use it as seed money for a year or two to start generating revenue and then spread that revenue around.
Well, I wouldn't agree with the premise. I don't think we only have so much. Each appraiser that you bring in is going to pay for themselves fairly quickly, right? And I'm waiting for my invitation to the postcard party that you mentioned, where we can send out the estimated tax bills throughout the county.
Yeah.
I think we just need to sit them down tomorrow and start looking at the properties, sending those bills out and say, this is what you owe for the structure you built 10 years ago that you've not been paying on.
Like I said, nobody was fond of it, and it's probably the same this cycle. But if it were my business, that's what I would do, is I would work on bringing in the revenue first before thinking about how to spend it. I think we'd have overall more to work with in a period of 2 or 3 years. The other concern, the non-general fund departments, I think we gave direction earlier to get clarity on can we bring more state funds into those departments. Did we capture the impact of those departments on our general fund? I think that's really important that, I'm seeing deferred maintenance and recognizing, well, the state's paying for positions, but then we're eventually picking up other costs, IT, county council. Are we getting all of those costs recouped, or could we? That's revenue generation.
CEO Antle. So yes, in the majority of our, I'll call it HHSA departments, we do bill back, direct bill back for county council's time, for HR time, for IT positions, if that's your ask. And that is then subtracted from their overall calculation of A87, but that happens real time. A87 is 2 years in the rears.
Okay, and then last, you brought up the transparency on auditor controller. As everyone knows, the position doesn't report to the board. We don't have much authority. And I'm trying to tone it down because I'm really fed up. I'm at the point of, I'll move no confidence. I don't know if my colleagues are willing to support it, but there's no reporting out of this county. What are we supposed to do? You're asking me to pass a balanced budget, a legally required act of the board. I can't tell you if it's if it's balanced, because I don't know how much we're carrying forward from last year. And I get a number and then it changes. I don't know, my new model is I keep asking, and if the answer is consistent long enough, I have more confidence that it may be right. Not 100%, but it's getting more and more right over time. But you hear something in one meeting, you see it in print once, you can't count on it here. So where do my colleagues stand on this? It's, it's sort of amount of coddling of, there's excuses, and some of it is legitimate, and information wasn't passed down. But one that really gets me is this idea of adjustments. We run a report, and it's wrong. Why? Because the adjustments have to be applied. Where are the adjustments? I imagine they're in a spreadsheet somewhere. Can I have a copy of it, please? Why isn't that an automated process? And how do I know what liabilities are outstanding? Last year, I found out we had a balloon payment due on debt finance before I was ever on the board. How would I have known about that liability? Are there more of those? Probably. Have no idea. It's like a minefield. You pass a balanced budget, you don't really know whether the money that we think we have, and you don't know if there's other expenses that are outside of the budget. You can't be passing a balanced budget that's so tight when you have such uncertainties. So this is not for staff, this is for the board. Does anybody else join me on a vote of no confidence? That's the first signal that we've had enough. Fix it.
Go ahead. Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, I think that agenda item in the consent calendar today of requiring the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to come back with a paper or, a line item of where we are with the carry forward, is a good first step. Well, we've had a lot of first steps, but we need to hold people accountable. We need to have that information. And if we don't get it within the next couple weeks, then how can we do a budget? And so I would join you in saying something is really amiss in the system if we're into April and we still don't have, right now, today we heard that it was 2.2, no, it's 5.6. That was the first I'd heard that it could be 5.6 carryover. We don't know. And so without that information, we can't do anything.
I move no confidence in the auditor, controller, tax collector.
I think our condition is shocking. I don't know that I'm quite ready for it because I think we need to lay out a more carefully reasoned case. And I kind of agree with Supervisor Hasjack. It might take a little time for us to put our data together, but I want this to be well reasoned and not perceived as knee-jerk that we're really mad because it's the end of a long budget day and we don't have the answers we want.
Yeah, and I can respect that, but at least we all know where we stand. I'm one vote for enough is enough. This should have been provided back in September. It's 2 weeks more, 2 weeks more, 2 weeks more. We'd have a report in March. There was a virtual, books are closed, can't get the numbers. The next meeting I asked, where's the report? Was told there won't be a report. I'm way past that point. I feel like sometimes this role feels like being on a jury, and I think the verdict is guilty. At a certain point you have to do the job. You want the job, you have to do the job. Part of the job is reporting. You're going to ask your employees to believe us when we say, we don't know if we can support a COLA, we don't know what the numbers are. That's like right around the corner. I don't feel good about that. I didn't like it last year. I don't want to go through it again. I've had enough.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'm willing to wait, for this report that we just approved this morning. And if we don't get that, then we can, certainly have a discussion. I would like to go off of what Mr. Hickey said about, the resources and revenue. So with the microwave, we had that discussion today. And I think that idea of putting a timeline on it is very good. So it's a question for the CEO. Do we have a commitment, like by the end of the month, that we'll have those letters out to the people or entities that are using the microwaves? Can that happen?
CEO Antle, we can certainly work on that timeline. Can I guarantee that timeline without having to look at all the steps and go back and review the October of 2019 recommendation? And I can work with IT and get moving, but I believe we're going to need contracts with most of those folks. So there's going to be some work to go into that. If you want a status report at the end of the month, I can do that.
Certainly. And also the supplementals, we heard that those would go out this week. So can we get a report back next meeting?
Absolutely, CEO Antle, absolutely, we can do that. I want to clarify that if they go out, so it's the noticing that goes out at the end of the week, we're hopeful for. Mm-hmm. If, and then that's a 30-day process. Then the invoices go out, the billings go out, and then it's 30 days to pay. So it should be received in the time period of early June for payments.
That's good to know, because we just need to have those kind of benchmarks, right? So thank you.
If I could just follow up on the letters for the microwave system. It doesn't seem to me that we have to have a perfect formula, although we may actually have that, for the amount that would be billed to the different partner agencies. But again, I think we actually may have that information, but it seems like it shouldn't take a significant amount of time to craft a letter, send it to them, and say, we want to schedule a meeting with you to discuss this. And that's a real concrete step. So hopefully we can have that step taken without necessarily having a signed contract or drafting a contract.
I see that Auditor Controller Covison has arrived. Would you care to weigh in?
Good afternoon, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamice Covison. So I had not anticipated that I needed to attend today's meeting. I had other prior commitments, and I was meeting with schools this afternoon at the same time that the budget discussion was happening, which was already scheduled meeting a couple of weeks ago. I'm kind of dismayed that some of the discussions that we had during the budget ad hoc process have resulted in additional conversations that appear to be pointing fingers at me for things that we had already discussed would come forward during the third quarter budget update. So I was a bit taken aback with the agenda item that was placed on the agenda for this morning, granted that we had already discussed that it would come forward at third quarter. We had discussed it in those budget ad hocs between the CEO's office along with the supervisors and agreed that it would come forward at third quarter. So I find it unfortunate that today has been a big spectacle about me not producing the information. When I indicated I would have a full report, I said I would give a report and it would come forward at third quarter. There's been an incredible amount of finger pointing and issues with people understanding how financial statements work for the county, how GAAP accounting works, how the county is a huge county. We have other responsibilities than are directly associated with our programs. We have special districts, lighting districts, for which we do receive tax money that are not part of the general fund. They can't be spent on other purposes. So there's a lot of things that people maybe don't understand about the financial statements that get misconstrued, that we have lots of extra money or that somehow there's something funny going on. So that really is a lack of understanding, and it's unfortunate that I haven't had the time to try to provide educational opportunities to discuss those things further. There is a huge amount, as everybody I think would probably acknowledge, that has been placed on my two offices, especially in the last couple of weeks. We are trying to process all of the tax payments that came in yesterday. We're trying to get out the teeter distributions to the special districts and schools, which are on time for the first time in probably 5 years. We got those out this week. We're working on those. Millions of dollars we're trying to get distributed so that those are in those districts and schools' hands at this time. So there's a lot going on. We're trying to implement the cannabis tax reduction. We're trying to get out the supplemental tax bills. So the supplemental tax bills, my understanding is that the notices will go out this week. It'll be 30 days before the bills are mailed. There will be 2 payment schedules. Okay, so the first payment installment will be due in 30 days. It's not for another 90 days before the other installment is due. So all of that revenue will not come in necessarily in this fiscal year. Some of it will come in next fiscal year. We're a difference of semantics with Momentum right now that I'm concerned about, that they keep focusing on the bill, and that is an upward correction. And we have said many times we want them to make sure they're including the downward corrections as well, because we don't want to advance the funds on the upward corrections and not have them taken into account the refunds that we're going to also have to pay out. So that's part of one of the concerns that, and I'm not even aware of what the numbers are, but I've been heard that there's numbers floating around as to how much money is potentially available. And I am concerned that that money has not been calculated for the county's portion and also doesn't take into consideration the refunds. So there's a lot of moving parts right now, and I'm sorry that I'm not able to spend all day being present to the meeting and respond to the questions and the concerns being brought up. But I really don't think it's fair to continue pointing the finger and blaming me for everybody's lack of understanding of things. When I meet with my colleagues and I ask about the reporting that they do to their counties, there's one county that provides an annual report. No other county provides regular financial updates. I have yet to be provided with an example from anybody on the board of what regular updates your colleagues receive. It's my understanding that the reporting information was something that the CEO's office was working with Client First on to come up with some examples. So to this point, nobody has provided me any examples. There's no additional resources to come up with regular ongoing reporting. You have a CEO's office that has many analysts in it. They are all capable of running reports. So I would appreciate it if there would be some grace given to the fact that there's a huge amount of responsibility on the offices right now. and we are trying to meet those challenges. I understand there's a need for information, and I did commit to providing a report on the carry forward for the third quarter budget update, which I will do. So I don't know if there's any other questions that want to be specifically asked, but I would appreciate it if I would not continue to be the target and blamed for everything.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. So when going through the budget process, we had 3 days where every department was requested to bring their budget proposal and supporting material. You showed up with nothing, no documents, zero. Earlier, we gave a presentation about one of the departments that really came through, and we had, I don't know, about a dozen bullet points on why that budget presentation worked for us, why it gave us a snapshot of the needs, where they're struggling, how they're allocating positions, the overall financial picture. From your office, which should be the role model for every other department in this county, we got nothing. Not a page, zero, not a paragraph, nothing at all. Why is that?
My primary budget units are in the finance system. My budget is in Munis. What you did not have, and excuse me, I will explain, okay? My department is the department that answers the majority of the questions for budgets, that adds accounts at the last minute because every department needs extra accounts. In order to implement the new budget unit we approved for SUDT, there was probably more than 2,500 accounts that we had to add in order for them to be able to do their budget. So there's a lot of other pieces behind the scenes. So if I stopped and made my presentation great, there's probably 5 or 6 other departments that wouldn't have been able to get their budget in. They still wouldn't have their budget in. So I don't think you understand that we don't have the time. We haven't been fully staffed. We aren't even fully staffed now. We don't even have people who've been up to speed. So literally that means I have to do it. Me. So I don't think you understand the level of support that our office provides to the other departments and to the CEO's office throughout the budget process. So I'm sorry that we didn't have time to fill out the full impact statements that every other department does. But we don't have the staff resources to do that. We have one analyst now in my office, one. But we're trying to get caught up on a multitude of tasks for the entire year. And we're trying to get timely for all these other things that you've asked us to get timely on, okay? You asked for us to process the cannabis tax reduction in the tax collector's office. You've asked us to push on supplementals. We're doing that. You've asked us to try to get caught up on the other property tax things. We are, but the property tax system still doesn't work in many areas, okay? There are other stakeholders, like the schools, that we need to also be aware of, their needs as well. So it's not all about making pretty presentations and PowerPoints. I don't have the time for that. I'm sorry.
I'm not asking for a pretty presentation. What I'm asking for is how much money do you plan to spend in the year ahead?
And
That's
it's
it.
in there.
No, we did not.
Yes.
We did
My
not.
Munis reports, my is in Munis.
Okay, well, this board has the responsibility of passing a budget, balanced budget. And the way we do it is through our CEO. We ask all the departments to bring in their proposal. We got nothing from you. We
did not get
every
a separate written. My numbers were in the finance system. Anybody could have run the report from my budget.
Well, I can't run the report,
Well,
and I'm
it
one of
was
the people
there.
in the process.
It was
Nobody
there.
on this board can run the report. We can go to the CEO. I'm just telling you, you may have majority support here. You don't have my support. You're not doing the job. You just ran in an election. You wanted the job. Now you do the job. And you're giving me excuse after excuse of these tasks that you have to do. These are all the job, right? Billing, taxes, collecting taxes, working with the schools. This is the job. And so don't tell me that because of that, because you had to do the duties of the job, you couldn't conform to our annual budget process. It leaves this board in a position where we're going to pass a budget without input from your department. Frankly, it's unacceptable. It's mind-boggling to me. You know, I imagine if DOT did that, or the sheriff, or the DA, we'd be all over it. The DA would never show up without supporting material.
It has not been unusual historically for my office to not submit the full package in the last 15 or 20 years. It has not been unusual because the auditor's office and the CEO's office budget is. We usually work very closely together on what our budget needs are, and we understand that neither one of our offices necessarily has the time and the staff resources in order to have our documents be in the complete and total standard that everybody else, because we do work much more closely together and we have a much more intimate familiarity with our own budget units. That's not unusual and hasn't been in the past. And there were not impact statements for every one of the CEO's budget units either, but that was acceptable. So I'm sorry, I don't feel that's fair. And I can tell you that you get better presentations from the Sheriff's Department and Transportation because my office supports their needs and provides them with the support they need. The transportation budget, what you see is what I developed as formerly being in that office. So they contact us all the time, all day long. Multiple people in our office help all those other departments with their budgets. So I'm sorry, you didn't get a full presentation from me, but what I was able to do and my staff did enabled all the other departments to be able to have their information in. So I continue to kick myself for not putting my own department first and letting everybody else fall behind. But I know that that impacts the entire budget process more than just my budget units. So I'm sorry, I keep taking the flack for trying to help everybody else. I get that. I should be more selfish and cover my own. But that's not been my approach.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming forward. The agenda item that we passed this morning said that you would come back with a written report of fiscal year 21-22 close, including final carry forward within 10 days of approval. And then this is the first we're hearing that you had an agreement with the ad hoc budget team that you'd bring it forward at the third quarter. And so that's on May 9th. Is there a compromise we can make about like next board meeting on April 25th? Can we get it then?
I don't know that it'll be available in time for the agenda publication for April 25th. I believe that trying to take into account both needs, having the information available for publication for the third quarter budget is similar to the timeline under the agenda item from this morning.
Oh, well, the agenda item says 10 days, and so
Right, but
I'm trying to figure out.
I don't have time to prepare something in time for publication for the 24th board meeting because there's 2 weeks beforehand that you would ask for me to have my information in to clerk of the board. So I will have information in time for publication for the third quarter budget report.
Okay, so you're saying May 9th is the time that works for you?
I'm saying in time for the publication for the agenda for the May 9th board meeting.
Well, if I could ask the clerk of the board, you know, if we have this meeting on the 25th and you wouldn't have to have everything ready by yesterday, you would have to have it, you know, by 3 days before the publication, or by the week before, which would be about 10.
Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board, through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
We do have a 2-week layover before we do a publication. So for the publication of last Thursday, we did require the items 2 weeks beforehand. That way we are able to go over everything, make sure all the items that we have are correct, the language is correct, we have all the attachments, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so even if Ms. Covison could get it ready by the 21st or something, you're saying that that's too late? Or to attach to the agenda?
I will have to defer to the Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas.
Well, if I could, Chair, the CEO is the clerk of the board.
Yeah.
And I think we could ask the CEO to, you know, make sure that there is a sort of a skeleton agenda item so that it can just get folded in as an attachment. I don't think we should have our normal bureaucratic process stop, you know, a functioning system here.
Right. So, Ms. Covison, or CEO Antle, what's the latest that something could be attached to the agenda?
I would just ask for clarification if you're asking for a consent item so that you have a written report, or if you're asking for an actual agenda item. If you're asking for a regular item, I would need to look at forecasting. I don't know what's all forecasted for that day.
Well, I think that the agenda item that we passed this morning was to provide a written report, so it seems like it could be on consent.
Yes, so
Right.
consent, we have a little more flexibility. Let me look at my calendar real quick to make sure we can get something drafted. Yes, doesn't give Ms. Covison much time, but the 21st for the 25th will not work because we publish on the 20th, right? So, you know, really at the latest, to make sure that everything is routed and in proper order, no later than
I'm sorry,
midday on the
I
18th.
cannot commit to making the next board meeting. I'm at a conference next week, so I can't commit that I'm going to have a final report by Friday or Thursday that week before.
Okay, that's what it's sounding like.
Well,
So,
so maybe I've been in too many meetings, but I've been in plenty of meetings where there's a skeleton agenda item and it literally can get uploaded the day of the meeting. So there's no reason why this needs to get kicked over to May. If the report can be prepared, you know, even the day before the meeting, that's enough.
Sorry, I didn't understand that ask, but yes, we can upload the attachment as of Monday, the 24th.
so just if I could continue on. So can you commit to, by the 24th, providing this written document? Because that's about the time for the May 9th meeting, you'd have to submit it anyway.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I was just going to say I submitted an item this morning for an agenda item for today, so I don't really understand the challenges, but it seems like we've worked past them. I guess this is on a different topic, and I have been and continue to be concerned, and am even more concerned from hearing your statement that not all of our department heads have the ability to create the budget, and people have a lot of different skill sets, and I understand that. I think it's important that our department heads build teams so that they have support to create budgets and to be fiscally responsible with the public's money. And I know that there's been some conversations about training over the years. I know that there was OpenGov training. There's been all of these types of training. I think that we probably had some of that type of things delayed because of the challenges with Tyler Munis and the Momentum system and COVID and all the things. So do our departments not have access to the fiscal information that they need through Munis so that they could create their own budget, or have they just come to rely on your department for support and they need to be trained so that they can fly on their own? I don't really think that anybody on the board wants for your team to be investing so much time in helping the individual departments prepare their budget when you have really other important tasks to do, like collecting revenue. So what's happening with that, the disconnect?
So the CEO budget team does provide training opportunities on budget. It's always done every year, you know, about 2-3 weeks before budget entry is done, and then there are other budget trainings throughout the year. You know, the problem is that we have a lot of movement between, you know, staffing changes and people who, you know, may know how to enter something, but they don't maybe understand the full implication of what they're doing, or maybe they don't quite understand the instructions, or maybe there's something new that year. They have accounts they'd like to use that they haven't used before, so they're sending last-minute requests to add an account, and you add an account, we add it in the finance system, but then we have to add it in another way to get it into the budget projection, because when you start the budget projection, it takes all the accounts that you have at that moment and creates a projection for the entire county to start working and filling in, but then any ones you add in, it's not just an add-in. You have to add the account to the finance system and then do another step to add it into the projection. So, you know, we take those requests, they come in kind of last minute often. You know, somebody's in the middle of entering stuff and then all of a sudden they don't have the accounts they think they'd like to have, or there's a new type of revenue, and we need to discuss what kind of revenue is that, how much money are you really getting, are you being advanced that money, how much applies to this period, because there are a lot of the funding now sources The state doesn't want to have to administer it, so they send it to us ahead of time, but we're only able to acknowledge or report the amount we're going to earn that we're actually going to do the services for in that year. So there's kind of a constant ongoing education of making sure, okay, you understand you can't put the full amount you're going to receive, but can't we call it all revenue this year because really it's for the next 3 years. So there tends to be, kind of refreshing of the education of how we handle revenues so that we don't, have all the revenues in one year and all the expenses in another year. So there's a lot of ongoing, but, for the most part, the departments try really hard. And then there's always just new people, or they didn't have to do that the prior year, or somebody else did it the prior year. And sometimes there are departments that they may be a department that doesn't have a need for a really strong full-time fiscal person, and so the budget is kind of an other duty as assigned to somebody who doesn't really do a lot of fiscal on a regular basis. And so that's a stretch for them. So there are training opportunities, but there is a whole flurry of kind of activity, towards the end. We take information from risk on what the workers' comp and liability insurance amounts are from them, and then the auditor's office turns it around and creates a different spreadsheet and has to distribute that to the departments and make sure that they enter those in the system. So there's some different pieces to the project that, I wouldn't say it's just that the department head doesn't know. I mean, in some cases they're new, and in some cases that department head may or may not be really strong fiscally. But, it's been very challenging to hire really strong, fiscal employees in the last several years. And a lot of people have retired, and a lot of knowledge has left.
Question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how, the board approving a balanced budget is a priority. And so I'm just wondering how the executive office fiscal team could help the departments with more facilitation rather than the auditor's office, which really is having another role, especially at this time of year. So I know that there's been some thoughts around having, like, what can the department do? What do you need to hand off for both departments? What do you need to hand off? And it seems like there's just been a lot going on. I don't know that that's gotten any further over the last year or whatever. So yeah, I don't know if somehow your team could just think about what you could hand off, like payroll, right? Like that went over to the executive office. I think that's a good example of something that was like.
I will say that CEO budget handled a lot more this year than they normally do. They did handle the salary projections. I don't know that that's a perfect method. It's different than what we used to use, and so they did handle that. It was something that our office didn't have to handle, and so they fielded the questions for those, and they had to do the vacant projections, which usually our office would have to do. So that would have been an even more significant impact if we had had those items still. So the CEO budget has taken on additional responsibilities in the budget process than from what our office used to do. So there are still some items that remain for budget. I'm not sure whether it's realistic that those items will be shifted for this year, but they have taken on some additional responsibilities. And our office has hired, but unfortunately some of those people are pretty new to their roles, and they're not fully up to speed to be able to carry the heaviest portion of the more complicated workload.
Supervisor Williams.
How many vacancies does your office have?
Right now, I think we only have 2, but like I said, their staff is pretty new in a couple of those roles.
Okay, so mostly staffed.
I will add an asterisk. There's always room, I think, in the tax collector's office.
I understand. So I'm really taking heart to the comment about supervisors. I imagine one supervisor in particular not being able to read the financial document. And the difficulty I'm having is that's the document that I've been requesting that I'm told won't be available until later. How could I possibly read it? I've been asking since last year.
I'm sorry, the financial statement?
The report. We need to know the carry forward. We need the final report.
There's never been a final report. It's always been part of the first quarter, presentation.
What is it that you're planning to deliver
I'm going to probably deliver more information than has been delivered in the
That-
past,
that
and that
in-
is the
That
over.
information is what I'm asking to read. So when you say that I'm having trouble reading it,
I wasn't
it's-
referring
it-
to the
well, that's what
carry
I'm
forward.
referring.
I'm
That's-
referring to the financial statements.
Let me ask a different way. If we run a report out of Munis, does that tell the whole story?
No.
So there's adjustments that your office does. Where are those adjustments memorialized? There's a document or a spreadsheet that you apply manual changes to the report that comes out of Munis?
The carry forward is a blend of the report that comes out of Munis, as well as taking into consideration the outstanding encumbrances and purchase orders, and it presents it in a way for you to understand that it's not just the fund balance that comes forward. We have to deduct the outstanding purchase orders and contracts that are encumbered in order to come forward with the carry forward.
Where are the adjustments memorialized, and can this board get a copy?
I have agreed to prepare and present the carry forward in a more detailed report for the next board meeting.
And I would also like a copy of the adjustments, whatever documents.
I'm not sure what you mean by adjustments.
Well, at the end of the year, you say you can't close the books. There's adjustments that have to be applied. Where are those adjustments memorialized?
They're in the finance system.
They're in the finance system, Munis, or a spreadsheet on
Yes,
your?
no, they're in the finance system.
What would I call it if I wanted to do a Public Records Act request to get a copy of it?
I'm not sure if you would be asking for every journal entry the county ever prepared. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
If we run a report in
We
Munis.
don't distribute all of the realignment funds directly to those other, until they claim it. So it's not really an adjustment. We're waiting for them to file their claims to make sure that we've transferred the appropriate amount that they can substantiate. So whether you call that an adjustment, I don't know whether you call that an adjustment, but those are closing entries.
We agree that if I have the CEO run a report for Munis, that doesn't tell the full story of our finances. There's some additional steps that your office does to tell the full story. I want the documents that show me what those additional steps are. There's maybe formulas, constants. Something happens to the report the CEO is able to run that adjusts the numbers so that they're accurate. What is that step? How do I see a copy of that process? Because otherwise, it looks like we have two sets of books. We have the set of books that the CEO has access to. She can produce records for us, but they're not right. There's some other step that happens that translates what she has into books that are accurate, and I want to know what those steps are. Otherwise, I don't know what I don't know. It's like magic. We take numbers that come out of the financial system, and behind the scenes, we get something else generated.
It depends on what number you're asking for, and I'm not trying to be, secretive. The difference between the finance system, which is primarily budget-based, and what shows up in the financial statements has to do with governmental accounting practices and has to do with what we're required to report for GAAP. There are hundreds of entries between what the budget system looks like and how we have to report them for the different, primary governmental units. There's hundreds of reports in terms of entries, in terms of that presentation, that are done by the outside auditors and that are adjusting for the way it has to be presented according to GAAP. That is not the same information that you use in terms of what the budget is and how much money you have left in your budget to carry forward. Those are not the same types of information. That's what I was referring to. When somebody, whether it's a board member, the member of the public, or the union, looks at the ACFR and sees that they think we have $54 million in property tax that the board gets to distribute for all county programs, that is incorrect. A good portion of it is the money that goes to the lighting districts. You cannot redistribute that for other purposes, but it is required on the presentation of the ACFR because those lighting districts are dependent. They are county lighting districts. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lack of understanding between how the finance system is budget-based and how the financial statements are presented as requirement for GAAP. Those
Okay.
are not secretive entries, but those are entries that the outside auditors help prepare that get us to the required GAAP. Now, I'm concerned, I understand that you would like to see more information, but I am very concerned that that will confuse most members of the public even further. If you understand about the unavailable revenue versus unearned revenue because we received it beyond 60 days from the end of the fiscal year, which we then have to reverse out, which really for budget purposes is still allowed to stay in. So there's a fair amount of adjustments that take place that aren't necessarily in Excel, but they're adjustments to the finance system that we've tried to incorporate this time that have really caused some confusion because nobody's normally seen them, but they are for presentation purposes. They are not part of your budgeting process. So if you want to have a discussion about that, I think it's going to provide even more confusion.
So those are the people's records. I think I have a right to review those records. There may be some that are confidential, line items on sales tax perhaps, but I think what you're describing is a public document. And so I would like this board to have access to those documents. Maybe it will confuse us. We might come back with more questions. But because you're concerned that it might confuse us doesn't give you the right to withhold the information if it's a public document. So I would like to know, beyond what can be generated by Munis, what are the documents in your office that are part of the process of preparing the financial report?
So the financial statements have not been issued. The carry forward is a number that I'm prepared to discuss at the next board meeting. The financial statements are still being prepared by the outside auditors. There will be additional adjustments to the financial statements for financial statement presentation purposes.
Okay, so now we're getting to adjustments. Where are those adjustments memorialized? Is there a document of some sort?
They will eventually be in the outside auditors' working papers.
How do you
And
know
some of
what
them will be
adjustments to
entered.
make?
Because the outside auditors review the information and provide direction.
Okay, so the report that earlier we were talking about, I could read the financial report, we're now hearing is not yet produced.
No, they're working on it now.
So how is it that I don't know how to read the document if it doesn't exist? You see how these are the circular discussions that we've had for months and months and months. I can't.
It exists for last fiscal year.
Chair, maybe you can have a pass at this. Can you get the documents for us so that we can review the financials?
So there's I'm looking at what's the bottom line information that we need. We need to have some assurity that we have money in the bank to write a budget that we can cover. That's what we need. And we want to be really solid on that so that when we're negotiating, we're not guessing, is this really how much we have, or is it going to change substantially when we have adjustments? That's, I guess, our needs as a board, is that we want to have some certainty when we go to negotiate with the union, there's money there for COLAs, that we can cover our expenses, that we're not in the hole. So that's what we need. And if there's going to be substantial change to our carryover after the result of the outside auditor giving you instructions, those are the kinds of things we need so that we can put together a meaningful budget that's accurate. And we're feeling lost, quite honestly. That's our problem. So help us here. Reassure us.
I think that it's pretty standard for there to be some confusion about how those processes work together and what the end result is. And it has to do with the timing and recognition of revenue. It doesn't necessarily mean that the money isn't coming, or that it isn't obligated, or that it isn't coming from the state, or it isn't coming from the federal government. But if you really wanted to look at how, what are the adjustments that we have to do, because, it's been the procedure that we only recognize on the receivables as available money, the money that comes in for the first 60 days after we close the books, even though we know that the cost money that comes in from the state may take longer, but it eventually shows up. Or even though we know that FEMA has obligated something, but it's taking them a while to pay it. So if you really wanted to go to the point where you weren't going to recognize that money was potentially coming, then we would be overdrawn. But then you would show that money in a future year that really had nothing to do with that future year. It was really for the work that you already did, it was already obligated, and it's a timing difference from when the money comes. So, I'm really concerned that you're going to open up a really big can of worms and really confuse things if you start looking at the adjustments that we have to make because of how it is presented on the financial statements. Maybe the board makes some changes and wants to recognize revenue for the first 6 months, but the auditors don't go beyond 6 months on revenue recognition. So while the finance system, Munis, because it's budget related, we earned that revenue, it is obligated, we have a commitment from the state or the federal government to have that money come in, we recognize that money for the period in which those expenses took place. But on the financial statements, for presentation purposes, if that money hasn't arrived by the end of August, it's backed back out. It doesn't mean we don't believe it's going to come in, but we don't want to recognize it in a future year that had absolutely nothing to do with it. It isn't now new free money. It's money that was actually paying for that previous year. So I understand that, you know, there's somehow lack of confidence in the way that this has been done. It's been done this way for many years. Most other counties do it this way. This isn't unusual. It's whether we're putting transactions into the finance system that then have to be backed back out for presentation purposes so that doesn't confuse the board members and staff even further is really something that we have to look at. So, you know, at the request of the board, we've started putting some of the additional entries into the system, and that really confused departments. So now we put them in and we got to back them back out and put them in and back them back out because it makes it hard to understand. But it is not because there's something funny going on. It's because there's a difference between the budget finance system, which is how many counties do it, and the way the information is presented on the ACFR. It just has to do with the, you know, recommended governmental practices or requirements, depending on whether it's a federal program or not, for how things are recognized. It's not because there's something funny going on. It's because there's a difference. So if you really want to operate based on the ACFR, it's going to cause a whole other set of confusion about which period the money was for. So I'm concerned about the direction this is going. I have no problem explaining what the carry forward will be, and what my intent was to show what departments essentially used their committed amount from the prior year and which departments didn't, so that you can see that, you know, who came in under budget, who came in over budget, and be able to understand that, you know, the carry forward, in my personal opinion, is the same money coming forward every year. It's not new money. It's that we continue to not be able to fill positions, or we continue to not spend as much as the department anticipated. It's not, I don't believe it's new money. It's the same money that keeps rolling every year. So I don't believe that that's new money. So I want to be able to, you know, show that in a way. I'm hoping that we'll be clear enough to see how much of last year, the prior year's money we used for that budget in the budget process, and how much we actually used by the departments, so that you can see how much is actually from a prior year. It's not even from last year. So I'd like to be able to explain that. I think that's more useful information than trying to understand the intricacies of why GAAP requires you to present something in a certain way.
So if I understand you right, this is a very fluid process that at any given point in time, you can't exactly, you can say that you're promised the money, but it may not necessarily be there in the accounts to spend. Is that correct?
Well, we've spent the money. It's just hasn't necessarily been paid back by the state or the feds.
So it's kind of the check is in
There's
the
an
mail.
obligation
Yeah.
that they're going to send the money, but in some cases, especially as it relates to the last several years, the money may not have shown up yet.
Okay, I get that part. So I think the certainty that we're looking for is what can we comfortably spend without going into the red? And that's the number that we're all looking for, so that we can do our job of allocating funds and make a budget that makes sense with some certainty that we haven't overspent. And that's the reassurance that we're looking for. As you know, I'm not sure how it's been done in the past in the county, but I know that that's certainly what we're hoping for. So, Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm really looking forward to this report, because I think for some number of years, there's been this magical carry forward. And it sounds like the board is going to be able to understand potentially that is not quite so magical, and that it occurs every year. So we would have better ability to plan and not just end up with a one-time fund at the end of every year. I think, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the report. It sounds like maybe there's been some improvements to where we can have a conversation with the board and the auditor's office to budget more appropriately moving forward, and not wait for this magical, mythical carryover every year.
Any further questions from board members? Okay, well, okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Covison. Any further comment from members in the room, or members of the audience in the room?
Hi, my name is Megan DeFranco. I work in the auditor's office as a senior department analyst. I wasn't prepared to speak, and I get really nervous when I speak
Bend the
publicly.
microphone down just a little bit. So.
Yeah, I'm really short too. I know my coworker has expressed this in the past, but it's really difficult for us to hear the way you express yourselves about us and our work ethic, essentially. To hear you say that she wanted the job to do the work. Shami stays after 5 o'clock almost every day. I'm recovering from a cold. She works on weekends. When she's sick, she works. To even put out there that she's not working hard to give you guys what you want, when we know this, we can see everybody leave from her office at 5 o'clock and we're still there working. You know, it's really disheartening to chalk it up to us not doing our job instead of chalking it up to we're having more demands on our time. There's not enough hours in the day. It's the demands on our time. It's new implementation of things that didn't exist before. It's the loss of the historical knowledge for things that perhaps were part of the process that Shamise didn't happen when Lloyd was here, for example. You know, I've worked for the county for about 14, 15 years. I started social services. I went to the DA's office. I worked for DOT, and now I'm at the auditor's office. And we take it with a grain of salt that you guys don't understand how our departments work, and we try to be understanding about that. But consistently, even when I was at DOT, I would hear comments about what we should or shouldn't be doing that just aren't allowed. You know, we have to do things a certain way. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, just kind of reminds us that there seems to be some communication issues here that need to be resolved, and so we'll work on that.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I just agree with what Mr. Hickey was saying. I had a lot of the same comments regarding everything. I'm concerned about, like, for instance, the getting the microwave use collected. It got sent over to the CEO's office in 2019, like you guys were discussing. Is there some type of form or like like the board directive does that the CEO's office has, that they keep track of things like that? Because it seems like, you know, everything goes to the CEO's office and she's juggling a lot, and obviously things go through the cracks. So I was just curious if there was something in the CEO's office, they track things that the board gives besides the board directives. It seems like, you know, there's a lot that gets shuffled over to her. With the auditor controller, you guys were commenting on the child support had their presentation. You know, the budget is just estimated amounts for departments, and they obviously had their figures to bring forward, looking at what they've spent, you know, versus what they had for their budget. So I'm wondering why Shamise feels like every department, I mean, did child support go through her to get their totals and get, you know, get their presentation? So you know, she's talking about bringing the information forward at the third quarter, but this is 21-22. We're still looking for the final number. She went over and over about reports and processes and adjustments, and all you're asking for is the carry forward from 21-22. So, you know, and every year that carry forward amount's going to be different. So I feel like I'm as confused as you guys are on that. Also, I feel that she does need to be these meetings. You know, she's planning other meetings when the board meeting's happening. That information about her office was in the consent calendar. You know, all I hear is excuses from that department. I mean, I know she's probably doing the best she can, but this is a perfect example why this should not be an elected position. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room to make any last comments? Board members?
I don't think anyone would be difficult to this degree on purpose. I don't think there's any ill will or malice here. I think we're asking a department to produce something that it doesn't seem capable of producing. And I don't know how to go forward with that, but I'm not comfortable just letting it slide anymore. Enough is enough. We're going into bargaining soon. You can't bargain in good faith when you don't know your numbers. And I don't have confidence that we know how much money we have. I think if we were to trigger a bank run, school districts, fire districts, the county, everybody withdraw, I'd be very surprised if we're able to pay everyone out. And that's a bad feeling. But the way this place operates, nothing adds up. No reporting is available. You know, anything financial, any commitment, you know, it's 2 weeks later, it's like it never happened. Kind of over it. This is not how you run. This is not how you maintain the people's money. People deserve regular reports. This business about you can't generate a balance sheet. Williams doesn't understand how public finance works. I don't know. Other counties can produce reports. USDA asked us for one. Obviously, the federal government thinks it's possible. I really believe that it's not malicious. It's an issue with competency. And I'm watching the rest of you to see how long you tolerate it.
Well, we do have a commitment. At our next meeting, we'll have a report.
Dan, we had a commitment that we were going to get this back in the beginning of March. I don't know if it was March 1st, the beginning of March. What is it, mid-April now? I mean, commitments come and go. This should have been months and months and months ago.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, what I heard was that we do have a commitment to bring forward this written report of fiscal year 21-22 close, including the final carry forward, and that will be presented at the next board meeting. And so I take Ms. Cubison at her word, and we will make sure that that happens.
Supervisor Williams.
Chair, I would like for this board to get a hold of the other documents, whatever's used internally in the office for adjusting the output of Munis to what's actually presented, spreadsheets and the like. I think those are public documents. If I have to, I'll do a PRA. It doesn't feel like it's the right way. I think the board should have access.
Councilor Curtis, what's your thoughts on this in terms of being able to obtain information from another elected official's office?
So generally, the board should have access to anything that's public. I think without a more detailed understanding of the specifics, I wouldn't be able to opine as to the issues. The supervisor was correct. There are potentially some documents in that office that may be confidential. We'd have to look on them on a case-by-case basis.
Through the chair, would it be possible to get a list of the documents that are used in the normal close of books through report out process? And then we can talk about whether we could obtain those documents and they're confidential. Can we start with just the list?
You can certainly make that request, and if we get that list, my office can review and see what the confidentiality issues might be.
So, Chair, I think that would be progress in concurrent with everything else that's going on. I think we should request that list, and then we can decide how to go forward, but at least we will know what documents exist.
Anyone else care to comment?
Well, I would look, I would look towards the executive office. I know that they have some eyes on a PRA from the city of Ukiah that might have a similar sort of scope. And what I heard was that it was a pretty heavy lift and that it wouldn't be available immediately. So is there an indication that this is something that's just click of a button, or do you have any insight? Do you think that Supervisor Williams is asking for something different? Okay.
CEO Antle, I think Supervisor Williams is asking something different than what the city of Ukiah had requested. Now, they could be related, but what I remember from that PRA is pretty specific to property tax and the property tax rates that should be posted. And there was a couple of other requests in that item, but I don't think they're, if I'm understanding Supervisor Williams, he's wanting kind of the processes and the documents that are used by auditor controller in closing the year. And then county council is going to review those and see if they're confidential.
So if there's a way that we could get that information, I think that'd be helpful, because clearly what we're hearing from the elected auditor treasurer is that her office is very swamped. And it seems to me if the executive office, board of supervisors, the public knew what the decision-making process was of the auditor in revising those figures that your office can see in Munis, then you could simply duplicate the work that her office is kind of tardy in doing, so that it wouldn't be a burden on that office if your office could simply know what they would normally do to revise the figures that you're seeing in Munis.
CEO Antle, I can run the final journal entries that were posted for your closing. Now, the documentation behind that may or may not be in Munis.
Understood. I think what Supervisor Williams is trying to get at is if you understand what's the other steps that that office is doing to revise those figures that are in Munis, then your office could duplicate that work, and we wouldn't need to wait months and months to get that final figure.
As CEO Antle, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes, so to speak. I didn't know that in the budget book, if you follow the budget book, for instance, with the certificates of participation, I only see that 1 year. I don't see the full list. So I believe there's information behind the scenes, and as Ms. Cubison has reported prior, there are Excel spreadsheets that we do not have access to. Those are in those offices. Our office did ask for a spreadsheet and some documentation, and we were told we could physically go to the office, but they would not send us an electronic, excuse me.
Supervisor Williams.
CEO, which file could you go to the office and view but could not receive a copy of?
I don't know if Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is on, but I believe it was the A87 calculations and the historical of how they were calculated.
So County Council, can you explain to the board why a document could be viewed by the CEO, but the CEO couldn't have a copy? Is there a legal basis?
I'm not aware of what went into that decision. I would need more information as to why that was said.
Deputy CEO Pierce.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. Yes, CEO Antle is correct. It related to the A87 and cost plan. I was trying to understand why costs for a specific department increased so significantly from 1 year to another. And I was told I could go over there and look through the papers, but they do not release the Excel files to departments.
Well, that sounds like a document that the board could direct, then the executive office should have access to. It doesn't sound like there's a legitimate reason for one branch of the county to keep information from another branch of the county. If the document exists, it sounds like it exists. If you can physically see it in the office, but you can't take it. That's different than being told in a public meeting that the information doesn't exist.
Chair McGuarty, what's going on here?
We've been wondering this for some time. We've been wondering this for some time as to why it's so difficult for our county to get financial information when other counties seem to be able to function with this, and it doesn't seem to be an issue. And the only, and I hate to say this because I know it reflects poorly on Ms. Covison, but the only county that had similar problems was Humboldt County. And they had somebody who didn't seem to be able to understand everything that they were supposed to do. So whether that's the case here or not, I don't know.
So if it's germane to our agenda item, I would support directing staff to obtain the A87 calculation as prepared in the auditor's office.
I think it is germane.
Do you need a second for that, or
If
is that direction?
a request is recorded as direction of the board.
Support.
Yep, I support. Councilor Curtis, something that concerns you here?
No, I was just going to suggest that this might be a good opportunity as well to just confirm support for the previously discussed directives now that public comment is complete.
Okay.
Can we have a reading of the previous directives?
Elaine Burden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. For the directives, I have to direct departments to submit their budget presentations in the same or similar format as what was presented by the Child Support Services. Then I also have direct the Chief Executive Officer to return with a plan utilizing the available state and federal grant opportunities for EV charging, using up to $250,000 for carbon reduction fund. Of the carbon reduction fund, excuse me. I have direct the CEO to work with IT and return with an item during the budget hearing showing the resources that are needed to execute the plan, finalizing the Medium project within the next year. Direct the Chief Officer to work with partners and experts to create a plan and return to the board with an item during the budget hearings that includes a multi-agency co-sponsor grant for the microwave repeater funding, collect all bills regarding the shared cost of the microwave repeater funding from other agencies, and implement past board mandated activities regarding the microwave repeaters as feasible. Excuse me. Direct the Chief Executive Officer to evaluate outside resources and see if the county is making the most out of state dollars that are available. Direct the Chief Officer to bring back an update of Policy 1 to the board for review, focusing on efficiency. Direct the Chief Executive Officer to investigate problems of management for process and policies regarding projects and bring back a report to the board. Direct the Chief Executive Officer to work with staff and come back with a plan to spend all carbon reduction funds in the manner described for EV upgrades and create a revolving fund for carbon reduction that reduction fund that carries forward. Direct the Chief Executive Officer to ensure the county is as energy efficient as possible. And then I also have direct the Chief Executive Officer to work with CSAC or RCRC and learn which rural counties have modernized, what tools they use, and what it will cost for Mendocino County to implement similar upgrades. And then finally, to direct the Chief Executive Officer to get the 87 calculation from the Auditor's Office.
Yes. CEO Antle.
I would like a little further clarification on the microwave. I believed we were going back and looking at what occurred on October of 2019 and moving forward with that direction. I think clerk recorded a little bit more than than that. So if I could get clarification on that one.
Supervisor Williams?
That may have not have been the only date. I recall at least twice we met on the topic. One on, I believe there were 3 options presented for how to allocate and bill, and I think the board took action selecting one.
Okay. And the other one I had written down was to move forward with surplusing or selling Mariposa Park.
I apologize. I do have that one in the minutes as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that there was a timeline for the microwave.
A report back by end of month.
Right.
Supervisor Williams?
There was a lot there. It all sounded right to me, but did we capture getting a list of the documents or files that are used? No. So let's add that if the board supports it.
And you may need to clarify that that's a request to the auditor to provide the list of the documents for evaluation.
And it's the documents that get us for documents, instructions, formulas, constants that get us from the output of a munis report to a financial report.
I think we should include the A87 calculation document.
Okay. Are we done on this item? Go ahead.
Do we need a motion for the above? I would move approval of the above direction.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do roll call.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Gertie?
Yes?
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
No wonder Darcy wants to leave the country, so. All right, so we still have a couple things left on the agenda. So agenda item 4D is the Chief Executive Officer's report.
No report today.
Okay. Then agenda item 4E is discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform.
No ledge update today.
Okay, and we've already done supervisors' reports. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much for a rather grueling afternoon, but we did get a lot of things out on the table.
Thank you, Chair.